Hey everybody, welcome to the beginning of a stream. You're back. I'm back. Hope you had a nice day yesterday. To yourselves. Alone with your thoughts. Now you get to rejoin the echo chamber of People Arrive, People Leave, and also Alien Please.
This stream is sponsored by viewers like
Error.
Speaking of People Arrive, here come BRB music already. I hit the wrong button and didn't realize it, and someone in chat recognized the BRB music before I did. I don't know what that says about us right now, or about you, for that matter. The fact that you can recognize on hearing the first 15 seconds of the BRB music, there's cause for concern. Maybe you're at too many streams. Anyways. Hey everybody. Pavlovian response, I got up and did gamer squads. I should probably do some. Anyway, 10 gift subs courtesy of Durf's Lantern, people arriving right at the beginning of stream, and a record number of 1-monthers. Let's welcome Nathan McLean, Skyod, Some Mario Dude, Fried PBJ, Carpin Kaz, and Endaround. All here for the first time. Get to watch with no ads. You don't have to worry about clicking to see what I'm doing and then clicking off after the 1.5 second of gameplay that you see before 2 ads in a row spawn for no reason. You know what Twitch should do? They should introduce an ad bank. It was a genius idea. They can have this one for free. The idea is you can get a notification on your screen that says there are 2 15-second ads incoming in 30 seconds, but you can click a button. When you click the button, the ads go into your ad bank, okay? When your ad bank hits 10 ads, let's say, you cannot watch any more streams unless you watch all of those ads in a row. That way, you don't have to watch ads until you're ready to watch ads. When nobody else is doing anything interesting on Twitch, you can be like, okay, bring on the ads so I can unlock my account and watch streams again. Great idea, right? I would hate that. Why would you hate it? You get to skip all ads until a time in which is convenient for you. And then, if your ad bank is full, you just have to watch pre-roll ads like usual when entering a channel. Except, in this case, you would have to, like, catch up sooner or later. There would be a time limit. Streamers taking a break to pee, let's go with those ads. Exactly. You can choose to play your own ads during streamer BRBs, instead of the streamer doing it for you. An Etalyx stream, it is indeed condition of ban. And more besides. Durf's Lantern, thanks for the 10 gift subs. Also in that group is the Blang back for 22 months, 40 Taco for 2 years. If you're out there, 40 Taco, enjoy your 2-year subversary. Northern 9 says this is the sub sound. That was me, I did that. I made that sound. Devil owes me rent. Welcome back and welcome to beginning a stream to you as well. Brigador LL is here for almost 2 years. Howdy, Brigador. Lashley, welcome back with the Peepo arrival. Not quite the same, but close enough. And Mizrahi was watching the title as it changed. Like seeing a prairie dog poke out of its little home. Like watching groundhogs decide whether there's going to be more of one season or less of another. Does the inverse also work? I can watch a bunch of ads in advance to miss out later. Yeah, I think either of those would be good ideas. Let people just watch 10 to 20 ads in a row if they want. You could have it on a second monitor and it just play. And then once that's done, you bank positive ads so that you can go to different streams and basically unlock a skip button. So you could be like, oh, I've got 10 ads banked. I really want to catch this stream. I don't want to miss even a single second or be bothered with 30 seconds of ads. Skip, and you just used 2 of your banked ads. I think that'd be a great idea. I think it'd be nice if they just gave a warning in general. Ad jump scares are the worst. They do come out in like full volume and just take over your entire screen and start screaming at you. That does happen. Anyway, welcome one and all. Hello, Durf, Lantern, and the Turf varieties. What's up, Ascorme? Thanks for 17 months. People arrive. New race, new Jeffs. We made a character a couple days ago, and I decided to go ahead and play Stellaris again because A, I think it's a very fun and addicting game, and also B, I've got something special to do tomorrow for the Thursday stream, where we're going to be jumping into the sequel to a game that I played extensively before I ever knew you. Back on YouTube, I had a very prolific and storied Slime Rancher experience. Slime Rancher 2 hits early access tomorrow. So I think we're going to be playing a little Slime Farmer. I'm not sure how much content is in early access, but that is the plan. I'm pretty sure it's tomorrow. So, that's already reserved. Like, that's a guarantee for tomorrow. So we gotta get some Stellaris in today. I totally forgot that was being made. Your boy, Big E, just did the, oh my god, I forgot that there are no games out right now. And I'm looking at my, like, not right now. I've been looking at my Twitter, my Twitch follow list. And it's very clear that everybody is like, I don't know what to play. So I did the customary deep dive of all things that are coming out in the not so distant future. And there's some good stuff. There is some good stuff. We got at least 3 good releases. Not to mention, obviously, Victoria 3 coming out next month. So we'll definitely be playing that too. I say it a lot because I get asked a lot about that one. And we're also very close to Hearts of Iron. So new Hearts of Iron DLC is out next week. So we'll be playing that early next week. A lot of things, actually. Slime Rancher is like an all-time top favorite. It is for me as well. I made like, I don't know how many videos. A lot. Back in 2015, 2016. Oh, more than a dozen, I think. Okay, this is interesting. I clicked on, like, first of all, watch my 2015 videos at your own risk, because I know that I don't sound anything alike because I was 7 years younger and 7 years the immature that I am now. But anyway, I searched Slime Rancher Etalyx from my videos back in 2015, and somebody went through and made key moments where they actually made chapter breaks in the first episode of my Let's Play, which is interesting. I've never seen it. I don't even know what this is. I've never seen it before. From 5 minutes and 46 seconds, harvesting carrots. 7 minutes and 29 seconds, chickens. 8 minutes and 35 seconds, upgrades. Fun fact, one of my Let's Plays was actually used in a GDC talk by the developers. So I'm just saying, I'm something of a Slime Rancher OG, if you will. I am famous among the development team that watched that GDC talk, even. Here's how not to play our game. I think it was probably to the effect of like, here's how a new player experiences a game, and design sort of, not tips, but notes, I guess, for how. Because what is helpful for developers with Let's Plays is they do get to watch, like, obviously there's different types of Let's Plays. There's the Let's Play who's trying very seriously to win. There's the Let's Play from funny tubers who are trying to break everything that they can on purpose in order to get laughs, and then there's the in-betweens. But it's probably a good way to just visualize, because the thing with Let's Plays and like content creation for a developer is the Let's Player is usually narrating their thoughts. So not only do they get to watch how someone plays, but they get to listen to what they're thinking in that exact moment. It's like both sides of the coin. Whereas if you just hand off your game to testers and sort of get notes later, you can have some of that information, but experiencing it in real time while they narrate their thoughts live is probably a little bit more helpful, I would think. But yes, we're going from toxoids to slime boys. Today to tomorrow. Should be fun. Very excited. I think it's gonna be fantastic. The music has always been great. They got a whole new soundtrack, new visual style for Slime Rancher 2. I'm assuming a lot of new slimes. I also didn't really get to play it after a certain point. Let me see when the last time I played Slime Rancher was. It's been quite a while, and they've updated it consistently. They even did some DLC packs, which I think were mostly style and aesthetics. Library says I actually did last play it in June of 2017, so it's been a while. I think that there's substantially more content even in the base game that if I wanted to go back and play, I could, but I might as well just go with 2. Anyway, thanks everybody for jumping in at the beginning of stream. Long story short, we got some good stuff to do. There are some fun new games to check out, not least of which is the Stellaris Toxoids pack that we got to play on Monday. And we're gonna jump back into, settle in for a nice, good, character creator free session with the Hasvati think tank. There we go. So, before we start, may as well take another look at these guys. I have a screenshot of this page, if you'd like to see. That is exclamation Stellaris. You can kind of reference this. You could even make this exact group and put them in your games. That's something I've had some people in chat do before, is like kind of just copy the stream civilizations verbatim and then just make them spawn in their own game. Which, if you want to do that, you just click on the Phoenix and you want to see the little lock symbol, and that will force that particular group to spawn in the next game that you make. Blocking it grayed out means they won't spawn at all, and then Empire spawning allowed means that they can, but they don't necessarily. Dude, that means an extra 3 hours of gameplay. Yeah. Toxoids look dope. Also, update 6 for Satisfactory just dropped, so that's neat. I did see that they did like a gun overhaul for Satisfactory. Combat and revamping the way that some of the enemies work, and adding a few new tools and tricks. Revamping some of the tech trees for the ma'am? I forget what it's called. But anyway, we're playing with the new Toxoids DLC. We created a brand new group called the Hasvati think tank. Uses the new portraits, new ship types, and I think new backgrounds. You still have to use a mod to prevent the base nations from spawning. I think you do, but they're also not guaranteed. I don't think. These are just things that can spawn as well, but I don't think you can prevent them outright. It looks like they've created some new ones also, or they're maybe they just randomized the portraits. But they do generate these so that you can maybe use a pre-made if you don't want to create one from scratch. So as part of our kind of catch, our gimmick, we have access to a new origin, which is a game start that'll change the way the rest of the game is played. And for us, that takes the form of, does it not even say, it doesn't even say the origin here. I forget what the actual name of the origin is, I'll just show you. That takes the form of one of two new origins. We have Knights of the Toxic God, and we're playing Overtuned. So, are we starting over? No, we're doing a recap of who we're playing for beginning of stream chat. Kind of just an overview of our gameplay style. So Overtuned is a special start that allows us to have access to special traits that nobody else gets access to. And we also have a special edict that can overtune the overtuned traits, basically doubling their effects at great cost to ourselves. We can also freely add and remove overtuned traits because we have gene tailoring unlocked from the beginning of the game. And we can genetically modify people from the outset. So mutations and mutants and all that is sort of our gimmick. Now, all of the traits for Overtuned that are specific to that origin are the ones in yellow down here. And they all cost 1 to add. But they all come with big bonuses, but also big drawbacks. So every single one of them reduces our leader lifespan. So the average leader lifespan is, I think like 80 years by default when you first start the game, without any other bonuses. If you don't change it at all, it's 80. Everyone that you recruit in a leadership role tends to be recruited at like 30 to 40 years old. So what we've done is we've taken 2 of these overtuned traits, and those are focused exclusively on research. So we're trying to go extremely smart, big brain tube lads who are weak because, of course, they're sitting in their tube. How is this going to field a very strong army? And they don't adapt well to hostile environments. But what they do really well is think. So we've got elevated synapses boosting our research across the board by 20%, reduces leader lifespan by 30 years. The reason that's so steep is because we can stack it with intelligent, which has no drawbacks, plus 10% to all research, and augmented intelligence, which is another one that stacks for an extra 10% to all research, but it shaves another 10 years off our lifespan. So if we had chosen instead, we could have increased habitability by a significant amount, so we could basically settle anywhere and flourish. We could have had super babies, where we just pop out tons of new citizens. But again, minus 30 years. There's a lot of fun trade-offs here, where if you want to stack something in particular, like play very high unity, or minerals, or lots of, I guess, food from farmers, there's some really fun combos that you can do. But we're doing super geniuses who die at 40. And we've got 1 tech so far that boosts our lifespan by 10 years. So we actually die at 50 on average now. So we have to... The theory of Overtuned is you get these really cool bonuses, but you burn out really fast, but you burn out really brightly. And then, in addition to those, we're pacifists for our kind of disposition. Fanatic Materialists as our civics. Fanatic Materialist adds an extra 10% to our research speed. So in total, we got 20, 30, 40, 50% bonus research speed for all researchers that are planetary researchers. And Pacifist gives us a teeny bit of extra stability and lets us build a little taller. We're going to try and build tall this time. We're also a technocracy. I guess these are our civics. I get the words traits, civics, and ethics. Ethics. Our ethics are pacifist to materialist. The keywords are weird. Anyways, our actual civics are technocracy, maximizing our scientific efficiency and rationality. Our capital buildings get a science director job, which gives us an extra research alternative from the beginning of the game. Every time we finish a research, we have access to more choices. And science directors themselves give us some bonus research, so that's going to be good on all of our planets. We're also relentless industrialists, which is one of the new civics that is... Am I saying? I don't even know if I'm saying the right word anymore. It's one of the new ones added with the toxoids that allows us to really tap the full potential of our planets industrially with alloy and consumer good output going up. But it gradually turns planets into tomb worlds. So figuring out how to cope with that is going to be, I think, the challenge today. So let's jump in and get this going. Get in the vat. Kind of exchanging unity for research because you're recruiting more often. That is correct, yeah. Because every time we recruit a new scientist, it costs us some unity. So we're basically paying unity for bonus science. Character already created, and yet we're still in it. I am still in the character creator. I like just going back and looking at it and petting it and just fawning over the character creator, you know? I don't know why this popped up. We're at 98% researching. Who's researching this? Loud. This is Scientist Cryo Storage, our oldest 61-year-old. 61-year-old scientist is checking out a weak signal from the surface of a moon. The source appears to be some kind of tracking beacon. It's very cool. I like these. There's no mods. They just, not too long ago, updated a bunch of the system art to give it a nicer vibe. It's got some spooky vibes. But anytime you see an interesting system, it usually is because of a reason. It's not just visual only. In this case, there's actually environmental hazards. So, shield nullification is 100%. I think this takes shields down for anybody who's fighting. So you actually need to be on the lookout for different systems like this if you're in war. Because if you didn't put any points into shields, but you put a ton of points into armor, and your opponent put a bunch of points into shields, if you can somehow drag your opponents into here, you'll take their shields down completely and be at a huge advantage. So sometimes these different system effects are something that you need to kind of look out for tactically. It also slows down people who are flying through it, increases evasion by 30%, and nebula block outside sensors from seeing into the systems. It's interesting that it says sublight speed reduction 50% twice, though. I don't know if that's a bug or not. So let's take a look at the map. Here's where we're at so far. We have the Hasvati think tank. We are quite long. And we're boxed in on currently 3 sides, which is going to make for a fun challenge today. I think I'm going to turn the game volume down just a little bit. And also, let's go ahead and pause the music player. No music from game, only music from Spotify. That way we can play all the music sequentially in order. Because for some reason the music player likes to still loop around a lot. And go back to our favorite song, Towards Utopia Nova Flare. I sometimes forget how pretty this game is. It is, and that's another thing I'd encourage if you're playing, is just kind of like, hit that Control F9 and just soak it all in sometimes, you know? It's definitely a game that is very playable just from this menu, and you can sit out here as long as you want, really, and play most of the game like this. But it is a game that does still have a very nice attention to detail when you just kind of soak it in. Sometimes you have to be a little intentional about that. but probably my favorite, I would say, just sci-fi game. But that being said, I haven't played Sins of a Solar Empire. I haven't played, what's the other one? Space. It's got the word space in it. I know that really narrows it down for you, but it's probably my favorite sci-fi game. Space, Nodders. Homeworld. No. Endless Space. Endless Space. Thank you. That's the one. Hey, what's up, Sim? How's it going, dude? How are you? And also, I don't know if I've gotten to tell you, we did get to raid. I don't know if I've gotten to tell you personally because I had to scamper off after that raid quite quickly to attend to dog and food. But I hope you and the fam are well, and congrats on the new Babu. Sim's got a new baby who has been spawned into the world, a new player added to the, what is now, I think, a 4-player plus Kato arcade cabinet. Is that correct, Sim? But I'm happy for you and baby Caleb. It's great to hear that everything went well. And also, I hope streams have been going well for you, because I'm sure that trying to find time to stream in between chaos of a new small one in the house is probably... You probably got your hands full. But I hope you're still able to find some good work-life balance and all that. And last seen playing some City Guesser. But I'm glad we had the opportunity to come say hi and hang out with you for a little bit a few days ago. Welcome to Stellaris. And hi everybody else. I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Had a nice day off yesterday. Got to do some stuff IRL, get out of the house a little bit. Eat some good food. Feeling refreshed. My head's a little stuffy right now for some reason. I feel like I have almost sick person voice, but I am not sick at all. I'm gonna knock real quick. But anyway, welcome everybody else in chat. I found Sins of a Solar Empire boring. I never got to play it. Are they making a new Sins of a Solar Empire? Is that a thing? Also, what's up, Arathon? Let me turn this music down real quick. There we go. That's better. Whew. So, could be allergies. It's always allergies. I never escape allergies. So where are we at in this? And sort of what are our goals in the immediate future? Well, number one, I guess I'll tell you the kind of political state of affairs. Right now, we are right here, bottled in between 3 different factions, but we only have really access from interstellar travel to 2 of them. To the left is the Praku company. They are ruthless capitalists and also a mega corporation. So even though they're militaristic, they are xenophile. They like other aliens and they want to do business with them. They don't want to just dominate everybody. And if you're playing Stellaris and you're new, this is just kind of an overview of sort of how to expect a given alien peoples to behave. And in this case, they'll go to any length to acquire more wealth and resources for themselves and the Empire. They avoid evenly matched fights and pounce on the weak and helpless. We have no clue as to their fleet power or their tech level. To get an idea, we either need to do some espionage or we need to send a diplomat over to go say hi. But because they're ruthless capitalists, they want that commercial pact. So one thing that I'm not really certain since the last patch, I don't know how to tell what you actually get out of a commercial pact, because it doesn't tell me how much money, like money being energy credits, that we're getting or they're getting. But one thing that is great about Megacorps is that they're really easy to appease via commercial pacts, because they have a vested interest in sort of putting their own holdings or building holdings on your planets. So on each of our planets, we have a corporate holding spot that a megacorp can build into. And so they have a vested interest in kind of making those merchant deals with us so that they can start building these up and then getting energy credits out of it. So I think I'm just gonna go ahead and form a commercial pact, because at worst, even though it takes some influence away from us every month, it'll build trust between the two of us. I can't afford a war with basically anybody. We're playing pacifist and we're trying to build tall, and we're not going to have any sort of aggressive expansions into any neighbors. So we kind of need to just go. We have tons of space to expand down here until we bump into somebody else. But we have this really nice choke point in Pudinus. And then behind Pudinus is this pocket of like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 11, 12 systems that no one else can get to. So we got that going for us. We've also got some systems over here that my other neighbors, the Beldross, can access if they expand outward, but they've got some room up there. Beldross submitted and bent the knee to the Brill League. So the Brill League really early on took overlordship of our neighbors, and they themselves are egalitarian fanatic spiritualists, and they're happy to sort of declare war for their spiritualist ethics. So we need to be wary of them, and to that end, I've gone ahead and took the liberty of building up a small fleet. So we have a station with some gun batteries, we have a couple of our fleets here, and we're working on building some more corvettes. Because if I expect a war, it's probably going to come from that direction. So they would just come through, hop through these systems, and then be inside of our territory. Now, other than that, there's the complete dead ends with a few mining cores. So we're gonna take these AI miners down at some point. They're not terribly strong, but they're strong enough to keep us out of that system for now. And then we're just expanding kind of southeast. So we got some science vessels, and I think I need another scientist, and we can definitely afford one. So we're gonna go ahead and get an early recruit for that purpose, and then we'll have 3. It's really difficult for us to maintain 3 scientists because the expected age of death is 50 for this species. So we're wanting to hopefully recruit someone who is as young as possible. In this case, 31 is the youngest. So I can actually recruit a good scientist for exploring, or I can get a good scientist for research. I might go ahead and replace Disillusion, because Disillusioned is 35. Let's recruit the Spark of Genius plus 10% research speed scientist, and then we're gonna swap these around. We'll put Disillusioned inside the science vessel. Where are you? Okay, yeah, you're in here. You do your thing. Finish serving this system, and then start moving up towards our future enemies. Maybe we can make peace with them. Then we want the new scientist to help us out in the empty spot for society research, and we need a name. So let's get a keyword going. Stellaris Pog, what's up, Anti-Ordinary? How's it going? Prakuan crew, exactly. Are you going to TwitchCon, Etalyx? I will not be able to go to TwitchCon this year, Sim. Regretfully. But not this year. We will have to shake hands and meet at a different time, because I think you're going, right? I guess it depends on family situation for you, but I won't be able to attend, unfortunately. I hope anybody in chat who's going has fun, though. I didn't. Has is not the keyword. I haven't said a keyword yet. All right, the keyword is going to be smiley face. But chat, if you go to TwitchCon, you might be able to meet Sim. And let's be honest, that's more of a reason to go to TwitchCon than if I were going. Because I would actively avoid you. All right, smilers. Let's see. Who do we got? Beginning of stream, not even 40 minutes in. Shy Wolf has been chosen. Shy Wolf for the low price of 25,000 channel points. You will become our new leading society researcher. Chat, is it, like, am I lucky, or is it actually pretty common to get 3 Spark of Genius scientists? Because Spark of Genius is, like, the best one, right? Now, that being said, Sunforest is on death's door at 51 years old. So we're gonna lose one soon. Streamer luck. That's some good streamer luck. Okay, so let's catch up on anything else that needs to be done. Let's take a look at our capital. So we only have 2 planets right now, so if you missed the stream on Monday, it's quite easy to figure out where we're at. Dawn Dead of the system open side. What does that mean? What does that code mean? Currently has a population of 40, which is more than just 40 people. 40 is just a number that represents a much larger and greater number that scales up logarithmically. Oh. Why is that so fun to say? Here in the capital, we've got, of course, our customary coordinated fulfillment center, where we will ruthlessly exploit this world, eventually rendering it a tomb world. Some might deem the practices promoted in this facility to be unsafe or dangerously short-sighted, but one cannot argue with the productivity numbers that we achieve. We must fulfill all orders. After all. We're also building robots here. So we just started down kind of a tech robot path, so we can assemble additional pops every so often to sort of help us with generally menial labor. So they're going to be doing mining, they're going to be making energy credits, they're going to be making food, things like that, while we kind of promote ourselves and do more advanced abilities, or more advanced jobs, specialist and ruler positions. So Dawn Dead has 2 open jobs right now, but we're going to start kind of planning ahead for the fact that we're about to run into a food deficit. So I think I'm going to build an agricultural district here. That's going to open up 2 more jobs for food. Because Stinky Cheese only has 3 maximum districts for agriculture, so it's a really bad place to try and grow food. We have other options to grow food, including, I believe, we have a new... were we making a new colony vessel? We were. There was a colony ship that is going to settle, I believe, a new fringe world. It's a decent little savanna world. Also, no agriculture there either. But it's going all the way to the edge of our known space to make another planet there, which is dramatically going to push our empire size. And once we go above that 100 empire size, we're going to start getting penalties to things like our tech and research, among other things. So we are going to need to kind of shore up and stop growing wide at some point once we kind of lock down the places that we want to for sure end up living, and then just make those as good as possible to sort of counter the empire size deficit. Pacifist is helping us quite a bit there. But yeah, Stinky Cheese is making a new industrial district. So this, as you can see, is a fantastic world for both energy credit generation, industrial district pursuits like alloys and consumer goods, as well as mining if we want. So we're probably going to start scaling industrial down from here. I might even delete the fulfillment center over time and just remove all industry from this. Just make it mining and food, and then make this one all energy credits and industry. I think that'd be good. Until we can find something else. What is this one? This one's also incredibly good at industrial, which is good for us. We're gonna have tons of consumer goods and alloys, more than we know what to do with. All right, but yeah, they're good for now. I think we can just go ahead and unpause. We have 2 star bases at the potential front lines of any conflict we might encounter with our neighbors. We need to build some more fleets. We only have 500 some odd alloys, so we're kind of weak right now. Let's go ahead and go slow, but okay, yep, there's something already. Scientist Cryostorage has found a small short-range transmitter located on the surface of this planet. It appears to be an ancient survey marker placed here eons ago to mark a large deposit of precious metals. The miners it was meant for evidently never arrived, but the deposit is still here. Okay, so that's just something that if we ever did kind of claim this system, that's just free resources for us that we didn't know about before. Form a commercial pact invitation. This is a sound proposal. We agree. Okay, see, now it tells us how much we're gonna get. We're gonna get 5 energy credits a month, which is good because we don't make that many right now. They're gonna get 4.8 and also some free consumer goods. Now, out of the trade deals, these are not coming out of our monthly totals. They are generated extra. So we're not actually giving up 2.4 consumer goods a month out of our total. Those are bonus that we don't have to actually part with ourselves. But when you do make an agreement with someone, you get to see their entire, I guess, reach into space, all of their conquered or claimed systems, and see how far they actually expand. We both benefit. We do both benefit. It's very useful. But anyways, I'm curious if anybody in chat has been playing Toxoids, and if you've tried the Knights start, where it's kind of like more of a stinky ooze, medieval? I don't know what to call it. The Knights of the Ooze. I forget what the name of the origin is. Where do we want to go with our construction ship next? Maybe we just move down here. We want to start moving to possibly claim choke points. It's super fun. I'm playing Knights right now. Yes, I've done the thing you just asked about. Oh, nice. Cool, Jackson TC. Thanks for the 14-month sub. Also, welcome Play on Inverted. People arriving for 11 months. Thanks, both of you. And welcome to stream. If you have open borders with someone, could you go to that unclaimed system in the middle of their area, be a dick, and claim it? Yes. You can. However, the reason they haven't claimed it is likely because there are unknown hostile forces there. But you would need to survey it first. So they would at least have knowledge that you were interested in it, because you would need to send a scientist there to fully explore a system we have no intel on. So that does make things slightly more challenging. But yeah, the AI does that all the time, that's true. I'm trying the night playthrough, some very fun quest stuff. The Order of the Ooze. Curious how it holds up after the first playthrough. Which part, Brain Fist? Also, this is a very good research, because we only had a maximum naval capacity of 20. So any ship points that we had over 20 was costing us extra energy credits as a penalty. So we just boosted that up 250% to 50 total naval cap. And we can now choose something else for Shy Wolf to check out. We got our first rare, subdermal stimulation to unlock chemical bliss. Where we're going, we won't need skin to feel. Make the people happy with drugs. Pump it into their systems. We have some other choices, though. Fleet Academy and a Naval Logistics Office is to really pump that naval capacity even higher. Unlocks a new starbase building, the Orbital Filing System. I don't know what this is. It has an upkeep of rare crystals, and you get bonus unity from various jobs. Planetary capital is fantastic and probably what we want, but also just more research to research faster. The later you wait to do this, the worse it becomes, right? Just logistically. I want the planetary capital, but I'm just saying, what if we just researched more research? Because we're already getting 41 from jobs. That's an extra plus 8 research out of 55. Let's just go for research faster. Invest for success. Hi, Etalyx. Hi, chat. What's up, Zap Guy?
An anomaly has been found.
There's apparently some different outcomes for the quest, so probably could do some different runs. Ah, I see. Like if you do the Knight's quest multiple times, if it goes different directions? Possibly. An unusually deliberate geometric configuration of minerals drifts through the debris belt. Check it out. Sib, you got this. I guess we'll start doing anomalies that we find, because sometimes they can just be really good stuff and we've been passing them up for too long. And they're not going to take, like, terribly long for us. Do we want to expand here? I don't know. How much further do I want to expand? I think expanding here is important, because it has two different directions that we can go so we don't get boxed in if they end up expanding this far. But it costs us very precious influence and very precious alloys, so I want to hold off on that. And then I want to jump into the fleet manager. I think I'm just going to burn all of my alloys trying to create a stronger fleet, because even though we're pacifists, we do of course want to make sure that we don't get, like, walked over. We don't want to get bullied. So we're going to upgrade in the fleet manager my little 4 out of 20 ship Corvette fleet. Tell them that we desire 20 Corvettes, and then they'll just build however many that we have resources for. And then those will automatically join up with our fleet as it sits outside of this battle station on what I think would probably be the most likely front lines for any battle that we bump into. Ground control to Major Etal. Hey, Roof. Welcome back. Nubby Death was stolen. Howdy for 20 months. Yo. Appreciate the prime sub. Thanks for being here. According to a report from the crew of the Has Fallen, their mission was a failure. Science officer Sib Stitcher allegedly took manual control of the probe, sent to retrieve a sample from the cluster, resulting in a collision between drone and mineral cluster that, while mild, resulted in the mineral cluster breaking apart completely. The crew is careful to note that the experience has left Science Officer Sib Stitcher somewhat shaken, and the mineral shards should still be of some value. If its parts are equal to the sum of its parts, gain 2,300 minerals, Sib Stitcher becomes carefree and researches all anomalies 35% faster, or the Hasvati think tank finds such carelessness unacceptable. Sib gains 100 XP, becomes stubborn. That doesn't seem good. I think I'll take the one that results in Sib researching anomalies faster, if we get the minerals anyways. I don't know how much longer Sib's gonna live. Sib is 52, so probably not too much longer. Oh, we completed modifications of store brand bots, which means all of our robos now have the ability of being mass produced. So we assemble them 50% faster, 15% faster. They take up less empire size, but they're high maintenance. Upkeep goes up 10%, which is going to cost us energy credits. But we do have a robot assembly plant on each of our 2 planets. And we are now making more store brand bots. How about here? This one's actually almost done. Is this a store brand bot? I think it is. So I don't need to lock this one in. It's already on the correct one. So we're upgrading some of our robos. We need to upgrade ourselves sooner or later. We can create new templates. I can also just, like, remove weak if I want, but I'm trying to save up and remove non-adaptive. I need one more trait point to pick genetically, and then we can do some modifications of our entire species. Hello, Sveninator. Reanimated Bits here. Hi, guys.
A system has been surveyed.
There's an archaeological dig site there. Because there's a dig site, I think going ahead and building a starbase in Badukan, just because you have to claim a system before you can research the archaeological dig, would be a really good idea. We got physics research up so we can research physics faster. The seemingly erratic behavior of tiny things can dramatically alter the way we think about big things. That's right, chat. You are the tiny thing that can dramatically alter the way I think about big things. I can verify the validity of that statement. I am C200, our lead physics researcher. What would you like to do next? Point defense, which is good against shooting down missiles. These are all random, by the way. Hyperdrive 2, so that we can power up our jumps between systems faster. And another research alternative. The default number of research is 3, and we're already up to 5. Well, one came from our technocracy, civic, and the other came... Wait, dude, what is the name of everything? Why am I getting the word civic and ethic confused? Yeah, it's a civic. Technocracy gives us +1. And then we also have discovery as our first tradition. So completing discovery gives us another bonus research alternative. So we have 5 total. I don't think I need 6. That seems like a lot. 6 is a ton. That's too much variety. So what's the next best thing? Probably hyperdrives. You're always going to want hyperdrives. I also do like point defense, but we can always come back to that later. Let me scroll up in chat real quick. Might as well get the archaeological site if you're that close already. Those were my thoughts exactly. Chemical plants are going to be good later. Planetary FTL inhibitors. Planets with at least one fortress building will be able to inhibit the FTL drives of hostile fleets. Same for star bases. That's going to be good. I think Hyperdrive 2 is good now. That'll go on all of our ships, and then the transit hub can go on star bases for automatic resettlement chance, which I have actually used very successfully before. You create your own sort of transit hub of star bases so that they can disperse and disseminate populations from worlds that are overpopulated to worlds that are less populated much faster and more cheaply. Are we zooming past all the other noobs in tech? We don't have the intel to know where we stand on a tech level yet, I don't think. Is this ship named Nasty Boo Boo? Nasty Boo Boos? I think it is. But yeah, need more intel. One thing I'm a little confused about is I have an envoy trying to improve relations with the Brill League so that they ideally don't go to war with us, because they have themselves and they're the overlord of one of their vassals, and combined they would totally beat me. So I don't want to piss them off. But I feel like my envoy is not doing a good job of improving the relationships that we have. So I'm curious to see how that turns out. Okay, more engineering research. We're almost at 200 total research across the board, so that's going to be really nice. I never researched the research bonuses this early, so this is actually very nice, because I have noticed that things are going faster. This is a really tough choice, because I think the Starhold is our best bet for defensive posturing. We can put the Starhold upgrade. We have to have a ton of alloys to build those upgrades, but we can put those at our borders to try to deter and dissuade invaders. So I really want the Starhold. But ceramo metal armor is just a catch-all armor that's gonna go on every single Corvette and every future ship. And also it unlocks an infrastructure path that we've kind of ignored up until now. So I'm thinking about just going backwards, getting the ceramo metal armor. It's gonna be fast, because I don't have enough alloys for this anyways. Hey, our colony ship exists. We are going to settle new worlds in our flying discus. We're well on our way. Toxic colony ship, sort of like international crop dusting. International or intergalactic? You mean unlike in Star Sector, they don't path right through the sun? Star Sector is supposed to have a big new update in the not too distant future. Time is an illusion for this development of Star Sector, but nonetheless, it's got quite a lot coming out. Time to break all the mods again. Yeah. I did see... Ooh, hello? I did see that there was a dev blog for Star Sector not too long ago. Ah, the Hazvadi. Finally, the winds of fortune have brought us to your bountiful lands. We are the Numistic Order, faithful servants of the goddess Numa. We have come to offer you her blessed wares. Our fleets travel the divine currents of cosmic energy wherever the winds of fortune take us, bringing new deals every time we enter your land. Sadly, our ships are beyond the bounds of your realm for the moment, but next time we visit your skies, the wonders of the universe could be yours for a modest donation of credits. Thank you, Numa. Numa. Yay. Very, very good. But yeah, they had a nice update recently. Let me see. Star Sector Dev Blog. Okay, I think there... Maybe it wasn't... Was it a blog? Maybe it wasn't a blog.
A system has been
I
surveyed.
saw it on Twitter. A system. A system. Ooh, spooky system. Pretty good mineral system has been surveyed. Gotta build some mining stations in Badukan, and then maybe head here just to claim the archaeological dig site. Okay, yeah. Alexander Mosolov. Doing a bunch of debugging. For Star Sector. New Star Sector blog post, hostile activity. That was September 1st. Pause that real quick. Check. I love how active this developer is too. Lots and lots to read about the behind the scenes of what it's like to develop a game. Uniquifying the factions. Hold on, have we been uniquifying the factions since before April? Since March? Okay, so this update's been coming out for a long time then, huh? Because that's all part of the same update, as I recall. Damn, I didn't realize it'd been that long.
Has been found.
We'll leave that anomaly be for now. Probably says how easy and quick it is to develop updates for Star Sector. Yeah, I'm sure. What's up, Space Tuna? Howdy for 14 months. Thanks for priming. Appreciate the sub. Just make a good game. How hard is it? I know. It can't be that hard. All you have to do to make a good game is just be an idea guy, right? Just have a $1 million idea for a new game and then find someone who will make it for you. It can't be that hard. I mean, look at all the super popular content creators that are doing it. They know what's up. Okay, so we are about to bounce into enemy territory here. It's not enemies, it's just not mine. Not my territory, I should say. Scientist Sipstitcher is 54 years old, probably gonna keel over any day now, but hit skill level 4, which I think is still our record. Let's check our science ships and make... Okay, that was Scientist Sunforest who died. Completely different scientist, not at all related. Let's hire someone else. We're gonna need to get them from chat. We got maniacal research speed bonus, archaeological excavation speed bonus, but they're old, or leader lifespan plus 25 years, which is arguably the best one that we can get, because that's a 50% lifespan increase. And they're called Fiver Smoke Lung, which is a great name, but we're gonna change it to something else. What we're gonna do is move you guys around. So Shy Wolf is gonna move up to physics research. Then society research is going back to Disillusioned, who sometimes gets the New World research bonus, but not this time. And then inside of a science vessel, we will place IMC's available. I put the wrong person on here. Okay, hold on, I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. Timeout. IMC. Now the science ship will have a new leader assigned. Okay, Chad, if you type a smiley face, you will be considered for the new scientist who's got a plus 25-year lifespan. One of the most recent dev blogs has a section called Capital E Events, and I'm sure they're talking about you. They are. I've been playing Star Sector since it was Starfarer. You think they don't know me by now? Oh, they actually do, but they probably have not considered anything I've ever said as it pertains to game development. Very doubtful. Okay, out of all eligible users, Nightbot has chosen Slang Society. May you live a long and very prolific 75-year-old life out in space. You are over here in the top right section next to the Caravan Coalition. Yeah. So after you go into this little corner, we're gonna shift you back around. Down here, check these out. Look for other signs of life.
A system has been surveyed.
Not particularly good systems. So I'm checking on my science vessels and just sort of making sure that they have orders to continue to explore. I feel like this system is gonna be spooky. All these dead-end systems scare me. Who's dead now? Chat, you better keep smiling because there's more where that came from. It was Scientist Sib Stitcher. I was right. Scientist Sib Stitcher was not long for this world. Oof. I don't really like any of these choices. Archaeological excavation speed's better if you're not already 44 years old. How much is it? 25,000 channel points. That's it for your short, hopefully not insignificant lives. I think Maniacal's the best pick. And then we gotta do some more swapping because I think that's better in society research. Influenza Rust Snorter? No. That guy snorts rust. Well, that guy is called Drimbus now. Drimbus, you're in. For the low, low price of 25,000 channel points. Not much. We're not asking much. Wait, where did I just assign you? Oh, no, Illusion is going on the ship. What sucks when a scientist dies is you have to redo their orders. The ship itself doesn't remember where you told them to go survey. Unless they're on automatic survey, and then they'll just pick up where they left off, but... This is just naming soon-to-die scientist simulator. Yeah, but like, think about if you're the one that lives longer or achieves more than everyone else. The bar is so low that you could be very successful in this role if you try hard enough. You just need one of you to rise above the rest. Ooh, Proco Company Mechacorp established a new branch office on your capital of Donded. So they are making 21 energy credits a month.
Hastily.
I don't think I get any benefit from this.
Someone else is trying to attract
I do get
your
benefit. I
attention.
get 67 from trade total, but that's not just them. And they are building a commercial forum there. Bottocon's finished building. Proco Company wants to establish embassies for the betterment of Proco Hasvati think tank diplomacy. Yes. We need some friends. We desperately need some friends, and we're only -4 away from a non-aggression pact, which I also think would be good. Forming a research agreement might be good, but I don't know if we're gonna benefit as much as they're gonna benefit, because you know that my research is gonna be stronger than theirs. You just know.
An anomaly has been found.
Yeah, go ahead. What's this? Sensors report a shipwreck of unidentified origin sighted in orbit. Scope it out. Turn around, cryo storage. Scooty Jr., thanks for 3 years of sub. That's 24 months in a row, 36 months total. 2-year streak for a 3-year sub. Those are nice numbers. Welcome back. But yeah, space games are doing pretty good right now. Stellaris continually getting new updates. Chat, I know Paradox hasn't said anything, but what's the general release cycle as far as like species packs compared to flavor packs compared to main expansions? Like, what is due next on the timeline? Because I feel like Overlord didn't come out that long ago, so I'm expecting like a flavor pack next. Anyway, I'm going to continue those thoughts in a second. We got a ship debris. Crew aboard the Has Father of Pestilence report the YU-5285 shipwreck appears to have been the result of an unexpected geomagnetic solar storm. The supply ship suffered a complete loss of life support systems and sustained inoperable damage, drifting until it entered the gravity well. There are no survivors. The ship's cargo hold indeed contains a notable amount of minerals. However, the captain of the Has Father of Pestilence cautions construction indicates Brill design. It's highly likely the minerals belong to Brill League, and they may be displeased if we lay claim to their shipment. So Brill League is the overlords of the Beldross. So they're quite strong. So we need to not take those minerals, just give them back, return them, and please them. And also increase our influence. Because I can't risk upsetting them. Everybody loves space right now. Everybody loves space. But yeah, we got that. On top of course, all the Stellaris updates.
An anomaly.
Homeworld 3 is looking pretty sweet. Can I help you? We have found a heavily damaged bipedal robot floating in space. We don't understand its energy source, but we could retrieve information from its memory. How we find this on an ice asteroid? And also, why the scientist's name is Cryo Storage? Coincidence? And then we got Sins of a Solar Empire 2.
Someone else is trying to attract
Is
your
supposed to
attention.
come out October 27th. I think it's coming out on Epic. So it's a good time for space strategy. Star Sector should have an update soon. Hasvati! We received word of our down supply ship's cargo. We would like to extend our gratitude to you for taking the time to recover it without the need for our intervention. We have one favor to use on the Brill League, and their opinion goes up. Sick. Research agreement. I want to do it, but it's costing us precious influence, and I don't know if we get anything. It says that we have an equivalent relative power, but I don't know if we have any idea. We have no idea what their tech level is. If they were equivalent, I would say yes, but I don't know if this is going to benefit us. at the moment. It's too early in the game. And we are so focused on research, which, by the way, we need to get a research station on stinky cheese when possible. But there's no need to build anything on these planets yet. It's also coming out in early access first. Yeah, but what's not coming out in early access first? The number of games that don't come out in early access are very limited to games that EA releases, Take-Two, Activision, like all the big devs. If you're not one of the like super big dogs, I don't think you release just done games anymore. It's just the era that we're in. We found the bipedal robot floating in space. Its faceplate is featureless, its metal exterior damaged. Preliminary scans indicate it has residual power, but its power source is radically different from ours. Its internal circuitry may hold memories of a previous existence, but recharging it and translating its information will take time. We can add 3 minerals to this site, and let's see what you remember. Cosmic Traveler, or abandon it. Let's scan it. What do you remember? Is that a new situation log? X3PO. Hold on. Is the frozen robot inside the asteroid 3PO? Alright, let me scroll up in chat real quick. What was his question? Hi, I played this yesterday for the first time, but one of the enemy expanded directly to me from across the galaxy like a road to me. I just pissed off and turned it off. Is it a normal issue for this game? Emacs? People be doing crazy things in this game because it's space. Did they open a wormhole? Did they open a gate that was in your system? Whatever they opened, you can probably use it against them too. So maybe try being the one who actually uses it. Or if you have a, like for me, here's my capital, right here. One jump away from my capital is a gateway. So if somebody figures out how to open this gateway before I do, they can come through. One jump away from my gateway. One jump away from my capital. So if I'm afraid of that, what I would probably do is build up a station, upgrade a starbase, and arm it with a bunch of guns. And that way, at least I have a little bit of a warning / delay before, if anybody jumps in there. And then I probably want to keep a strong navy in my capital to either respond to something like that, or to maneuver to either side of my borders to reinforce. No, the AI just conquered the stars and used the owned area like a road to attack me. I mean, the AI is going to be aggressive sometimes, but it depends on who your neighbors are. Sometimes you neighbor pacifists, sometimes you neighbor angry robots who try to consume everything. You just gotta look, see who they are, and what you expect them to do. Like Beldross or Federation builders, I don't expect them to try to expand in my territory. But the Brill League are fanatic spiritualists who might try and spread their religion by invading. It's hard to have a decent defensive line in this. It's a little bit easier with one of the recent updates. You can build like superhighways now. I think there was an Overlord. There's like a space highway building that you can make fast track travel across your empire. It's kind of cool. So if you have like a bunch of, like if I wanted to make a north to south highway, I could station troops here and then fast travel them up to respond to wherever I get attacked. It's pretty cool. They're a little expensive and they take time, but they're neat. Through diligent effort, we found a way to recharge the robot's power supply and scan memory banks. Sadly, the machine deteriorated so badly we can't retrieve coherent info. We'll consider a follow-up study, and we may search for others of its kind, but the fate of this mechanical castaway remains a mystery. That sucks. I wanted to know what it was. Oh well. Hey look. The colony ship has arrived. Someone's dead. Scientist IMC 200 has died at the age of 57. This is an exercise in unity. More! Whew, these are oldies. I don't want to hire any of these nerds. 45 already? I think they're 150 unity as well. Yikes. This is not middle-aged, Mazzello. This is like when the age of expected death is 50 and we're hiring people who are 45, we're going to all the retirement homes and being like, all right, we're the recruiters. We need new scientists, the best and brightest that our species has to offer. And they're all on like oxygen tanks and rolling around playing bingo. Are we going down genetic modification? We actually start with genetic modification open. So yeah, we will eventually go down it. How's the Space Empire? Everyone's dying, Matag. I'm gonna get the archaeologist though. And then we're gonna have to swap some people around again. Musical chairs. Okay. Push Drimbus down to engineering. Then put Disillusioned back on Society. Then our empty science ship will be commanded by new scientist and chatter, Swole Irish Pride. For as long as you shall live. Good luck. Maybe we'll learn how to extend your lifespan before you die. Oxygen tanks on top of regular tanks in this case. Yes, exactly. But thank you for your service. Now. Okay, you still have your commands. Scientists are still exploring. There's some really good systems around us. And Disillusioned is 38 years old, level 3.
Have reached their destination.
Good job. Oh, colony ship. The colony ship is here. I'm not actually going to name this Blighttown. That was just the suggested name. Chat, we need to come up. We got Don Dead and Stinky Cheese. I guess Blighttown does work for a toxic name, but
has been surveyed.
It should probably be something else.
The system has been surveyed.
That system's stinky. That system's normal. I'm not gonna name it Broccoli Farts. But we can name it something. Right, Cassie? Why not? It's a toxic savannah world. It fits the look, does it? Okay, how about... we got Stinky Cheese. Dome Dead. And... what's like a, well, backyard pool something or other would be better for like an ocean world. Savannah, I don't know. Can we vote for Broccoli Farts? No. Hey, who suggested that? Chat, you actually want this? Let's vote on it. Ace Tech, what would you vote for? Great name. Alright, Nodders for Broccoli Farts, Snopers for literally anything else. Okay, fine. Have it your way. Why did it take so long for Nopers to come out? More than anything in chat so far. Alright, but what if we at least, like, make it look like a fake sci-fi name? You have to put apostrophes in random places. That's how you make something look like a sci-fi name. And just invent characters and letters where there shouldn't be any. But what's the name of the system? The name of the system is going to be... Eat your veggies. There we go. Perfect. What? You wanted this. Don't me. Alright, we need another building slot. Let's get a city district. City district opens up 5 housing, another building slot, also a clerk job for some trade value and scant amount of amenities. Both of which have their uses. We don't need to be on slowest anymore. We can go on normal, actually. I feel like we're expanding a little too... Our empire size is now... What is this? Excessive exploitation of Dondad, the capital. Our exploitation of Dondad has caused significant, maybe irreversible changes to the world's environment. Industrial pollution has caused significant climactic disruption via a runaway greenhouse effect, and rampant radioactive leaks have rendered large swaths of the planet uninhabitable by conventional means. The process has reached a tipping point. Unless we change our ways and start mitigating our impact on the planetary environment, we'll be unable to prevent outright calamity. An inhospitable and irradiated world to match the worst of Doomsayer's warnings, characterized by turbulent seas and unbroken lifeless wastelands. Already? Environmental deterioration. If we take no action, our exploitation of Dondad will rapidly render it a tomb world. We must decide where we stand on the issue. We'll have to change our ways, or is this an acceptable or even desirable price of industrial progress? That was fast. We only have 40 pops. There's not that many, I don't feel like, for an environmental capital. What are my options? Take no action, and it will become a tomb world. In 600 days? Further effects may happen depending on the approach picked. Okay. Launch cleanup effort. The world will not become a tomb world. However, our coordinated fulfillment center will have a significant unity upkeep, and Dondad population upkeep doubles, building upkeep doubles. Oh no. Or embrace change. We will study the process to learn how to safely turn worlds into tomb worlds. Pop growth penalties of the Coordinated Fulfillment Center will be reduced and corresponding terraforming options will be unlocked. What's a tomb world? A tomb world is what it sounds like. It is a world of death and destruction, where nothing lives. Tombs contain bodies, and they become very uninhabitable. Embrace the tombs. Embrace the tombs! Yeah, okay. Well, I think for now we have to launch cleanup efforts. The only way this is going to become sustainable is eventually we should be able to basically modify our species enough Noxious is interesting. We should be able to modify our species enough to basically be able to live on these planets. Because we need to extend our lifespan while also increasing the habitability of things. Planet preference can actually become... Chat, can't planet preference become Tomb World somehow? 40 pop did that? Yeah, I thought it was going to be higher. I forget how to do this. Is it one of these or is it a different thing altogether? Or is it a tradition? I mean, we can still get habitability up by a lot. Is the scroll... Oh, there is a scroll bar in planet preference, but it's here for unknown reasons. Planet preference modification requires a tech. Yeah. But I don't see Tomb World as one of the options. Glandular acclimation modifies a species preference. I believe Tomb World habitability itself is a tech. Okay, I think so too. That sounds right. Anyway, well, let's at least launch cleanup efforts, because here, if we move it this way, we'll no longer become a Tomb World, but Coordinated Fulfillment Center will gain a significant Unity upkeep. So let's see, this is plus 100% to pop upkeep and plus 100% to building upkeep. We're at 49, 8, and 15. We're losing 30 energy credits a month, 32 food a month. We gotta feed! Damn, this is gonna get tough. How long until this catches? It's gonna finish in like 560 days. It's like 2 years. Okay, wow. A combination of different metals and ceramics results in a strong armor that doesn't sacrifice flexibility. New armor with a new infrastructure path unlocked. Is that your capital? Yeah, it's my capital. Major economic crisis inbound. At least we're making a ton of consumer goods. Afterburners, space torpedoes. We definitely don't want L-Gate insights. Corvettes are cheaper and build faster. Unlock strikecraft. These are all going to be things that help us upgrade our ships. So I'm going to go with afterburners because you can't really lose, and it's very fast. Afterburners are always good. Afterburners are components that will give us more evasion, I believe. Slaying Society, congrats on your level up. You're commanding the Poison Swamper.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
A colossal impact crater hints that something big collided with the surface of this planet once. Check it out, Cryostorage. The Praku Company wants a non-aggression pact. I agree. That should be our goal as pacifists, is make sure that our neighbors do not desire to invade us and make everybody happy. Scientist Shy Wolf is level 2, leading our physics research. Well done, everybody. Just rush L-Gates. What could go wrong? That's rare tech. Click it because it's purple. People right. Hi, Skullguard. How's it going? Pretty good systems. We're actually finding a lot of Zhro, which is a rare strategic resource. There's only one there, but if you go back a little bit, we got 5 in Chalks, which is very high. We're also next to 1 dark matter. Not a lot of motes or crystals. We're gonna have to pump those out manually. A large mineral-rich asteroid collided with Kongath 3 at some point during the previous 1,000 years, and it must have been a major impact event. An abundance of minerals can now be found on the planet in the vicinity of the crater. Okay. Make that system slightly better. There's a Savannah world there too, which we may eventually... We're finding so many Savannah worlds
System has been surveyed.
that just modifying ourselves to like Savannah worlds would be very useful. In fact... We have 2 more. That would make 4 total Savannah worlds that we settle on. Cryo storage, you're scaring me. Level 5. That's the highest rank of any scientist in our entire civilization. Look at you. Missed a fair bit of the stream again. What's up, letter Innat? Vampulin is people
A
rifing.
system has been surveyed.
How many deaths did I miss? There's been quite a few deaths. But we're cruising along today. You mean potential tomb worlds? Yes. Worlds that we will hopefully be able to convert into potential tomb worlds. Oh! Reassembled ship shelters ready to go. So once you get to 10 population on any new planets, you will have access to upgrading your ship shelter to a planetary building, which is a very significant upgrade. It's a bit more expensive. It's 500% more upkeep. Very cheap upkeep initially. But it opens up more housing and a bunch more jobs and free amenities. Wait, you actually lose amenities. You lose 2 amenities. Interesting. But you get a politician job, a science director job, and like the job production here is 3 food, 6 amenities, and +2 to like what, crime? I forget what that little icon is. But yeah, this one, suddenly you get 10 of every science now because of our science director, a bunch of unity, -25 to crime. That's what it is. +1 to stability. Chat, what's the +2 with the red crosshair and the plus? I forget, but we're just going to queue that up after City District. Defensive armies. Yeah, you're right. Swole Irish Pride has become adaptable. Okay. Swole Irish Pride actually does have the potential to become... Wait, how old are you? Never mind, you're going to die in 4 years. No potential. You have the potential to die. As do we all, for that matter. Okay. But yeah, we're about to have our 3rd planet. So our empire size is finally over
An anomaly.
that coveted 100. Dictatorial is modifying our empire size by another 10%. That's really good stacking for building tall. Okay, found an ancient shipyard. Leave that be. Maybe turn the volume up slightly. Chat's grooving. I'm grooving. Scans indicate the presence of a foreign alien-made object on one of the many frozen mountaintops here on this planet. Check it out, Swell Irish. Governor Sirius Jones is level 4 at age 51. I feel like every person in our entire empire is on death's door at any given time. Ooh, bright. That system sucks. Very sad. Alright. Good job. Hyperdrive 2 has been researched. Thank you, Shy Wolf. So we can now plug in Hyperdrive Tier 2 on every single ship. We're going to kind of wait and do one big fleet upgrade. I would like to increase the size of our navy to 40 ships, though, since we have almost 1,000 alloys. It's almost possible. And then upgrade all the ships with whatever tech we've been able to accumulate. In preparation for war, deflectors are really good for that, since we've been hit pretty hard on energy credits. How many are we getting from jobs? 45? I'm wondering if just field modulation is better. We're going to need fusion reactors for all those ships. This also unlocks power generation and field tech in different areas. Let's get the fusion reactor. That is a very basic thing that we won't be able to upgrade really any ships without.
A system has been surveyed.
Is it just me, or is I think the advisor needs to go up until he gets annoying, which he has not yet. Oh, dude, we finally colonized Broccoli Farts. Very good, very good. That's a wonderful planet. Start out with the same thing that we have everywhere else, which is the gene clinics. Increase 10% more pop growth speed plus 10% organic pop assembly speed. We don't have that. Habitability goes up, free amenities, everybody loves it. Or should we get robots? I think we should maybe even get robots first. Let's get the robot assembly plant up first. I don't know. They're both good. This is 2 medical worker jobs. Maybe gene clinics first, and then robots. Etal out here secretly playing the Solarians. Yeah, Chad mentioned that. I didn't mean to make the Solarians. It just happened, and it just fit. Oh, whiff of something. Oh, really? What do you smell? We did just finish settling a new planet called Broccoli Farts. And it seems like the game knows. The Has Fallen has recovered an elongated metal box from the surface of Sezumia 5A. Clusters of small perforations on 5 sides lead Science Officer Swole Irish Pride to believe it is not a container but some sort of aerosol dispersal device. Initial tests seem to confirm their suspicions as trace aromatics still emanating from the object. A special project's been issued to confirm whether this might be an information-carrying device constructed by some alien race communicating primarily through the secretion and reception of atmosphere-borne chemical compounds. Smells. Special project, olfactory study.
The situation has been cataloged.
We need a scientist in orbit to find out how aliens may have communicated through some aerosol dispersal. Do it, and we'll find out. Greetings. Hello, Max Salty. What's up? Morning. What's up, Asta? Welcome, people arrivers. Chat emoting. It's a pretty good system. It's not bad. All right, we're almost done preventing our homeworld from converting into
Research logged and annotated.
Did we already find out? The box is indeed a document of a sort. Science Officer Swole Irish Pride admits they had been hoping for a historical record, or some kind of codex significant to whatever culture left it behind, but they were disappointed. The true nature of the aromatic box seems to be a collection of fairly short narratives, which, going by the rapid changes in odor toward the end of each sequence, are intended to surprise, or be interpreted as comedic. The techniques used to store and reproduce specific smells is of some interest, but the tales it tells are not. The crew of the Has Fallen are left with the uncomfortable feeling that they have unwittingly become intimately familiar with what certain gaseous byproducts of alien digestion smell like broccoli farts. However, Swole Irish Pride is unwilling to speculate as to why the box was dumped on this frozen hellscape of a planet. Free society research. Shave 10 months off of that tech. Procco Company has established a branch office on Stinky Cheese. Okay, that's just good for business, because they just made a commercial for them on our capital, and that does give us some benefits, and them some benefits. It increases the value of the branch office and creates a merchant job, which I think we end up filling for trade value and amenities, if I'm not mistaken. So that's useful for us. And they're probably going to build something here, too, once that unlocks. And that leveled up Swole Irish Pride. Well done. Okay, we have a sleepy science ship now. You need to go do something? Survey some systems for us. Okay, we need to claim all these archaeological digs before... Oh my god, there's another one down here? Our capital has been restored! Extensive cleanup efforts have brought Donded back from the brink of disaster. The world's climate is stabilized, and we have learned enough from the process to prevent this from happening in the future without lowering our ambitious production targets, though we will have to set aside some resources as mitigation costs. Coordinated Fulfillment Center now costs additional Unity upkeep, and we can alter our industrialism policy in the policy menu. It would be nice to get that event again in the future. I guess we will get it again in the future on other planets.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
Procco wants a migration treaty. Chat, do we like migration treaties? I don't really know what the strategy with migration treaties is. A talent exchange program. We found that free migration of people between worlds can be highly beneficial. When do we want this and when do we want to avoid this? I don't know. They can be useful to colonize planets you don't prefer. Yeah, I guess that's true. Because I have to. How do you see what they prefer? I guess their homeworld is ocean preference, so I'd look at that. And then if I had an ocean planet I wanted to colonize, I could use them to colonize it. This looks fun. I was wondering where I should start. Just a base game and maybe 1 or 2 DLCs if they're still on sale. I would say you can just start with Stellaris and then Utopia and maybe Federation's DLC and just play with that. See if you like it and then maybe add to that assortment over time. But thanks again, Slang Society, for the 18 months. Distressed in chat. If I missed you a few minutes ago, Slang Society, and hope you do well in the game. And then Nat, back for 7 months, is half a sub. You got it. I got it, rather. But you guys start there, just do the tutorial, be prepared to read some tooltips. You might have to Google a few things. So.
An anomaly has been found.
But generally, it's not too difficult to figure out, and also restarting in Stellaris is really fun, so everybody likes a new game here. Ship sensors are picking up an unexplained pattern of interference. Cryo storage, I feel like it's all of the anomalies for some reason. I don't know how that came to be. Alright, we need to... Never mind. Planetary Administration should open up another job. We have a gene clinic, a robot assembly plant, and we need to maybe build another building there, but there's no rush. The Father of Pestilence crew succeeded in isolating a signal embedded in the unusual pattern of interference in the Euskomia system. The signal is a song. A complex sonification of an advanced mathematical equation, to be precise, and one that Science Officer Cryostorage can't seem to get out of their head. Who or what may have composed this song remains unknown, though its complexity infers an incredible level of technological sophistication regarding subspace harmonics. The signal's geodesics suggest a point of origin outside of our known galaxy. Anything that gives us bonus research is good. This is both society and physics. We have a lot of stockpiled society research at this point. We have 1,700 stored. So we're going to be using that month over month until it's all gone, just speeding up all research that we're doing.
An anomaly has been found.
Swole Irish Pride is doing a decent job of finding some anomalies, though. Most of the asteroid is littered with metallic debris that originate from starships of many different designs. So yeah, I'm trying to be a little bit more proactive about actually researching these anomalies while we see them, since we haven't encountered any more aliens over here yet. It seems like we have some free time to do what we want. There are some Praku company scientists, though, that's freaking me out. What are they doing? Where are they moving?
A system has been surveyed.
See, I haven't surveyed this system yet, and they're surveying it, and that freaks me out, because I want the anomalies in that system. But they got like 3 science ships coming down here. I'm gonna send a science ship over to go investigate. But I can't close my borders to them. We have a non-aggression pact and more besides. We got Lamb Chop in chat. Drimbus is level 2. If you're out there somewhere, Drimbus, you're leveling up. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but I noticed, we didn't get any channel points for the last couple of scientists. What are you thinking, Swole Irish Pride? You know what, Swole Irish Pride? I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, I'm not here right now because you haven't even typed a single message since you got picked to be in the game. Imagine making a smiley face and then going AFK and not realizing that you won. Feels bad, man. You actually get picked for something and then you don't get to see it. Chat, if a chat member gets picked to be in the stream game and they don't witness it, did it really even happen?
Research complete.
What's this? The asteroid we're investigating was evidently used as a junkyard by someone at some point in the distant past. All manner of discarded machinery and metallic refuse has been deposited inside the asteroid's weak gravity well, being slowly pulled into the jumble of debris that now covers the surface. There's nothing of particular value to be found here, but a lot of the metal could be salvaged by a mining station. Okay. Add some minerals to get later. We got some afterburners. They do consume power, but they make us a little speedier and harder to hit. Now, big choice. Do I want destroyers, which are fantastic and necessary additions to unlock larger spaceports and more powerful warships, or do I want to go Starhold for defensive purposes, or do we just want to make all of our corvettes a little bit more durable? I don't know what's better here. We do have a decent amount of alloys, but I'm about to spin them on corvettes, so I think let's just go ahead and power up corvettes while we have the option, because that's our entire navy. So let's reinforce the fleet that we've got. Spend basically all of our alloys to get to 40 out of 50 corvettes. Best defense is a good odd defense? Just more corvettes. Should you make more science ships to study systems faster? No, I already have 3, which is about how many I would use anyways in a regular game, except in this game, our scientists all die at around the age of 50, so the more science ships that we're trying to keep full, the more unity we have to spend to keep hiring new scientists, which is a losing battle if you depend on traditions at all, which of course we do, because traditions are fantastic. It wasn't immediately apparent at the time, but the recent survey carried out by the Has Fallen seemingly sparked a breakthrough in the ongoing study of the mysterious L-gates when the report filtered back to the scientific community on Donded. One L-gate insight accidentally discovered. I love that it was discovered inside of OpenSide. We're gonna OpenSide the L-gates soon. People buy L-gates. All right, broccoli farts. Let's go ahead and get a city district building for you to open up some housing, because we're running quite low.
Has been found.
On the surface of this rock sits what appears to be a large machine of unknown origin and purpose. Let's check it out. Stinky Cheese
Complete.
has 2 open building slots because we just got a brand new planetary administration, so we'll kind of wait for these to fill in, but Donded could use some more jobs. When there's only 1 available job, I like to plan ahead a little bit, but we're already out of space for districts. That happened quite quickly, so I'm going to spend some of our fairly plentiful energy credits and then clear some industrial wasteland out, open up some generator districts. Oop, that was 2 researches at once. What do we get? The fusion reactor. Nuclear fusion processes generate great amount of power for ships, but without many of the risks associated with fission. Shy Wolf just got fusion. We can go straight from fusion to cold fusion. We can get listening posts and gravitic sensors to sort of spy on people that are nearby. Planetary and starbase FTL inhibitors to slow down any enemy fleets that go through. I think we just go straight to the next reactor and just have access to that nice and early. Meanwhile, in society research, we just beefed up our society researchers. By studying the life that arises on other worlds and beyond, we can understand fundamental aspects of biology previously out of our reach. Ooh, this is a tough call. 5% to all habitability or 10% to all pop growth speed? Chad, what do you think? You pick. I don't know which one to pick. Hello, Mikas. Thanks for 47 months of sub. And welcome back for nearly 4 years. Much appreciated. So, the fun thing about habitability is it affects pop growth speed. It also affects resources you get from jobs, upkeep, and amenities usage. Now, 5% isn't a lot, but right now we have a bunch of people living on Savannah worlds, so that would boost us up, you know, almost 10% habitability there. So I think I'm gonna do habitability. Because 2 of our 3 planets are currently low habitability for us. And also, yes, Disillusioned is specialized in new worlds. That's a good point, so we get faster research speed for that one. Why are you people living on such bad planets? Because there aren't any good planets. I'm playing a game with a lot of randomization and extra challenge, including an unknown number of civs in our start conditions. So we have between 10 and 20 other empires. We don't know how many. We don't know how many fallen empires there are. We don't know how many advanced starts there are. And also, we don't have any guaranteed habitable worlds spawning around us. We have 0 guarantees. So we take what we can get. In this case, we're lucky that we got Savannah, to be honest, because I think we have a desert primary. And our species is also non-adaptive. So it would normally be 60%, but it's down to 50% because we don't adapt well to foreign environments. Because we live in a pod. Scans suggest a machine is still operational on this rock, though its purpose is entirely unclear. Officer Cryostorage has never seen anything like it. Some of the materials look familiar, but most are strange, utterly alien as the design of its components. The machine has what appears to be a console, with one item standing out, a large, crooked lever. Pull the lever! Or take it apart and get a bunch of science. This is mean. I gotta pull the lever, but that's so much physics science. Pull the lever, crunk! As our scientists pulled the lever, the machine emitted a huge blast of energy that multiplied in shockwaves, twisting and rippling through the void, tearing open a wormhole in Hamcod. After the residuous energy diffused, the wormhole and the immediate area around it settled and appeared to be stable enough for safe passage. As for what awaits us on the other side, scientists are not sure. The machine itself has since returned to an inactive state and no longer gives off any anomalous readings. How strange. Now take it apart. Plus 4,000 physics research or intriguing. Research the machine. Well, it depends on where we are. Pull it again! If we think we can, settle to WPR 858. There's an unexplored natural wormhole that this is the wormhole that just spawned. Did that thing just fart a hole into space-time? It did, yes. Okay, where is, WPR 858? So, we can either add +7 physics research long-term for that, which is a large amount of research, but we have to be able to claim 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 systems to take advantage of that. All the way down to here. It's possible, but what if there's another empire right there? Or we can take it apart for an immediate burst of one-time use physics research right now. Chat, you pick. I don't know what to pick. I need to blow my nose, though. The key word for a name in-game is smiley face. Research. Yes, that is one of the options. Research is an option. In fact, it's both options. I'll take the first one, I guess. 4,000 research is crazy. We have detected a naturally occurring subspace phenomenon on the edge of the Hamcod system. A rift in the very fabric of space-time has formed here, creating a wormhole that scientists speculate may provide a conduit through subspace to another wormhole located somewhere else in the galaxy. Depending on where the second wormhole is located, this could potentially allow ships to travel from one end of the galaxy to the other in days. Unfortunately, the wormhole, like the vast majority of its kind, is inherently unstable. Any vessel foolish enough to pass through would be ripped apart in seconds. Yikes. If only it could somehow be stabilized. 2 jumps away from one of our planets. Okay then. It's tradition time. We've been working on expansion. New colony, start with 1 extra pump. It's a little bit late for that. I do want the empire size from systems and colony reduction, though. So let's get Starbase Influence is 10% cheaper. And then we have kind of a justification to claim that archaeological dig site. And there's another archaeological dig there, but also 2 primitives in this system. Oh yeah, we still need to claim the mining and research here. And then move on over. This is a very long, difficult to defend empire. But we're doing our best with it right now. But yeah, that was a pretty cool lever. Pretty useful lever. Maybe. I guess it depends on who unlocks the ability to travel through wormholes first. Us? Or somebody on the other side of the galaxy who hates us.
Construction completed.
Because that could go either way, to be honest. Alright, there's an archaeological dig. By the way, no archaeology spoilers. I don't want to know what a particular storyline yields as far as relics or outcomes. That way we can discover it together, because I think the stories are a lot of fun. I kind of like to wait. I like to wait on archaeological digs until after we've finished exploring, especially if we only get 3 scientists right now. Speaking of research, Swell Irish Pride has found an asteroid littered with metallic debris. Most appears to originate from starships of many different designs. Let's see what's on it. 13 minerals in this system. We got some high mineral systems out here. Who died? Overseer Machine Vision, the ruler of everything, is done dead. And now we will choose a new dictator. Candidates include Shy Wolf, Cryo Storage, who is 67, by all accounts an ancient and venerable Hasvati. Swole Irish Pride and Slang Society. I will abstain, you will choose. Cryo Storage, the veteran and lead scientist of our exploratory department, has been chosen to lead everyone and has a defense platform, secure the border focus, which we're not really going to take advantage of. Do you do anything else cool? You promote materialism and pacifist ethics. You make buildings cheaper, districts cheaper, build time faster, and ship weapon damage more. Okay, those are all useful. Best of all, you have an expected lifespan, I think, of 75 years. So you get to play for a little while longer, but this ship needs a friend. Time to recruit a new scientist. Let's go with Anomaly Discovery Chance plus 10%, and also the 34. Cystian Stink Sting. It's a great name. All the smilers in chat, we will roll the dice and see who this is going to be. You should have at least 16 good years on you. Smilers are online. This time we're actually going to need a message from you, because I'm tired of picking people who smiled and then started to frown. All right, you've had plenty of time to be a smiler. Of all the smilers, Yormander has been picked. I win. You do. Now give me your channel points. Just low price of 25,000 channel points. It's easy. Now go back to surveying these systems, please. We have discovered a new strategic resource. During survey of Onob 6, the Has Father of Pestilence discovered exotic gases previously unknown to us. These gases have a variety of different uses, particularly in the operation of advanced energy-based weapons and force fields. Some can also be used as starship fuel or even recreational drugs. Chat, don't sniff the gas pumps, okay? When you're refilling your car. Thank you. While we don't yet possess the means to extract the resource, we should seriously consider establishing control over the system for future exploitation. Indeed, we should. Petroleum. Natural gas and petroleum. But it smells so good. Does it, though? Does it, though? Sensors have discovered that a ship got on this asteroid in a particular way. The ship seemed to have been intentionally driven straight into the asteroid, probably from light years away, to test the accuracy of the designer's thrusters. As we deep scan the remains, we pick out one ship in particular, which seems to have a reasonably intact propulsion. Recover that thruster. Ooh. That's spicy. That's a free research on afterburners. I think I'm gonna take that. So now, if we want to make our next research advanced afterburners, we're already halfway to getting that research, which I think is well worth it.
A system has been surveyed.
Telling us not to smell the gas is rich coming from broccoli farts. We're doing what we can. I thought where are the rest of the ships?
Construction completed.
Oh, they're still building the ships. Shipyard's not done. The has-fallen crew have reported the presence of decaying orbital stations and multiple tomb worlds near Holdabana. Whatever the interstellar nation that once inhabited the Holdabana system appears to have collapsed into ruin long ago. Fallen Outpost is a junkyard of a planet, covered in irradiated, rusting remnants of demolished buildings, infrastructure, and vehicles. No higher form of life is recognizable. We might gain more insight into this entire lost civilization by surveying any similar planets in this and neighboring systems. Okay, this is cool. So it's in this system, there's just a bunch of, like, planets and debris. Oh yeah, look at this. Someone came here before. Look at all this destruction. Each of the worlds, they used to have some kind of station on basically every single planet that's in this system. Has our homeworld gone dead yet? We had an event where it was deteriorating. Yo, this could be an awesome system. And we control this entire pocket of systems. But anyway, we did have a crisis with the capital, but we saved it via changing sort of how we did things on the planet. The downside is we now have a higher cost for the Coordinated Fulfillment Center. The upkeep is 10 Unity, which is pretty high. What is the default cost? It's also 10. Where is chat? How do I see the actual upkeep cost of a building? It says 10 Unity, but it definitely told me that it was going to be much higher. And I don't see that reflected. I don't think anyone in chat knows is the problem. This DLC's too new. There's no backseaters. So there was an event, it was a situation in the situation log. And it said we had extra upkeep permanently. Maybe it's extra upkeep for all coordinated fulfillment centers? Was that a one-time event for... No, because it has a warning here. Wait. Here's my confusion. I'm not sure if the situation that we resolved was resolving it for Dawndead, one planet, or for every planet that we build a coordinated fulfillment center on. Where are the backseaters when you need them? I don't know. I don't know. Is it an Empire modifier? I don't think so. You got a new policy unlock. Yeah, I got a industrial policy that I forgot to look at. Or industrialism. It's currently on cleanup. Take steps to mitigate our environmental footprint. Planets with coordinated fulfillment centers will no longer turn into tomb worlds, but the building will cost a unity upkeep. Okay, so it didn't have any, it went from no unity upkeep to 10, I think. And then we can change this again in 2242 in 8 years. All right, that's nice. I'm glad that we can change it. That makes sense. I understand now. Don't need no fresh air. Traded lifespan for smarts. They love to take a hit of those broccoli farts. Okay. Okay. Anyway, back on Dawn Dead. We have been steadily removing the blockers that are here. Let's make some food. We have plus 12 food. I think I want to de-industrialize our capital, which seems counterintuitive, but there's just not that many districts. We'll eventually need to take down the number of the amount of housing that we have, because there's too many extra houses. Coordinated Fulfillment Center does boost artisan and metallurgist output 20% though. But our other planets have much better potential industrial districts, whereas this one is our primary source of food. So I think building like a food stockpile is good here, whereas on Stinky Cheese, we should definitely start leaning into the industry. I think my big question about the coordinated fulfillment centers are whether or not, like, I wish they scaled, you know? Like, instead of costing 10 unity upkeep and then rendering a planet a tomb world, I wish it scaled based on the population that's on that planet. Because paying 10 unity for 5 pops versus paying 10 unity for 60 pops is a huge difference there. You know what I mean? 10 unity for just like 2 industrial districts is like, ow. That stings a bit. Anyway, back in broccoli farts. We do have the gene clinics. Now we need to add the robot hub, robot assembly plants. Turning alloys into robot pops. We need more alloys.
An anomaly has been found.
That is definitely alien Morgan Freeman voice. The planet doesn't seem capable of supporting living beings, but nevertheless we detect life signs emanating from somewhere beneath the frozen surface. Likewise, chat doesn't seem capable of intelligent life, and yet I am detecting signals emanating somewhere beneath your frozen surface. Let's have Yormander investigate. Meanwhile, our construction ships should move here. I cannot believe these... We need to get... I need another scientist. Research the anomalies in this system, please, before the rivals do.
Research complete.
Okay, that's fantastic. By adjusting atmospheric filters on a per-site basis to filter out undesirable elements, colonial living conditions may be improved. Plus 5% to all habitability. Broccoli farts just got 5% more breathable. Once a gene clinic worker works there, we'll get even more. I could start shifting some of the population from the capital over. That would also be acceptable. Like resettling a few people to broccoli farts would be nice. But who? We have plus 12 food, so I think some farmers. Let's get 1 robot. We also have plus 72 minerals, which is a lot, and 1 has Vadi. That'll cost 10 unity and 100 energy credits. So that adds up, but it's still worth. Do I have to confirm, or did that already happen? No, that already happened. Okay, cool. That'll just give us a nice little boost. New research. even more habitability. That's really nice. Fleet command limit up makes our navies... How do you explain this? So right now we can have an admiral, but the admiral can only command 20 ships. So we can basically increase the amount of ships a single admiral can command, while unlocking a new edict, which I need to check my edicts as well. The edicts are good for the bonus starting ship XP. Starbase capacity up is also really nice for us, because if we're going to be building tall, we're going to want a bunch of star bases. There's terraforming and terraforming gases, which I feel like is maybe the best thing that we can do. It's either that or habitability. What do we pick, chat? Let's start learning how to sculpt planets, or start just getting the free plus 5% and worry about terraforming later. I think 5% now is better, 5% in the pocket, because terraforming doesn't let you terraform planets you've already inhabited yet. You have to get another tech to do that. We can only terraform places that we don't live on. Is it time? Chad, this is not even in the game. This is in Spotify. So this one's legit. I think I'm gonna go for habitability now, first. Because that helps the capital too if we get any more penalties. There it is. Pumping it. Feng Shui Gorilla, thanks for gifting us up to Angela's Folly, who's back for a second month. What's up, Angela's? And welcome to stream. Glad to have you. Chat's getting down, getting funky. I respect it. All right, I would like to reinforce this fleet to its maximum. Okay, cool thoughts. We didn't detect life forms below the surface. We detected them in the entire world. This frozen planet is interspersed with micro-thin tubes, linked with like a rudimentary computer. While the structure is primitive, its gigantic scale means it can probably rival some of Dondad's supercomputers in output. Even now, the computer seems active. Scientists can interface with it. But, since it's so slow, we would only be able to ask it a single question. Can you solve these calculations? Use the world to assist calculating our current astrophysics dilemmas. Who made you? Gain society research and some little artifacts. Regain an Erassian artifact for the main story quest. Gain 1,000 unity. Or observe it from afar. Damn, this is tough. What is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything? I feel like I would like to progress Erassian artifacts, just since it's the main quest. Because it can be very difficult to track down the precursor artifacts. Even if we... I do remember the Javorian Ponx relic is kind of stinky for us, but I also do like just finishing precursors. Or we could... Chad wants a unity. Chad, you just want a burst of 1,000 unity? What are we? What are we? All right, let's do a burst of unity. Boom. 1.4K. We need 2,500 to get to the next tradition. Ask it if its refrigerator is running. For some reason, somebody towed an asteroid into stable orbit around this planet. The massive engine sections and braking thrusters can still be found on the surface, although they've long since been rendered inoperable. Whoever did this also mined the asteroid for minerals, but operations were seemingly abandoned shortly after they'd begun. Thanks for the free research, you nerds. And let's go ahead and build some more outposts, because we're about to get some tech that will reduce the size of our empire. And,
Research complete.
wait, no, we don't need one here. Yes, we do. We actually do. And I want to research the anomalies in this system. And then survey these. Yeah, I'm trying to box in these underlings, basically. The ability to sustain a fusion reaction at relatively low temperatures will result in a new generation of fusion reactors for our ships. So we just jumped way ahead of the curve as far as reactors go. So that's going to be good once we do a full retrofit of all, I didn't mean to click that, of all of our combat ships. Combat rolls are great, volatile motes are going to be great, energy credits are great, but we have enough. Deflectors are great. I think deflectors are more important than combat rolls. We need to get shields. We can't have all these Corvettes with no shields. Because if we're gonna build tall and we're gonna tech up, we actually need a good high-tech military. It doesn't have to be huge, but it needs to be high-tech. Overseer Cryo Storage has gained an eye for talent. Plus 20% to all leader XP gain. That is excellent. Good job, Dictator Cryo Storage. That's helping everybody get leveled up faster on their short little lifespans. And you yourself are level 6. Speaking of Corvettes and increasing the strength of our military, we can build sturdier Corvettes. So, plus 100 hull points. Wait, not fleet manager, ship designer. Chat, do they start at 200 and they go to 300? Is that a 50% increase in hull points? Or do I have to unpause first? I think I done pause first. Next on the list, better guns. Better ion thrusters. Generate thrust without the need for propellant. All city districts have an extra housing. We can make our own special synthetic crystals, or we can get level 3 armor. If we don't like any of those, we can take this one. So if you have any highlighted tech, it means it's going to stay there regardless of what other tech you end up researching. It's like pinned. So we can do this whenever we want. So if something is better here, we should take the better thing. We definitely will need better guns. I just like to stall, but coil guns, I do need to get access to higher tier kinetic weapons. So I think I'll probably just take kinetic coil guns, unlock some new things. Onob has been fully explored. It's not a bad system. Dawndead's got 5 available jobs. We're still building robots. Stinky Cheese has 1 available job, but is about to have 3 with the Industrial District. Holdabana with Fallen Outpost is a tomb world. 20 planet-sized tomb world. Found our first tomb world.
An anomaly has been found.
Scientist Yormander! Congratulations on your new traits. Alright, that music volume should be better. Psionics. All psionic research speed 15% faster. I don't think that really helps us. Wait, that's challenging? Leave that be for now, actually. We've completed construction of a starbase. Who's dead? Let's build some mining stations there. Chad, do we want to? How mean do we want to be to the Beldross allied worlds as far as border friction goes? Are we gonna be like super mean? Envoy's dead. Who cares? Like, are we gonna go boom boom and just like take this little choke point and try to get the Millie 8 energy cred station next to Chor's Compass? But then I have to defend 2 sides, which I kind of already do. That's... I just realized how difficult it will be to defend against them when I have to go all the way around to go from A to B, and they just have to go through their own system to get to me. That's gonna be rough. Chorf's Compass. Yeah, Chorf's compass. Sure, let's go take that over too. Build your research first, then go build your outpost. How about that? Rip Envoy. Uncle Bob says, always take the better thingy. That is some sage advice. I am attempting to always take the better thingy in Stellaris. We're like 3 jumps from their homeworld, though. That's true, but they are the vassal of the Brill League. So we actually have to fight 2 people if we end up fighting them. Despite the seemingly frozen surface on Majek 5, the planet's orbital path around Majek leaves it blistering at several hundred degrees. Under normal circumstances, this would sublimate the ice on Majek 5's surface. However, extreme gravitational pressure exerted by the planet's ultra-dense core keeps the water in a solid state, resulting in a planet of fiery hot ice. What? I have to read this again. I don't understand what I just read. The planet's orbital path leaves it at several hundred degrees. Extreme gravitational pressure exerted by the planet's ultra-dense core keeps the water in a solid state. It's the icy hot planet. Very high pressure. Very scientific planet, though. That's some good science right there. Through our survey of habitable worlds, our biologists have collected a vast amount of data on alien life forms. Many older theories on the development of life have been disproved, and our scientific community has had to build new models from scratch. Our most interesting findings are being displayed at the newly dedicated Museum of Exobiology on Donded. The public is enthralled, and many donations have come in to aid the continued search of strange life forms. That is a lot of good society tech. And free money. We have a nice stockpile of physics and society research, but no engineering.
The system has been surveyed.
But we are doing good on the research front. We need to do better, though. And that's going to come in the form of stinky cheese. Developing and growing new populations. We're at 12 so far. Once we fill in a little bit more, the next building we're going to make is a research lab, and then broccoli farts. How many times am I going to have to say this? I'm not sure how fast we normally be researching, but it feels like we're teching up fast. Yeah, it feels like that. It's going to start feeling a lot better once we get 2 more research hubs. Proku Megacorp has made a new branch office on broccoli farts. At least 1 more. They made a commercial for 'em on stinky cheese as well. Etalyx, since your guys die so fast, do the tubes also act as a disposal transport? Yeah, just like going to the bank, you know? And putting something in one of the pneumatic tubes. You just thump directly into the I don't know if it's a grave. It's probably more of like a blender. Someone used a mining laser from orbit approximately 5,000 years ago to carve a large body of writing into the surface of Majek 2. The massive script covers a large portion of the planet's upper hemisphere and appears to be a short story chronicling the difficult life of an alien mercenary. Imagine having an alien laser that is actually a pen. You intend to write something via carving your story out onto the planet's surface, but imagine that your laser pen runs out of ink, and like generations 5,000 years later, different species find it and are like, what the hell are all these squigglies? And you were just trying to you were just jamming the pen onto the planetary paper in order to get the ink to go down into the head of the pen, you know? But they think it's some kind of intellectually just enthralling storyline about alien mercenaries. But you were just drawing little swirlies. That's actually a very good system. Very good system. Slang Society, congrats on level 3.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Ooh, this is a cool system. Unfrued.
Research complete.
A lot going on here. Improved deflectors. These updated deflector screens are capable of soaking up even more punishment. One of the things that makes it seem like we're researching faster is some of the things we're researching are kind of old. We're like beyond that tech. But at the same time, It's all good stuff. Like blue lasers. It's just we're just kind of past blue lasers, but I need it to open up new types of weapons and to, of course, increase our combat capability for our corvettes. Chat, what's the start date again? I believe it's 2200. And end game is 2500, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like a 300-year game. So we're on year 36 already, if I'm not mistaken. Swole Irish Pride is level 4 and 51 years old, which means we're going to be saluting you very soon.
An anomaly has been found.
Easy. What'd you find? Initial survey of Ruinous Core. That is the planet that is a tomb world. Someone used to live here. It suggests this planet is the fallen capital of a lost empire whose junkyards we encountered prior. A thorough investigation may yield more info. So they're covering 2 separate systems, Holdebana and Moscot. And they have 2 planets there for a total of 3 tomb worlds. That's pretty cool. I thought you set the end period now? Yeah, but I think it defaults to 2500. Unless you change it. You can change it if you want. Alright, at the Ruined Capital. Per initial suspicions, the Ruinous Core appears to be the fallen capital of the spacefaring society, whose former colonies are now but irradiated scrap heaps on inhospitable tomb worlds. From the data the team gathered, the downfall of the lost civilization was almost certainly the result of interstellar warfare waged against some unknown external threat. It's unclear whether the planet's owners repelled the invasion, but succumbed to the post-war fallout of a Pyrrhic victory, or if the invaders crushed the colonies and their inhabitants before moving on. As the extreme state of ruin on the planet precludes the extraction of data from any remaining electronics, and neither the capital nor its colonies possess any survivors, we may never know for certain. It's just a bunch of free society research. We are stacking up the free research. 4,400 in the stockpile for society research, so that's all going to go incredibly fast. And there's one dead-end system back here. We found a desert world. That's very habitable.
An anomaly has been found.
Leave that one be. That's our preference at the moment, actually.
A system has been surveyed.
Alright, yeah, we're just cruising along at normal speed for now. Making this weird, janky border shape. I don't know what it's supposed to be. But yes, this is the new Toxoid Advisor roof. I kind of like it. I don't know if I would say it sounds toxic, per se.
Research complete.
But at least it's not annoying, which is good. Coil Guns are more powerful versions of early mass drivers, using electromagnetic coils to rapidly accelerate projectiles towards targets. Next, it's like all weapons, all combat. We can go up to destroyers, torpedoes, missiles, defensive starholds, autocannons, which are ballistic weapons that you have to use from very close range. I quite like autocannons on corvettes, because they have to be used from a range of 30. And if you look at the ship designer, the thing that normally takes down shields is a range of 50. So swarm tactics are really good for the autocannons. The damage difference is it's a plus 50% shield damage bonus for the mass drivers. Well, I guess, yeah. And they do 7 to 21 damage with a 3.5 second cooldown. 7 to 21 versus 8 to 16, but a 2.3 second cooldown. So the cooldown's way faster on these. Accuracy's 85%, tracking 75%. 85 and 75 versus 75 and 50. So accuracy and tracking is also much higher on the other guns. Yeah, autocannons are also just cool. I think that I will probably just go for autocannons. Beef up the corvettes, give them some swarm tactics.
Research complete.
Research, I feel like research is just snap it in. Everyone knows that blue is better than red. These are blue lasers, which are just better. That's what it says. Everybody knows that. Combat rolls. Disruptors, which are also range 30 and have crazy shield and armor pin. But the thing about disruptors is they are the dice of all weapons. They deal as little as 1 damage and as much as 18 damage. So, they do combo okay with autocannons, because they're both range 30. When you're trying to pick weapons for your ships, you want to tend to sort of find weapons that aren't like, this one's a sniper rifle by comparison to this one that's range 30. You want them to be able to use all their weapons all the time. Also, that'll combo with whatever combat role you end up picking for them, you know? Normally, I would probably pick research station output. But since Disruptor is here, I think it is a decent tag team with autocannons because it does have the full armor pin. I never stack 100% penetration weapons with weapons that hit armor and shields. What does that mean? You mean like you should go all in on disruptors just because there's full penetration? And it goes, what, straight to hull damage? So, I think the difference is... depends on what other ships end up in your fleet. Like, it's perfectly fine to have 2 different types of corvettes, for example. And you can put a disruptor on each of them, but have one that specializes on doing damage to shield, one that specializes on doing damage to armor, and all of them have disruptors too. So I don't think that that's wrong. And the benefit is they all have a range of 30. You would just need 2 different types of corvettes. Because I think putting all, like, I think having all 3 small disruptors is probably bad. Just because of the minimum damage roll being 1. So what you're doing is you're evening out the damage that you're dealing. So while both of your corvettes are dealing damage to shield and armor, and eventually doing damage to hull, the disruptors are already doing damage to hull, so it still comes out in the wash. Because I think going all disruptors is wasteful because of the RNG. You want some consistent damage, but you want the potential for crits. Ew, energy weapons. Ew, stinky. Because that's the trick, right, with, say, autocannons. When you have a 75%... Where is it? When you have a minus 75% to armor damage, we're doing a ton to shields. And a bunch to hull. Disruptors compare badly because weapons efficiently switch targets. For example, kinetics will change targets when they deplete a target's shield. To avoid the armor damage debuff. I think ship performance decreases with hull damage taken, so that's also a factor to consider. We're getting some interesting brainstorming in chat. We're getting some nice think tank strategizing. I do think that's one thing that is fun in Stellaris. Back in the day, there was one meta that was superior to all others, and I'm pretty sure that it's been nerfed pretty significantly. You used to just be able to spam 100% Corvette navies, with very high evasion, and they would basically steamroll every other comp in the game. And I'm not a Stellaris expert, but I think now it's in at least a more balanced state where you are allowed to have a few different types of strategies that some are still going to be better than others depending on what tech you get to and what tech you unlock and how you build. But in general, some of them are better as counterplays. Like if you get some intel on your opponents and your opponents have a bunch of missile boats, you can spec a bunch into point defense to sort of counter them. Or you yourself can spec really heavily into missiles and torpedoes for just big burst damage if your opponent hasn't gotten good point defense. 100 corvettes with literally nothing but evasion, not even weapons. Yeah, that was the old strategy. You do need a little bit more balanced fleet composition to tackle different ship sizes now, yeah. Alright, anywho's, let's see what's on tab for engineering research. We were doing autocannons. Chat, how do you feel about disruptors? Yay or nay? Because I could just go ahead and get combat rolls, because then at least we can get swarm tactics and see what comes out next. Chat dislikes disruptors intensely. How do you know what your opponent has? You basically have to see one of their fleets. So, one thing that you can do if you're planning on backstabbing somebody is try to make friends via envoys with somebody, and then if you're friends, you could trade, and if you're okay, you can get an active sensor link from them in exchange for maybe resources. And if you get an active sensor link, you can see what they can see. So you should be able to see their fleets and get an idea of how strong they are, and then backstab them later. Blue laser and autocannons. That's what chat wants. Okay. I remember the only time missiles were ever meta was 1.0. I've had some fun missile builds. But anyway, let's do Federation builders. Wouldn't mind an agreement with you guys. I got distracted. Do we have tech we're researching now? Yes. Let's go. Chat has spoken, and I have listened. Gonna need some jobs here. This is gonna be pretty heavy industrial too. I need more consumer goods anyway, so let's go ahead and... Excuse me, who's dead now? Let's queue up another industrial. Governor Sirius Jones is dead at age 57. Governor Jones, thank you for doing your best. Now, we must hire the young environmental engineer. Who needs a name. So, let's get a new keyword. The new keyword is going to be frowny face, because we're sad that all of our fearless leaders keep dying. Caucus Slug Slurper. Excuse me? Are you... Who comes up with these names? Do we even want to change that name? Oh, someone at Paradox was having a lot of fun with that. No, we don't want to change that name? Leave it, please. All right, well, we'll put in the frowny faces for the next leader.
The system has been surveyed.
I mean, somebody else is for sure gonna end up dead. All right, we're gonna go ahead and try and take systems down to Yilden and Mealy just to box these nerds in. And then on this side...
Research complete.
It's hard to see, but if you connect the dots, it goes from Chalks to Eat Your Veggies, to Farood, to Oprinda, to Patragor, to Kongoth. And what we're trying to do is expand so far that there's no other civilizations here yet. But if there are other civilizations, we're trying to make it so that we get to control all the territory behind us. And I know that's not exactly building tall, that's more like building wide, but if there's nobody there, we may as well go for it, right? And then we can just take tech and stuff that reduces our empire size later. Like if it's there and nobody's taking it, we may as well box them out. The problem with that strategy is it gets really difficult to defend over a really long empire, because mobilizing your forces to go end to end is quite challenging. Oh, dude. Further study into hazardous environments found on other planets help alleviate the difficulties colonizers encounter in the day-to-day lives on foreign worlds. More habitability. So, we got 65% on stinky cheese. Broccoli farts is finally dissipating and becoming a more tolerable smell at 60%. Not quite as bad. Now we got 3 tile blockers on offer. Etalyx Fund or farming subsidies. Let's get the Etalyx Fund, base intel level up, and the administrative park if we want to make a unity. I think that's a good one. Unlock some new tiers as well. Speaking of, let's look at our edicts, because we should have a little bit of space. I want to get research subsidies. Happiness up 10% is nice. I want to get, yeah, research subsidies is 65. It's a lot. We can also get fortify the border, which I don't think we need. We're mapping the stars right now and getting a free happiness buff. I can't wait till we get the Senate. I'm really excited for that.
Hastily.
I lost 100,000 channel points gambling against Etalyx on a RimWorld stream. That's what happens when you go all in. That is what happens when you go all in. Okay, we have actually... What happens if you turn on automatic surveying? Sure, go that way. It's almost time for automatic surveying. People arrive. Bet? Maybe. Is it ever a bad time to bet? Mario Nintendo is back for 22 months. Joining Capped 420 and The Dark. The Dark says 19 months and counting. Can't think of a funny message, but I always appreciate the streams. Hey, thanks for coming by. The good news is, chat, we got streams planned for tomorrow and Friday, if not the weekend as well. So, gonna be playing some Slime Rancher 2 tomorrow, which I'm very excited about. And I'm having a lot of fun in all the Paradox games. Solaris is always great. It's one of the games I have the most time in. We're at like 456 hours now. We're gonna get to play some Hearts of Iron next week. It's good times. And Crusader Kings, we actually have a full campaign that we did. Full for us. We achieved our goals of becoming an empire and finishing the Iberian struggle through peace with our cannibal witch emperor. Well, what more could you ask for in Crusader Kings? Let's be honest. Okay, here's the big expansion tradition. A network of small courier vessels is a reliable alternative for transporting VIPs or delivering messages that can't be trusted to FTL communications. This ties our far-flung colonies closely together. So, we get an empire size buff. The reason this is important is every empire size number over 100, we're at 117 now, incurs a technology and tradition cost. So it makes it take longer to research and longer to get more traditions adopted. So this one is awesome because we go from 117 to hopefully much less. Not going to reduce it by 25% because it just reduces the system and colony penalty specifically, but it's a good one. You have a calm voice which makes streams super chill. They're chill for now, Waldemar. Stick around long enough till some tension forms. But thanks again, The Dark, for 19 months. I'm glad you're enjoying the streams. Cap420, happy 1 year. And thanks again, Mario Nintendo, for sticking around. I don't have the Apocalypse, Utopia, Federation DLC yet. They're all 50%. Which do you recommend more? I actually made and pinned a DLC tier list. It's just my opinions of what I get joy out of in the stream channel of the Discord. But I will post it for you here, though I'd highly recommend joining the Discord. You can just lurk anonymously if you want and laugh at all the dumb memes that the active users post. But here you go. What is, chat, what is this? Okay. You can't really read it very well. Adult Swim. Oh, Adult Swim commercial break. How do you make text not default color scheme? Why is it so big? Let's add a text filter. Wait. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to change the color. Okay, how about this? Boop. There we go. Alright, finally figured it out. I'm trying to fix the bottom. Why is this so difficult? There we go. There's my Stellaris DLC tier list. Best ones on C? Snide, do you think Nemesis and Overlord are the best ones? I don't think they're bad. I think they're decent. But I don't think they're the best. If I need to justify my answers, the short version is that Utopia is the one that every single Stellaris player will recommend because it just has things that are absolutely more or less necessary ascension perks, like what we're doing now, habitats, introduces megastructures, it introduces different governments. Like, you gotta have Utopia. Federations is what I think is one of my favorite mechanics in the recent years. Basically getting, not just, I mean, the Federations themselves are fine, but the galactic community is incredibly, I don't want to say important, but from a flavor and gameplay perspective, galactic community does a lot. Origins also do a lot. Just having access to all the different origins gives a ton of different replayability in starts. And making each new game feel useful. Some good new mega constructions as well. Leviathans, extremely good from just a flavor and exploration standpoint. Ancient Relics, fun for story and flavor as well. Synthetic Dawn, robots are cool. Apocalypse has some fun things that you can do, like Planet Destroyers. Megacorp is a different way to play. Focusing on trade and money. Distant Stars has a lot of good flavor text and events that you'll find as well. And the reason that Nemesis and Overlord, I think they're okay. They're okay. But the thing is, like, Nemesis is what? Become the Crisis? I've never done that because you have to make it to endgame. Galactic Custodian, again, you gotta make it to endgame. Espionage doesn't feel strong enough. I don't mind the system, but what they should have done was made espionage harder to pull off successfully, but actually have more impactful things. Like, if you sabotage a starbase, it destroys one building, and it's like being a small fly in the face of your enemy. It's not anything that's actually gonna move the needle. Stealing tech is okay. And the ship set is good. Everyone likes the Nemesis ship set, I think, but if you do make it to endgame, then Becoming the Crisis is pretty cool. And then last, Overlord. Overlord has like the new fiefdoms and basically making it different vassalization types, which I think is cool if you want to do a kingdom run. But other than that, I think the best thing that it has are the hyper relays. Orbital rings are neat, I guess. But I don't know if the vassalization mechanics by themselves are enough. With a few mega structures. So, those are my thoughts. It needs something else. Anywho, there you go. So hopefully that helps. Scientist Jormundir is level 3. Oh no! Overseer Cryostorage died at age 72, the oldest bean we've ever seen. RIP Overseer Cryostorage, dictator for life. Negotiations are underway for a new leader. And Overseer Drimbus is now the eternal dictator at age 43. You are expansionist. Claims are cheaper. You like to explore. We get some more faster anomaly research, and ship upkeep is also down. We have 40 out of 50 sheeps. And we need a new engineer. So chat, if you put a frowny face in chat, you are already in the pool to be that engineer. So I'm probably just going to recruit the maniacal 39-year-old. They're a little old. We don't have enough unity. Oh, that's true. I don't have enough unity because we just spent it. So we need to pull somebody out of a ship. Probably Slaying Society's coming out of the ship. That is sad. That is very sad, not having enough to actually do it. Alright, there's only one available job on Stinky Cheese, which means now's a really good time to focus on our strong suit. Research.
Construction completed.
So we're gonna take up one of these free slots with a research lab because that's what we do best. We research things really good and really fast. And we're gonna do the same thing on broccoli farts eventually, but we just put a new industrial district there for now because we're running low on consumer goods, and we definitely don't want to do that. Meanwhile, our construction ship is ready to try and box in the competition by taking Yielden and then going to Melee.
Research complete.
Shy Wolf is more experienced, but with this experience is stubbornness. XP gain minus 25%. That's very sad, Shy Wolf. You're too shy. You need to be a little less shy, a little less stubborn. So chat, you'll probably notice that we're unlocking all these cool upgrades for our Corvettes and stuff. Like we just got basic combat rolls, but we have to actually put those into the ships. Taking over a system when they're surveying it. Yeah, get wrecked. So, improved deflectors, blue lasers. Those are not automatically on the ships. I need to build those ships. We need to concoct new ship structures and then upgrade all of our existing ships to that new format. So we've only got the potential for stronger Corvettes. Ooh, plasma thrower. Range of 40. Plasma throwers are fun, but I feel like I use them every time I play. But they are nice. Plus 100% armor damage is great. They're just terrible at tracking. So maybe later. Let's do something else. Let's go ahead and get field modulation, buff our energy credits. It's a simple thing, but a good one. Credits are money in this game.
A system has
All
been
right, I
surveyed.
should have enough unity now for a new researcher. Let's get that maniacal 39-year-old, and we'll roll the dice. All of chat. Illard. Welcome aboard, Illard. All I need is your 25,000 channel points. You have been chosen to help us. Wrong button. Baby scientists. And then we're gonna plug Slaying Society back into the science ship and then go back to automatic survey. There we go. Illard, excuse me. Illard, where are you? Found you. We found you. Sorry, I don't mean to zoom out that fast. Let's take a look at the expansion planner. We're down to 106 empire size from over 112.
Construction completed.
An envoy's dead. Okay, no renaming yet. We've made first contact with the mysterious aliens in the Chores Compass system. For now, we've codenamed them the Lambda aliens. Okay. Lambda aliens, huh? We can send an envoy. We don't need to improve relations with the Praku anymore. Let's go try and decipher their language and find out where they exist, so we don't
A system has been surveyed.
lose valuable territory. They might be any... I mean, they're clearly right there, but I wonder... Well, that's Beldros. Beldros goes all the way over there? Interesting. An abandoned ship has been left to drift aimlessly above this planet. The massive sails protruding from the hull suggest it relied on solar power to function. Let's check it out. This song sounds like Hearts of Iron to me. But in a good way. It's nice just being on normal speed for a while. Especially when we only have 3 planets to worry about. But I was going to look at the expansion planner and see, sort by habitability. There is a desert world that I think we should start working towards. I don't know when's a good time to expand, though. We discovered an abandoned solar sail ship in orbit around Pila 4. The sublight vessel was built by an unknown culture and appears to be several thousand years old. One of the massive sails has a large tear where some kind of object passed through, most likely a meteoroid, which appears to have disabled the vessel. Although the technology of the ship is severely outdated, it possesses some interesting design choices. Thanks for the free engineering research. Now we have bonus research in every field except for physics, so all of our tech should be hurtling along. We're gonna make some kind of insane progress today. Okay, but yeah, let's go ahead and take... Yeah, they're surveying Millie as well. And I'm just gonna claim it. Right out from under them.
Research complete.
Good luck. Resource storage is full of minerals. So one thing that you can do when you hit too many minerals, or too many of anything, is go to your local galactic... The galactic market hasn't been founded yet, but we can do some trades on our interior market. And basically earn some energy credits. So let's sell 5k minerals. Trade them for some energy credits. That way we sort of don't hit the ceiling on any given thing. Local admin developments allow for close supervision of colonial affairs without excessively burdening the central decision-making. Free edict points! We have like 20 now, I think.
Construction completed.
We should have more than that.
Hastily.
Base intel level plus 10, so we can spy on our neighbors. More star bases is good. Off-world trading company, meh. Fleet Academy is pretty good. Let's go ahead and get the planetary capital and the Hall of Judgment first, because that unlocks a new high-level building set of research as well. But yeah, where's my extra edict points? We should have like 80. Maybe it only updates at the beginning of each month.
An anomaly has been found.
An anomaly. Sensors indicate odd irregularities in the energy emission pattern of this star. Good luck, Yormander. I trust you to research. We are being contacted. Alright, where is that desert planet? It's over here. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 jumps away. That's a lot of territory to claim. I do think we should go all the way to Kongath, though. But first, we're going to build some mining stations, and then head over there. Our systems... We need to really shore up the borders. Unknown vessels. Vessels detected in Chores Compass seem to be part of some sort of expedition across the galaxy, purposes unknown. They've not made hostile moves, nor is there any heavy weaponry in evidence. Instead, they seem to be broadcasting repetitive but not particularly content-filled signals in our general direction. Wow. Chat, repetitive but not content-filled signals? Wait a second. Are they a bunch of streamers? Our envoy, Influenza Maggot Brain, that is a fantastic name, is confused. I'm not surprised given the small squiggling bugs inside of their brain, but hopes that the broadcast will help our linguists translate their language. Advanced first contact. Etal stream in space. Repetitive with no content found. It does sound oddly familiar.
A system has been surveyed.
12 society research? Why? That is so much. And it's
Construction
only a few
complete.
jumps away.
Hastily.
Okay, so we finished boxing in our friends. Now we're just gonna build mining stations and taunt them. But also, since this is a potential front line for battle in the future, we need to go ahead and upgrade this outpost to a starport, because if we ever do get attacked by these two, they could come through this way, and we need to be wary of that. So, start building up some starports. Burn through some alloys. We have one unemployed worker bot. He needs
Research complete.
another basic worker job. So I think we go ahead and give him that in the form of another industrial district, because, again, deficit of consumer goods. Modulated fields allow for increased production and improved energy yield. Technicians are now more productive. Jobs are making 43, so that's going to be like a +8. But it's still, you know, it's free money. New physics for Shywolf, who is stubborn. You're not going to get very far like that. Ultraviolet lasers. Volatile mote plants, fire control. Let's do pew-pew lasers. At what point are we going to actually upgrade all of our Corvettes? Soon, I think. Soon, but not yet. The latest sensory readings from the star suggested that the star pulsates regularly, but when the crew on the Has-Father Pestilence arrived on site, there was no evidence to support this data. While most of the crew are in agreement the anomaly was caused by a sensory malfunction, Science Officer Jormundir discards the theory. Jormundir claims to have discovered similar pulsating event emission patterns elsewhere, and fears that something strange is happening to the galaxy's stars. They have charted the course to the nearest affected star. Get to the bottom of this.
This situation has been cataloged.
Special project. We need a research. Where is this? Okay, why is it so far down there? Survey, 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 and then research the project in the system. That is really far down there. What else do we have in the situation log? Drone study. We need to pause engineering research. Let's wait till autocannons are finished to do that. And then we've got some scientists to eventually do some cool archaeological dig sites. I found myself never upgrading my navy when playing Stellaris, then frantically rebuilding when attacked. And that's one good way to do it, yeah. It's a good way to do it. Governor Caucus Slug Slurper has become more experienced. However, they have become more stubborn. Wow, this is going to be the worst governor ever. And they don't want to accept new ideas, so they're going to level up slower. Stubborn Slug Slurper. Shame on you. Shame on you. But they did level up once. Alright, chat. Gamer Deathbot's already here. I'm going to take a quick break. I feel like we're going along at a pretty nice pace today. Things are happening. Things are developing. War has been declared, but not on me. Praku Company declares the first war that we know about on the administration of Hazaka, who look like this. We'll see which empire is stronger. These hegemonic imperialists are to their north. And the first bit of intergalactic warfare has begun. Alright, chat, there's a map for you. I am gonna go get a snack, take Minus a dog outside. Take a quick bathroom break, get a drink, come back. I'll see you in like 6-7 minutes, tops, okay? Thanks for hanging out with me today. Hope you're having fun and a nice evening. BRB. gamers. We're back. Okay. Thanks for waiting. Boop. 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 And a final boop. Slug Slurper.
Research complete.
Yes. Drimbus? Uh-oh. Level 3. Ruling from Dawndead. Thank you, Overseer Drimbus. Your Holiness. Large caliber ballistic weapons fire cased explosive shells. The main advantage of these weapons is their high rate of fire. We're gonna put autocannons on everything. But now what? But now what? Hey, that me, yeah, you won while you weren't even here. You won the giveaway while you weren't even here. Somebody else paid for your channel points. Did they? Alright. Well, railguns do shield damage. But so do autocannons. So, we really don't want railguns anymore, unless we want range. They have a much better range. So if you want to put destroyers that sit back from the fight, that would be why. We don't really need more minerals. We have 69 minerals a month. I always do enjoy making carriers. So maybe we finally take carriers. We can make exotic gas, get some more housing, or get those advanced afterburners. High power usage, but incredibly high sublight speed and evasion. Let's go ahead and get the strike craft. It's a very short research. It'll be done quickly. Oh dear. We have deciphered the confusing repetitive messages of the streamer. It turns out they were commercial advertisements! It was a sponsored stream. Apparently they called themselves the Vingralian Trium and are part of a group of spacefaring traders that make a living by offering the best deals, or what they claim to be the best deals, to whichever civilization they happen to be visiting at the time. True to form, they're trying to contact us. Greetings from the Vingralian Trium, certified caravaneer traders of the Caravansary Caravan Coalition. We're in business for ourselves, but not by ourselves. Teamwork makes the dream work. We will offer you an exclusive deal whenever we pass through your territory. Tempting as it may be, you don't have to accept right away. You can ask us to contact you again before we depart your space, and we will. But be aware, incoming calls will be rerouted to Caravansary Caravan Coalition. Greetings, Caravaneers. Even the oldest Vingralian history receipts tell of the Orlin Star Merchants. They elevated us from beasthood to sellers' kitchen appliances. We offer you a contingent of Vingralian Trium sales technicians. Stationed across the star bases of your empire, they will adjust upward. Jealous competitors would say, artificially inflate the trade value of all systems. All this for the low, low price of 6 months of society research. How do you do the things you do? We intend to find out. The contingent will live and work in your star bases, subsisting only on Trium brand NutriPaste, having no effect on your demographics or economy beyond their influence on trade value. The assignment lasts for 80 years and no longer. Increases trade value by 15% for the duration. So what? I have to do 6 months of society research as an invoice, and they get... and then I get 80 years of plus 15% trade value. That's pretty sick. Buy the Toxoid DLC. Okay. It was easy. Yo, what's up, Super Dingler? Thanks for sharing 5 months and welcome to the stream. Good evening. Loot Turnip as well for Big 30. Hey, what's up? Hello, your Brando Gaming. Glad you're having fun. Goodbye, Loot Turnip. See you later. I think this is a pretty good deal. Like 6 months for 80 years? Deal. Pleasure doing business with you. Okay. Do I have to do that now? Six months isn't that bad. Do I have to do it now, or is it just in the situation log? Where is it? Oh, I was gonna do an engineering. So let's do the drone study. We found some ancient mining drones over here, and we're gonna research them to find out more about them. But I don't know where the project went.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Got a
An
snack.
anomaly has been found.
I got a snack. A signal beacon orbits this rock, beckoning travelers. On the asteroid, a giant metal monolith looms. Purpose unknown. All right, scope it out. We also finished construction in Oprinda. And we're moving here. Why can the Praku now use to subjugate Casus Belli against us? What does that mean? Does that mean they're stronger than us? I think it's fine. We have a non-aggression pact with them, and they're friendly with us. So, it seems fine. So I think what I want to do is actually resettle some more pops. We just built a new research lab on stinky cheese, which needs to be filled. And we're still at a consumer good deficit. So I'm going to build an industrial district there. We've got enough jobs and housing there for now. Let's go ahead and resettle some people off of Donded. Let's send from Donded to Stinky Cheese. I'm going to send another store brand bot times 2. That way we can fill some easy jobs and then promote the Hasvati up to the specialist jobs. And then we're going to send to Broccoli Farts. Don't ask. We have 3 specialist jobs that need to be filled. So I'm going to resettle some specialists. Let's send a metallurgist and 1 researcher. And we'll fill those in.
A system has been surveyed.
The reason is because we want to space out the number of population on each planet. More population equals more jobs being filled and more space on the capital, because there's not really any more districts. There's 1 more district that we can make by clearing out this industrial wasteland. But yeah, we have 2 store brand bots with no job, but we're making an industrial district for them to work in, so that should be fine. The monolith we found on this rock dwarfs the science ship we sent to investigate it, a majestic, smooth slab of metal. The once garish pigment patterns on the front have been reduced to mere flecks. A small power outlet on the machine's side promises its secrets will be veiled in exchange for a modest sum of energy credits. Activate the machine for 200 credits. The machine stirs, ancient mechanisms clanking behind the smooth facade. After much whirring, buzzing, and a dramatic pause, a metallic panel slides back, and the ship-sized cylinder rolls out of the machine. The cylinder is empty, its content long evaporated through a corroded sealing cap. The container itself is still in good shape, though, and the unknown alloy is on par with the metal we used to make our ships. That was just a small little fragment. A small little, artifact fragment. Nothing crazy. I don't know how far down here I want to go. Because there's some good resources, but building all these starbase outposts like this feels weird. But I guess we will. Do we auto-surrender as pacifists? No. Pacifist just means we don't declare wars of aggression. We still fight defensive wars. So we still need a navy.
A system has been surveyed.
To hold us down. Or to hold... to hold down the fort, rather.
Construction completed. Hastily.
We're bumping into a lot of high mineral systems. Alright, I just built a new defensive station on the border with our neighbors, which we're gonna fill, I guess, with completed. 2 gun batteries again.
Hastily.
Maybe this time a communication jammer. And if you're done, go ahead and build some mining stations and then move to Kongoth. We got a lot of science going on up here. And I'm playing on a 4-arm spiral galaxy, so it's really... After a recent visit of the Orlan Memorial Caravan to Dondret, it's been noticed that a number of resources are missing from the Central Reserve. It's suspected that the Orlan Memorial Caravan somehow made off with them. Excuse me. You just stole my stuff? I don't even... Did we get scammed? On the 80 years thing? Because I don't see what we're supposed to do 6 months of society research for.
A system has been surveyed.
I don't really understand how that event was even supposed to work. But okay. Also, how are we still -6 consumer goods?
A system has been surveyed.
Oh, because metallurgist is a specialist job, and I'm dumb. Okay, that makes sense. So we should make a generator district instead for the worker bots, not industrial districts like I have been doing. Oops.
Research logged and annotated.
So I guess I'll queue up a generator district after that. Alright, we studied the mining drones. This is what we found. When not posturing with mining lasers aimed at Hasvati ships, drones appear steadfast and dumbly hardworking, hacking away at mineral-poor asteroids for want of something better to do. What's more interesting is the drones are not completely silent, contrary to early assumptions. They emit signal pings, though extremely infrequently and at a wavelength hard to isolate from background noise. If there's anybody left to receive the pings, that may be a mystery for another time. Easy prey. Get better at killing them, or... add drone mining techniques modifier, giving the following effects plus 10% to all mining station minerals output. That one's just way better. That's a permanent plus 10% gain for studying the mining drones. It's on your Empire modifiers.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Oh, yeah, I guess I do already have the plus 15% trade value. You're right. So it wasn't a scam. Whew. That's another awesome mineral-rich facility. Over here, we are done building... I could take Therom, but I kind of don't want to. They can have it. That way we don't box them in too fast. And then we'll just head back... to one of these 2 directions. Like, I probably will take these. But going to this choke point first makes the most sense. Anyways, chat, if you just joined recently or you have any questions on what we've been doing, what we're up to, or if you want to see our faction, our species, you can do exclamation Stellaris, and if you're familiar with Stellaris, it'll kind of tell you what you need to know as far as civics, traits, and the other word I can never remember. Ethics, civics, and traits. But yeah, if you're just new to Stellaris in general, now's a good time to sort of pick brains and see I mean, we have huge brains. That's the whole point. We're big brain. But I don't mind explaining some stuff or what we're doing or why. But I need to know what you need to know. A large station. Oh, this is just a
Construction completed.
archaeological dig that I don't want to do yet. But we found lots of new archaeological digs. That's cool. I can never remember ethics. Yeah. Ethics is the one I always forget.
An anomaly has been found.
Blah. Glowing webs of unknown origin periodically illuminate the surface of this little planet, little molten world. Cool pulsar. Pulsars are neat. You can also... Ooh, hello? You can click on stars and stuff to sort of get information about the planetary bodies. If you want some flavor text, come Hasvari, drink from the numistic well of wealth and thirst no more. By the guiding hand of Numa, we have come across these ancient artifacts which have been very inspiring for our meditations. The thought of parting with them, of course, pains us, but we feel that you, Hasvari, could learn much by studying them. We are in need of some advanced materials. Perhaps a deal could be made. As always, if you need time to consider, we can notify you before we depart, giving you one more chance to accept our generous offer. What, they're gonna give me 5 artifacts for 300 alloys? No. Get out of here. I can't even spend artifacts right now. Or relics.
Research complete.
Get xenophile ethics attractions and do a museum exhibit, and that's it. Science Officer Jormunder reports that White Blah is, it's probably B1A or something, but I prefer Blah, is covered from pole to pole in a web-like network of electrical filaments. These networks respond to external stimuli. The Has-Father of Pestilence experimented with sending low-voltage pulses to the surface, resulting in a wave of illumination rippling through the network like a circuit board. More remarkably, the webs rearranged themselves. A second low-voltage pulse revealed the filaments had been organized into a new pattern centered around where the previous pulse had contacted the surface. Jormunder concludes the discovery confirms his long-held theory that life can exist as almost purely electric impulses, independent of cellular or viral structure. +3 to society research there, and Jormunder gets +1 skill, which I don't know if that makes a level up or what. Imagine a nihilist civic that makes it so you don't play with any ethics. What, just nothing? You're just a blank slate? I see Spain is in space now. It is, yes. This is the Iberian Empire space. We can make a planetary capital. It's a once per planet building. Obviously, there can only be one capital. But it's an upgrade for the primary building. And it's a really good one. It's quite expensive. It's, what, like 800... I think it's like 800 minerals or something. But what we get is like 40% more housing and amenities, a free building slot, an extra couple of jobs. The building slot's the big one. It does a lot of good. We can also make the Hall of Judgment on each planet. It takes volatile motes for upkeep, which is a special resource we don't produce yet. But it lowers crime, increases stability, and some big-time defense armies. So for pacifists, the Hall of Judgment's pretty good, just because if you're a pacifist, you don't want to get invaded. If you don't want to get invaded, strong defense is going to be how you throw back a lot of potential invaders, because if they get through your navy, you want to have a strong enough army that you won't be bothered. Ooh, pop growth speed. Terraforming gases. These are all things that we like. Hydroponics. Navy capacity. How to choose. I think we go for pop growth speed here. It's cheapest, and it's going to be the most effective, especially with 4 separate planets. I do want to go for that 17 desert world.
Research complete.
It's very habitable. UV lasers. More powerful versions of their blue predecessors, because they're purple. Accurate and destructive, capable of inflicting great damage, especially to armor. but not so much the shields. I think we're about ready. To upgrade the corvettes. I think gravitic sensors would be nice. Gravitic sensors can be added to ships, and then I think we just go ahead and do a full corvette upgrade and just save alloys until then. All right, are we ready to go ahead and upgrade the building? Yes, let's do that. You can't upgrade the planetary capital till you have at least 25 pop. That's the one key. Okay, now's a good time for the Coordinated Research Fulfillment Center. It is going to cost us some precious unity, though.
A system has been surveyed. A system has been surveyed.
Systems are being surveyed. But what I'm thinking is maybe if we can get enough industry on Stinky Cheese, we should start converting Dondred into other things. And then we can just take off the Coordinated Fulfillment Center here. Or we could just leave it and just totally siphon our unity. I don't know. But we're definitely going to need some more agriculture. And we definitely need some more industrial districts. That's the hard part. So if I were to replace this building, I'd probably make civilian industries so we could have a surplus of consumer goods. So I think replacing these districts one at a time would be helpful. But let's go ahead and focus on food after the planetary capital. That's going to be a long process because we can't just completely kneecap our alloy and consumer good production immediately by taking down all industrial districts to make them something else. But the reason we're doing that is because this fulfillment center, our special building, increases this district's production by 20%. So if we take off all of this, we don't need this building, and therefore we get 10 unity back per month, which we only have 33, so 10 is a lot right now, as you might guess. Illard, you're level 2. Thank you for leading engineering research. You're doing fantastic. Bits and pieces of metal are strewn across 333P32X's surface, encircling what looks like the hulk of a ship. The wreckage appears deserted, but readings remain. Jormundur is level 4 and is 43 years old. Maybe you won't die on us just yet. Maybe. You know what this is? I realize what shape our civilization has taken. It's a squidbilly. It pains me to say that because I never thought squidbillies were funny even once, and I hated that show. But it's a squidbilly, and I have to admit it. The wreckage on this asteroid is the remain of a vessel belonging to a now stranded scientist, Darmula, identifying herself as belonging to the hitherto unknown Yikahan species. Amidst the wreckage, she somehow managed to contact Jormundur, science officer stationed aboard the Has Father of Pestilence, and requests rescue. She explains her collision was due to malfunctioning navigational sensors, and she's been unable to leave the asteroid for several years. She claims her scientific knowledge to be without equal, and that she would be a valuable asset, pointing to her survival as proof of that. No, leave her, or she may join the cause. 50% chance if you leave her that Jormundur becomes adaptable, 50% chance he becomes paranoid. She can join the cause. Scientist Slang Society has become a particle expert, apparently. Who is this new scientist? Wait, wrong button. Did they actually join us? I don't see them.
A system has been surveyed.
Maybe we have to unpause for longer? He hates Squidbillies. F-tier show, same. I love that show. What? Okay, chat. Nodders if you like Squidbillies, Nopers if you don't like Squidbillies, or Alien Please if you don't know what it is. Oh, there they are. Okay, lots of Nopers. Like, 2 people nodding and everyone else is either dancing or noping. So at least like 3 or 4 people like it, everyone else is no. And some of you are just typing emotes, which is respectable, that's fair. Anyway, she's 33 with an expected age of 80, which basically makes this human person a literal goddess in our society. She's a computing genius, which to me means Shy Wolf has been replaced. Chat, if you want to be this scientist, all you have to do is type me in chat. You probably live for like 50 years and you're already a level 6 out of 8 scientist. So you're gonna go ham on all science. Me. No me. Alright, well that's going on. I'm gonna go ahead and change these over. And replace Disillusioned. Because Shy Wolf at least still has Spark of Genius. The diplomacy theme. We're almost to the end of the Spotify soundtrack, and then we're just going to go back to the game on shuffle. The recent Scientist Edition has put her knowledge of technology to good use. Her shared insights have pushed our physics to new heights. Our research into physics technologies is furthered? We just instantly researched subspace sensors for free? Sensors detecting the subspace fluctuations left in the wake of traveling starships. The sensitivity and range is greater than that of a gravitic sensor array. Wait a second! We're researching gravitic sensor array. Oh, you just gave me... You're researching it! So she gave us the super version of that. So can I just switch this one then? Because subspace sensors are plus 10 tracking. This is plus 5 tracking. 2 sensor range, and then 3 hyperlane detection. Yeah, it's all better. And then what? What is after that? Synchronized defenses. Defense grid supercomputer, plus 8 to defense platform cap. Aligning defensive and offensive weapon execution paradigms allows for increased efficiency. Okay, I'll take it. So yeah, let's not research what you're researching, because I have the better version. We should do all research stations research faster. I still love saying that. Okay, chat, you guys all type me. The me who is you is Wabbit Requiem. Congratulations, and show me those channel points. Got him. Okay, we got him. You're in. I can't not see Squidbilly now. It's still here. Oh no. Is that Casus Belli? It is.
A system has been surveyed.
Wait, they could already use that. That's a lot of planets. A desert world, an Arctic world, and a continental world in the same system? Desert world is good. I just don't know how to really lock it down. Our sprawl is not bad yet, but it's not good either. The Savannah world's also tiny. I'm shocked I haven't seen any other civilization down here. I'm gonna go ahead and build a starbase outpost. No, let's go back. Let's go back. I'm gonna start filling in the gaps. That's got 13 minerals. It's got a archaeological dig.
Research complete.
There's too many good things. But yeah, I think we can do some expansion now. We should definitely take these choke points. We're just gonna burn through our influence. Okay, basic strike craft. We can't put these on corvettes, but we can put hangar bays on star bases as a defensive measure. And we can get planetary defense hangars to boost orbital rings, which we can't make yet. But strike craft is gonna make us able to make carriers, launch from a mothership. Maybe now's the time for star holds. Ooh, robot assault army and droid workers. Robot pops will become capable of specialist jobs. Ooh, that's spicy. I don't know what to pick here. These are all good. A desert world, an Arctic world, and a continental world walk into a nebula. What do you rate Aqua Teen Hunger Force? I think Aqua Teen Hunger Force is pretty hilarious. It took a little warming up, but I think it's good. I haven't watched it in a while though. But I would happily watch it though. Don't rewatch it. Why, is it bad? Paul says rigged. Peepo arrive, which I read as Peepo Aroni. Peeperoni. There's a new movie coming out. Oh. Chat, I don't know what to pick here. Starhold for big stations. Destroyers for big ships. Or robots. You still don't have destroyers? No, I don't have destroyers yet. Chat says destroyers. I only have 50 naval capacity. That's why. Fine, I'll get destroyers. Because chat wants them. Maybe we can get the plus naval capacity bonus soon. I need it. I want the robots one. I actually went Starhold before Destroyer yesterday. But it worked. Right now we have peace with our neighbors. I don't know how long that's going to last. Eventually we're going to stop expanding. We have not yet found the limit of our expansion, but we will eventually stop. Encounter in Uskomia. Mysterious aliens dubbed Upsilon. Let's go ahead and try and decipher their language.
Construction completed. Hastily.
I know who that is. But I'm not gonna say.
A system has been surveyed.
Oh, we missed some research stations back there, which we should definitely cover. My science ships are trying to retreat. Understandable. God, that 12... God, that 12 society research is so good. Okay, we're surveying big minerals. A few minerals. And hostile fleets are present. So, wait, they're present. Whoa. Are we gonna accidentally shoot them or are they gonna chill? We made first contact with mysterious aliens called Phi aliens. Okay, have some more. Please don't migrate. You guys stay right there. Yes. Upon entering Uskomia, sensors picked up strange readings. Dismissed at first as glorified asteroids, things changed when it was discovered these entities reacted aggressively to movement in space, even at great distance. Observation, preferably from a safe distance, is advised. Who is this horse? Are they just gonna sit there menacingly?
A system has been surveyed.
Keep doing your thing, I guess. We're missing a whole bunch of
A
territory
system
up here.
has been surveyed.
Guess just keep on rolling. I don't know. There's so many places to go. And I can't believe we didn't find any more civilizations down here yet. That's what's crazy to me. Okay, Broccoli Farts is ready. Who died?
An anomaly has been found.
Reassembled ship shelter no more. We have an actual planetary administration building now, or we will. It's upgrading. Has Fallen can't reach its destination, probably because its scientist died. Swole Irish Pride is already dead. We've also found another rock. It has a different origin than other bodies in this asteroid belt and should be investigated more closely. You got it. Swole Irish. We have Disillusioned, who can fill in for you now. And go back to auto surveying. Oh my god. The spaceship is cursed! As soon as they sat down in the same captain's chair, they too perished. Something is wrong. The science ship has fallen is named for all of the dead captains who have commanded it. I'm 52 years old. And I gotta hire somebody else. They're all old. 44 years old. Okay, chat. This time we're gonna pick out of anybody that types the word Peepo. Peep. Excuse me. Okay. Scientist Jormunder has found and reported that what first appeared to our scanners as an asteroid is in fact a gigantic floating ball of junk, comprised of the broken remains of various vehicles, rockets, and hazardous materials, many of them radioactive themselves. The junk ball seems to be the detritus of an unknown alien nation in the early space age. It would appear this nation was an interstellar litterer, ejecting dangerous industrial waste into orbit rather than disposing planet-side. Radiometric dating suggests these remains are millions of years old and have been floating through space from an unknown point of origin for most of that time. Science Officer Jormunder notes that some of the materials found in the floating junk heap are quite rare and could be refined. Meh. It's okay. It's fine. Chad, I have a science question for you as we make a save here. We haven't saved in a while. I have a science question for you. Okay, so you guys understand the concept that given enough years, our planetary footprint will be erased, and everything that humans have ever made or done will be turned into some form of sediment, and only discoverable via very specific measurement systems that may or may not ever happen again, because the amount of actual land that humans occupy in concentrated territories where our population centers are, our heaviest population centers only occupy like 2 to 3% of the surface of the Earth. So future scientists in a million years, or like hundreds of thousands of years, would have to look in extremely specific locations to discover that we ever lived there at all, right? My question is, if that's the case, what happens to all the space junk? Will it eventually, like, crash back into the atmosphere? because of gravity, or is a bunch of the space junk that's currently enveloping our planet like in a fairly stable orbit that'll take a lot longer than that? Like, which would happen first? Would the population centers be ground into sediment, or would the space debris, like the trash that we put up into orbit, come down? Which would happen first? Let me Google it. Good answer, Chapter Lane. You're gonna be a good chatter here. Most of it will degrade orbit. There are some in Lagrangian points that will be stable forever. I guess what I'm asking is, ultimately, as we build some incredible mining stations here, 13 minerals, 3 energy credits, an archaeological dig, and a habitable world. Those are all fantastic. Is like, if they just like looked up and were like, who put this into space orbit? It would be easier to sort of find out that intelligent life existed without having to measure the age of population center sediment. It would only take a couple centuries for space debris to fall out of orbit. Let's see. Okay, how long would Kessler syndrome last? Like, if we got... That's what I'm trying to figure out. The hypothetical, like, Kessler syndrome, where it basically says that there would be a cascading domino, potentially, of space debris that locks us on planet Earth, where we can't get off. How long would that be up there? Or just, I guess it doesn't have to be that, but it could be just space debris in general. But I'm thinking of something like that. It was a 1978 proposition. I'm just curious, like, what the hypothetical length of time that it would be in effect. 500-kilometer Kessler lasts a decade. 10,000-kilometer Kessler lasts a few million years. If it's like 10,000 kilometers up from the surface of Earth at high orbit. Okay, that's interesting.
An anomaly has been found.
Unexpected emissions are coming from the underground caves on Jafan 4. Could these be a signal of some sort? Yes, they could be. Also, what's this? Space amoebas! Quickly nicknamed Space Amoeba, following an analyst's gross misreading of initial sensor output, the creature is in fact larger than the average Hezvati think tank corvette. Fascinating creatures. Or we could learn to coexist. I think we would study them.
Aliens have learned to speak our language.
Have they learned to speak our language? The entities, no, we already did this. What did we get out of that? Did we accidentally go to Mass Effect? We did. Ooh, is that the first volatile mote that I found? The Poison Swampers discovered the volatile motes, preternatural particles containing a tremendous amount of energy which could be exploited in energy production as fuel or even explosives. We don't yet possess the means to extract them, but we should seriously consider establishing control over the system for future exploitation. It's kind of a big deal. We'll do research subsidies once we're done mapping the stars, I think. I'm sorry. Hey! Space cows just blew up my outposts. Where are you guys going? I needed that. Okay, anyway, music-wise, let's go back. Mass Effect is a pretty good vibe for this, but let's go back to the regular music player. Ding! Anyways, Chad, do you think that the reason that we haven't been contacted by intelligent life is because all intelligent life inevitably accidentally locks themselves terrestrially on the planet by making attempts in good conscience to escape their planet? They end up having too many accidents and they end up creating Kessler syndrome on their own planet, and then they get stuck, and that's why we don't ever hear from them. We're all just, every single intelligent life form is just stuck on their own planet. All life turns into crabs, so that happens before they get into space. True. I'm being contacted by intelligent life right now. Hey, chat. That's very generous, Etalyx. No, space is really big. What does that have to do with anything? I believe we're being deliberately isolated within our solar system by a greater galactic civilization. Who occasionally sends down someone to sort of interact with us and change the course. So what you're saying is that Jesus was an alien, and that was an attempt at sort of interference with humans as an entire race to see what we would do afterward, right? That was just like poking us to kind of find how that manipulation would affect our entire trajectory going forward. How else do you expect flying back up into space at the end, you know? That's literally the last log of Jesus in the Bible. He flies back up into the sky. Probably in a spaceship. Real. We're the most advanced civilization in the universe. I mean, we're the most advanced civilization in our universe. Jesus was like, beam me up, Scotty. The Bible is a captain's log. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, check this out. I'm gonna show you guys. Okay, you think about, we've all fantasized, or at least thought of as a thought experiment, what would happen if we went back into the past and showed ancient humans something cool from now, right? Like, well, if you showed a human from 50 BC a cell phone that still had battery and was like, check this out, and you made sure they couldn't kill you for witchcraft or whatever, they'd be like, oh my goodness, my mind is blown, right? Everyone's fantasized about taking technology back into the past and showing humans being like, look how cool we are in the future. Look what we got to do, okay? How do we know that ancient miracles and acts of different gods and different civilizations weren't just that? It was just some cocky alien who was just like, yo, guys, check this out. All right, I am about to go down and I am going to show Egyptians cats, and it's gonna blow their minds. They've never seen this before. I mean, cats are definitely aliens. I think we can all agree. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Some guy. Yeah, I think Sauron said that. There's a peculiar organism under the surface of this planet. Scans and samples show it's some kind of mycelium littered with spores. Compared to the traditional size of spores on our homeworld, these are massive. Their surface is a shimmering kaleidoscope, and the hues seem to change based on surroundings. The strangest thing about them is they seem to form a network capable of generating what the science crew believes could be a signal. The current emissions are very weak, but with effort it might be possible to find out where they lead. Special project, bring them back to be sold. I don't have time for this.
The situation has been cataloged.
Give me the special project and just have the scientists go research it, okay?
Construction completed. Hastily.
Why is it always hastily? Just take it easy. Take it slow. It's okay. Cat alien seems plausible. Yeah, cat alien seems plausible. Like, what if cats were just... Okay, here's the thing. If humans could mass travel the stars in mass, don't you think they'd start bringing pets with them at some point? Okay? What if just a few cats escaped from an alien pod when they were visiting? Cats would totally do that. They would just run out of the space pod and just go somewhere and hide behind some furniture or like under a really narrow surface where you couldn't find them or get to them. And no matter how much you went like,
A system has been surveyed.
they like wouldn't come out and they had to leave. And then they got left here and they just kept breeding. Why would aliens be mammals? I believe this theory for crabs, but not cats. Yeah, but what if the aliens left a few of their own kind here, and they were mammals? What if we're just part of a mass, like, space population, and there's just a bunch of people who took different mammalian forms, deposited at different places throughout the galaxy, to see how they evolved in environmentally different scenarios? And we're the worst ones. Are we the worst ones? So, chat, other than the fact that there's a weird evolutionary bias towards crabs, why does everyone say crabs are aliens? Just look at them, because they're cool, funny looking. Have you looked at a crab? They're scary. Crabs are robots. Crabs are people. Extendo-wise. You guys have some compelling arguments, I gotta say. Because crab.
Research complete.
But are they, like, why do they taste so good? Does that mean if we find aliens ever, we should eat them first to see how they taste? I feel like humans would do that. Breakthroughs in enucleation and artificial womb technology allows for the mass production of individuals based on a common genetic template. Yes. Eat the aliens. Pop growth speed up 10% across the board is fantastic. Whoa, what's this? It's a rare. Eat the aliens! Leader level, oh, leader level lifespan plus 10 years. It's a policy. Careful reproductive planning should be incentivized lest we waste valuable genetic legacies. Leader cost up 50% sucks, but lifespan up 10 years is pretty good. I think we take the rare. The Edict Fund is nice too, but let's just go ahead and grab that. Especially, don't we have a bunch of society research stockpiled? No. I thought we did, but no. Not anymore. Meanwhile, I want to build a starbase outpost there because that 12 society research is going to be a big boon. It's going to push us up over 100. For societies are actually our weakest research. So this system is incredible for these two planets. Two toxic worlds that we could eventually maybe convert into livable worlds if we get the right ascension perk. So we might have to wait a little bit to get there, but we'll get there. Planetary admin, gene clinic, robot assembly
Research
plant,
complete.
and we follow that up with a research lab.
A system has
We
been
need a research
surveyed.
lab on every planet because we're so damn good at research. We need to be faster. Ooh, fleet command limit plus 10. Our military admirals can command more ships. We can make destroyers. Destroyer hull configurations make comparatively nimble gunboats. They're larger than corvettes, but not too big. I'm thinking maybe this is a good advanced afterburner opportunity. It's either that or... I guess we do really need ion thrusters, maybe. Let's get ion thrusters first.
Research complete.
And then we're gonna do a big ship
Research
upgrade.
log annotated.
Tracking the signal emitted by the mycelium proved tricky. Our puzzled scientists finally managed by using mushrooms to peer into additional dimensions. Details are scarce about what this entails, but in any case, the operation was a success and has pointed us toward a destination. Point of interest, the fungal trail, a new
The
event
situation
chain.
has been cataloged.
I'm sorry. Scientist Jormundir is level 5 now.
An anomaly has been found.
Hold on, everyone chill. The fungal trail is way down there, dude. We're gonna have to follow it. Getting high for science. Apparently. Oh, I like this system. This is a cool system. Slang Society has found sensors reporting a number of possible points of interest in a dense debris field. Check that out. I also would like to enjoy the trinary star system. Very bright. Put on your sunglasses to look at that. Research station output bonus is very nice right now. Increased automation of station functions, free up more staff for research duties. And we're going to take that. We definitely don't need an antimatter reactor right now, but we could use the X-ray laser. I think we should just go ahead and get the chemical plants. We are eventually going to want to make volatile motes and all the other things that we can't make right now, so let's just get that out of the way. We don't need to have the best military that's ever been seen. We just need to have one that's good enough. Speaking of, we should design some
Construction
destroyers
completed.
soon
Hastily.
and build them. Damn, 16 minerals here. That's so good. Can't I build the black hole building? Isn't that a thing? I think to study the black hole, you need to have a starbase,
Hastily.
sadly. But the black hole does provide some good research. So we might go ahead and claim it. Plus, there's a dark matter there. Scientist Infobert Maggot Brain, who I have not named. Who is this? Did you guys all type a thing and I didn't roll the dice? You did. You all typed Peepo. And Nasuken has 1. Nasuken, you don't... You're already 46. Which means you're about to die soon. Are you currently at war? No. I am not currently at war. The Praku and the administration of Heizaka have been at war, though. I am not. We are pacifists, and we're trying not to get into any wars. A close scan of the debris field around this star leads to the discovery of an airtight capsule containing an atomic clock that measures time with unparalleled precision. It has a frequency uncertainty so low, it'll be another 879 million years before it gains a single second, and it's counting down to a date 42 years and 3 days away. The capsule holds no clues as to what this date signifies or who the owners are, but it seems as though someone out there has lost track of the time. It's a bomb! Destroy it! The capsule's full of innocent-looking wires, any one of which could be rigged to set off a weapon of mass destruction so potent it would wipe out the galaxy. The crew will snip them all! Engineering research gained 2,000. Or keep an eye on it. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Let's keep an eye on it, see what goes. Okay, when I click on my planets up here, what I'm looking for is how many jobs are available, and I want it to be 2 or higher. I also don't really want unemployed jobs, so if I see unemployed, I'll create some baby jobs like generator districts just to give us some more money, because we have these populations of robots who are currently not capable of skilled labor. They can only do basic labor. So we need to give them some basic labor to do. Okay, we definitely want the research stations. 12 society research is an incredible amount of research. We got this super weird border. I'm looking to make sure that they have jobs.
A system has been surveyed.
Checking on new systems to see if anything cool's coming out. And just advancing the clock. I'd pay for DLC of you reading these. Well, guess what? You get them for free just by watching the stream. Hello, War of the Worlds. Thanks for the gift sub to Circa, who's back for 9 months. Appreciate the gift sub. Welcome to stream. Wait, this game is kinda cool. Mio? Now you know. Stellaris is really cool. It's a great place to start with Paradox Grand Strategy. It's also cheap. It's only $10 for the base game. And the base game's had a lot of patches over the years. I think it's still on sale through tomorrow. You don't have much time if you want to get it on Steam. Not that this is an ad, I just like it a lot. And all the DLC's like discounted as well. And I do have a tier list of DLC. This is just my opinion, but I get asked that a lot too. So if you've been struggling with which DLCs to start with and which ones maybe get later, because I have all of them. But I think at least getting the S tier DLCs in the base game, you'll get a really solid first experience with the game, and then for more replayability and flavor, get the A tier. And then if you're like, damn, I love Stellaris and I just need more, then get B tier. And then C tier is just, I'm a completionist, which I am. I want all of it. I don't even care if I see it all or not. But I think, honestly, if just the base game and the first 2 DLCs on this list there's a lot there, because there's been a lot of free patches over the years. And that's like, let me see how much that costs. For just the base game and those 2 DLCs, it's $10 plus $10 plus $10. So it's $30. Any of those tiers may be required for mods if you're an avid modder. Yeah, but if you don't have the game, you're not an avid modder yet. Plus, they'll be on sale in the next Steam sale anyways. Okay, I love traditions. That's why Utopia is my favorite. New colonies start with an additional pop. I think we get that now, just in case we get a new colony. Because I've been thinking about it. Let's look in the expansion planner and see. There's a couple of desert worlds. One's there. We don't control that territory. And the other one is there. We don't control that territory either. So they're both in really awkward places. So if we didn't expand there, it would be to a savanna world. We don't control this, but we want to because it has an archaeological dig site. Wait, no, I do control this. It's a decent sized planet too. Very good potential for industry and energy credits. Lots of space to expand. Another one is here. It's a little too small. This one's tiny, not worth it. I'm glad that we got habitability back up to 60%. That's more respectable. And then we have one way down there. That one's too tiny, but still decent industrial size. So, I don't know. I think it's better to go for the really habitable desert worlds, but I'd like one that's big. And the biggest one is 17, which isn't ideal. It's kind of jack of all trades. Food, industry generator. Kind of make plenty of food right now, but the habitability is still good. And then the other one's even smaller. Oh, you can see them from here. I don't need to click on them. But it makes it easier for me to click on them. I like looking at this better. That one's a good mining district. Buy them all, in my opinion. Yeah, I got them all. I got them all. Toxoids was a code, though. Chat, what would you do? Build on the super. We're gonna need more than a few planets anyways. I think we should go ahead and just colonize the planet that we already have territorial control over. Even if it's less habitable. 60% is fine. There's just a lot of blockers. Prosperous Mesa times 3. Chat, we need another name. And I'm not naming this one Broccoli Farts. So, we need another name. This is going to be... The Week Old Trash. Take out the trash, chat. Please do your chores. Thank you. It's only 3 jumps away from the next planet, so that might end up being its own district, possibly. And we have discovered another toxic terraforming candidate. We might one day be able to terraform this moon into a livable world. We found a lot of toxic planets. I might actually go for the detox perk. Are the toxic planets and detox perk part of toxoids, or is that totally unrelated? I don't know. It seems so suspiciously similar.
Hastily.
That I'm
Research complete.
just not sure. Ion thrusters. Electric thrusters using beams of ion to generate thrust without the need for any propellant. We're about to make some badass corvettes and destroyers. Okay, we could make destroyers even better. I'm ready for droid workers. It's a new feature. Droid workers are more complex robot variants. We have 3 robot creation facilities right now, so this would help all of them. They often come with limited self-awareness and pre-programmed personalities to better serve their masters. Robot Pops can now do specialist jobs, and some specialist jobs, such as research, can only be performed if AI is not outlawed. So we cannot outlaw AI, which we haven't done, which will definitely never backfire on us. Let's make the robots better, because, yeah, we got 27% of the population. We got 64 total Hasvati and 14 robotic Pops, who we've already modulated a little bit.
A system has been surveyed.
Stinky cheese. It's gonna need some more jobs soon. How are we still negative 13 on consumer goods? We can buy more. I've got a ton of energy credits, but we just keep pumping industry, I guess. Anyway, does anybody know where, if the toxic
An anomaly has
ascension
been
perk,
found.
where it comes from, or like what DLC? Because I'm not sure. Oh, we have a science ship that's not doing anything. Nasuken! Why is the Brill leak down here researching? Look at these pockets! This looks so strange. Like, these are so similar. If you could just... Man, this would be such a good save to play wide. There's a lot going on down here. Nice turtle zone. That's what I'm saying.
Construction
It's like you can have those
Phase
bottlenecked, totally locked down. 19 society research. Chat, I remember earlier in the stream I said, oh, we're just above 200 total research, and now we're approaching 400 total research. We are pushing our limits. And it feels good. We're gonna go a little further.
A system has been surveyed.
We'll try and do the anomalies later. Hopefully we don't miss too many of them. I love when your capital system spawns in one of those turtle areas. Yeah. That would have been nice. There's definitely somebody over here. There's some pocket of complete unknowns. And there's some Beldross that direction, I think. What's a turtle area? I think they're just saying that these little sort of self-contained pockets of systems where you can only get in one way and you can only get out the other way. So if you control this point and this point, you have access to all these systems. And if your capital's back here, you can just turtle up and be very secure.
A system has been surveyed.
Chemical plants. We can build chemical plants on our planets in order to churn minerals into special volatile motes. It's a complicated process with highly specialized equipment required. Now what? I think let's go research station output again. Research, research, research faster. Also, it's computing, which Wabbit Requiem is very good at, you level 6 human super genius. And that means, if I look at our tech, we should start building new ships. Let's go to the ship designer. Long have we waited. So what I want to do is turn off auto upgrade, and I want to do that by creating my own ship design. We're going to create a Corvette, and it is going to be an interceptor, which comes with 3 small slots. Auto cannons are big time shield damage, low armor damage. Whereas UV lasers are big time armor damage, low shield damage. So we have to kind of alternate here. Personally, I think we go 2 auto cannons, 1 UV laser just to punch through shields, and then hopefully the UV lasers can do the rest through armor, because the minus 75% armor damage is really bad. But this does bonus hull damage too, so I might just do 2 UV lasers, because 10 to 27 damage is way higher, but the tracking is worse, so we won't hit fast Corvettes as much. I think both are good for different reasons. Anyone tried this game on Steam Deck? No, but I'm tempted to. I did actually try, as we throw some plus evasion afterburners on these guys. I did actually try Crusader Kings. I didn't really play anything, just did it very briefly, and the text was really small and hard to see. Hearts of Iron went on the Steam Deck much better, in my opinion, and I thought the control scheme made more sense on Hearts of Iron a little bit. There was a community-made scheme for Crusader Kings that worked decent, but Hearts of Irons was just so good. Whoever made that community control profiles, super talented, very dedicated. Let's do 2 tier 2 armors and 1 deflectors. Actually, we might do 2 deflectors. Nope, I don't have enough power for that. Okay, and then we got this tier 2 hyperdrive for faster jumps. We got tier 2 thrusters for faster ship speed and more evasion. We got subspace sensors, which is tier 3 sensors for even better tracking, and we can see basically what our enemies are doing like 3 to 4 jumps away from us, so we have a better idea of who's going where. And then we're doing swarm computer tactics so that we get in really close, increase our ship fire rate, and we evade more. So that's just I think a pretty solid little build. But I'm gonna need a name. What's wrong? Why can't I build this? Did I just build the same ship that they did? No, they did 2 improved deflectors. Whereas I want afterburners, 1 deflector, 2 armors. how do I... Okay, I have to turn off auto-generate designs, then I can create a design name. I feel like CK3 will get a Steam Deck update considering it has console versions. I hope so. It's hard. It's playable, but it's just hard to read. I was holding the Steam Deck this close to my face, like Professor Chang in Community, trying to read the like little Crusader Kings 3. Like I felt like I didn't have my contacts in. But I hope it does, because it just needs to be clear. It's just blurry. It's small and blurry. Okay, chat. This is going to be a toxic/trash related name. Sludge Cruiser? Well, it's literally not a cruiser, so we're not going to name it that. The Spewer because it spews rounds. Okay, fine. I think Spewer is fine. Let's delete the other auto design, and now let's make a destroyer. So we just unlocked the destroyer. Now when you're making a ship, you got these cool choices for how you want to design it piecemeal. So some ships have more sections than others that you get to customize if you want. So a gunship bow is your traditional sort of all-around offense. Small turrets are going to be excellent at handling mostly corvettes, but also some destroyers, whereas medium is going to be good at handling destroyers to cruisers compared to small. And then large, you only get one turret because this is for handling like cruisers and battleships, basically. So you don't want a large slot to tackle navies of mostly small ships. That's why you can cram more of these weapons on, because a large turret does a lot more damage, but it has terrible tracking, which makes it difficult for it to hit anything that's tiny. Whereas a picket ship is, as the name suggests, point defense boat. So you can do a hybrid picket and something else, or you can go full picket and give it all these sentinel point defenses or flak batteries to make it intercept missiles or torpedoes. Likewise, you can focus on sort of that small and medium combo. I think we're going to be fighting mostly corvettes, so I'm going to do the 4 small, 1 medium arrangement, and they will change the visual look of your ship as well. So let's do... three autocannons, and then make the medium slot a laser and the small one a laser too. Accuracy 90%, tracking 30%, accuracy 90, tracking 50. I think we'll actually need another UV laser. I also don't know if I really want autocannons on this, because the range is so small, it's 30. And I want this ship to sit a little further back. So right now they're gonna be using picket tactics to get close enough at 30 to do anything. So I guess they have to be picket anyways, because the UV lasers only have a range of 40. So if you tell them to use line tactics, they'll go back to the 50 range and they won't be able to shoot anything. Can you retrofit weapons? You can change them later if that's what you mean. I can update my fleet to whatever design I want. Or you can use old designs. So yeah, I guess if they're going to be in close anyways, then we'll get 2 autocannons for shields, and then a bunch of UV for lasers. I mean, for armor. And that's fine. Alright, then, we have 113 power left, so deflectors cost a bunch of power. I also want afterburners. That's why I got the cold fusion reactor early on. Got the good hyperdrives, good ion thrusters, really good sensors. And I don't really want picket, but it is what it is. Okay, we're gonna actually do a 4th shield and then just 2 armor on this one. So a little bit less balanced to the shields, a little bit more imbalanced in favor of regenerative hit points. So this one is going to be the stale bread class. Let me compare it to their waste of life. It's similar, they just traded 1 autocannon for UV, which I kind of disagree with. I like mine better. Pretty stale name, I know, right? Hey Tox, hi chat. Hello Shadowlight, what's up? Welcome to stream. So what we're gonna do is find our fleets and tell them to go for an upgrade. It's gonna cost us about 2,000 total alloys. And they have to go back to the closest
has been surveyed.
The closest shipyard, which is all the way back in the capital. And it's gonna take a while to upgrade all of them. That's why I'm gonna go ahead and do it now. Surveying some more systems.
Construction completed.
Got a sleepy construction ship. I kind of want all this physics research. I'll go back here first. There's so many little systems that I want to, like, claim. The system has been surveyed. Because this construction ship is also done. We're going to build some mining stations and move just a little further out. Why are there 7 free jobs here? Is everyone migrating to different places, or did I build too many buildings? We have 6 free clerk slots for amenities. I guess they can grow into it. I think the issue is that we have too many city districts. That's going to close a building slot to replace this with something else. But I can't argue with more food. Governor Caucus Slug Slurper has leveled up. Hey, even though you're stubborn, you can still figure out how to level up. And there's an industrial district for you. Broccoli Farts has still got too many jobs, and we got to get the robots. They have 16 months until they can do specialist jobs. That's going to make everything a lot easier. Oh, we have a colony ship. For our 4th colony. Nice.
An anomaly has been found.
An anomaly. Initial scans of the asteroid suggest a dense mass of rotten metal, perhaps part of some machinery or other tech. Scanning is required for more detailed data. You got it. Gov, what now? You heard. Oh, I think you heard.
Construction completed.
I think you know the one. Okay, what do we find? As suspected, the asteroid holds a great mass of metal and does indeed hide some manner of machinery. The gathered data clearly shows that its constituent parts contain great quantities of stored energy, but its purpose remains unknown. We can either proceed carefully and gently excavate it, or probe it and get a sample. Chat, without saying why, what do you want to do? Carefully excavate it, or retrieve a sample with a probe? Your choice. Probe, excavate, careful, probe, careful, careful. Slurp it, careful, probe, bop it. I think the probits barely win. Barely. The Hasfather of Pestilence's forceful probing proved unfortunate. Good job, chat. Within the asteroid was hidden a host of old mining drones pre-programmed to attack on sight. The drones have picked up the Father of Pestilence presence and begin to stir. There may still be time for an evasive maneuver, if we act quickly. Thanks for nothing. Trusting chat. Trusting Avic! And what an interesting time to join the stream after watching some Edgerunners. I say, probe it! I don't know what we're probing, but all in. Well, we probed some angry mining drones. Hello, Avic. I've gone from trying to tempt you to play Crusader Kings to trying to tempt you to play Stellaris again. Welcome to the stream, and good evening. And welcome recent arrivers from chat.
Evasive maneuvers in progress.
Evasive maneuvers. There's a small fleet of only 400. We'll probably take them out once our shipyards are done with their upgrade
Our
queue.
ships have been made.
Okay, there's an
That's all.
upgrade. The Carnival of Carnage. We need a new fleet name. Something toxic. I mean, sludge ships is pretty easy alliteration. It's gotta be better than Carnival of Carnage. Trash Pandas? I'm not naming it the Fart Squad. Poot Patrol? Chat, please. The combination of like 10-year-old humor and like 60-year-old humor, okay? Like my great uncle had like a fart machine that he thought was the funniest thing. And when I was younger, we went over to his house to visit, doing like a family reunion. He would always, I've told you this story before. I know I have, but some of you haven't heard it. He would sit over in his rocking chair, and which is a big shit-eating grin on his face the whole time, because he had secretly placed a remote control fart machine under your chair. And he would have the remote hiding inside the little pocket in between the cushion and the armrest of the chair. And anytime that one of the kids would sit down, he would click the button every single time. And it would make one of like 12 fart noises. And then, of course, you being an easily embarrassed little kid would jump up and be like, looking around, where did that come from? And he would just start giggling. That was the funniest part. He didn't have like a straight face at all. He couldn't play it off. He would just start laughing. Making up this whole story instead of just admitting he farted at dinner. To be honest, the dev naming conventions for toxoids is enabling this. The Septic Circus. I think that's pretty good, Abby. And this one's called The Moist. I hate that word. Ew, I hate that word. This one's Projectile Vomit. That's actually a pretty good name for a toxoid fleet. I just made up on the spot. And that's better? Yeah. Because it's like a deluge of weapons and ship projectiles. It's thematically relevant. Okay, anyways. The Septic Circus has not yet finished its upgrades. These have not. Who said that the Carnival of Carnage has not been fully upgraded? That was a lie. No, that absolutely not. That was a big lie. Okay, so they're not even close to done. And we got a new system of mining stations. and some research.
Less awful.
All right, we're just gonna take one more system. Just one more system. Hello, Brill League. You want to establish an embassy? Yes, I am a pacifist, and I do not want to go to war with you. Let us become good friends. More than cordial, please. Excellent. News of the events relating to the asteroid have reached the networks of Dawndead. The scientific community reacted with curiosity, posing questions as to why the drones were originally placed in the asteroid. Are they guarding something?
The situation has been cataloged.
Special Project Trojan Asteroid. The devs made booty seekers for the last species pack. They're not gonna stop. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna stop. Anyways, Avik, I was told you were planning on playing some Hearts of Iron soon. Is that true? Did you pick a Paradox game to actually play? While I send my science vessel carefully around the side here and look for some friends. Anyway, this game's going pretty well. We don't have any exterminators neighboring us. So as pacifists, feeling pretty good. It is, though Stellaris may come first. It's a good game.
A system has been
Toxoids
surveyed.
has been fun. For those of you that join late, there is one that gives you a nightly quest
surveyed.
to discover the toxic god.
Construction completed.
But we-
Hastily.
But we chose, I'm gonna turn him down just a little bit. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. We chose to do the mutation-based one, where the theory is that you can overtune your species. And we overtune them so much that they live their lives 40 years shorter than average because their intelligence, their brains are just so incredibly high. They are a vat or tube-bound genius big brain entity. We've elevated their synapses so high, beyond standard usage. If issues are encountered, try turning it off and on again. Good one. Their leader lifespan is 40 years earlier. So basically we're hiring them at 38, 35, and then they die at 40, which is hilarious. It costs us a lot of Unity to keep hiring more scientists to feed the train. But luckily, we just got, last stream at the end, we got an extra 10 years on our lifespan via tech, which just made all the difference in the world. So that's been cool. So we're trying to build a tech-heavy, science-based research empire of overtuned, fast-living Solarians. This is a pacifist empire? Yeah, I haven't played pacifist in a while, Road. Stellaris is always a comfy game for me, so when new patches come out, I always want to jump in. It is super comfy. And it's always fun every single time just seeing how the addiction is taking root where I just want to know, like, ooh, what kind of unique, really cool systems are going to spawn around me? Who's going to spawn around me? What types of aliens do I get to encounter this time? Which techs are going to appear on my tech tree? In different orders? Like the RNG makes it probably, to me, the most replayable out of the 3 Paradox games that I play right now. I think Stellaris has the most addicting rerolls. I think Crusader Kings shortly behind. Hearts of Iron is replayable for a different reason, which is playing all the different nations and their different focus
A
trees.
system has been surveyed.
But the RNG of a given game is still there, but it's just so baked into the DNA of Stellaris by comparison. Lots of good RNG. 10 extra years just sounded like it's triple the
A
lifespan.
system has been
Yes.
surveyed.
Compared to the 5 to 10 years we were living before, we get to live way longer.
Research complete.
And we're gonna go higher than that. There's I want to get another tradition. Like I want to get pop growth speed next, and just finish expansion. But then I might take the one that gives us an extra 25 years there, and just not wait for us to tech up, and just upgrade it via cultural traditions, possibly. Upgraded robotic workers now serve our empire. These units have an expanded movement range equal to most organics. Their neural processors have also been greatly improved. So we get a new robot assault army, which is very fitting considering our species is very weak and has terrible army damage. It makes sense we would invent robots to fight for us, but also having the droids themselves be capable of specialist jobs. Do I have to do anything to make that happen, or will they automatically upgrade? I think they will automatically upgrade. It says they're a more complex variant of robots, so I might need to build them. Do we have to select them from this, chat? Do I have to do anything special? I don't think so. I don't know. Anyway, new research. Tier 2 strike craft from the hangars. Mining station output up. We got pretty good minerals. Alloy mega forges let us mass produce minerals into alloys, is always nice. Don't really have space for them right now. I think let's just go ahead and get the advanced afterburners. Been putting that off for a while. You have to give them military rights? I think they already have
Construction completed.
the necessary policy, because robotic workers are already allowed. For the army, it would just be... Is there an AI... Is there an AI policy? Oh, you mean on their species tree? They already have full military service. And full citizenship. We're very forward-thinking as far as our robots. In fact, they can become leaders. We're eventually going to be led by robot workers. I can lower their happiness. I don't know. I feel like leaving them at full citizenship doesn't make sense until they've earned it. So I'm going to turn them down to just residents. They're free, but less important politically. Why would we elevate store-brand robots to full citizenry status right now? Why would I want them to be leaders? I don't think I would. So we can change that again in 10 years. Their happiness goes down, but their amenity usage goes down, and so does their political power. Stinktroid become human. They have decent conditions. Or academic privilege. Prioritizes the educated population to the general benefit of the sciences. We're probably going to want that for us. If we don't already have it. Rulers are happier. Specialists are happier unless there's a consumer good deficit, which we have. Ruler political power plus 700%. Basic subsistence. They'll be less happy. But they're robots. Do they even have happiness? Let's be honest. Do they have happiness? Robotic servants don't have happiness right now, chat. They don't even know. They don't even know. Can they board colony ships to settle new worlds? Why not? Alright, anyways. Very, very interesting. I've always enjoyed those little fine details that you can do. I guess we should start moving this way, because that is just a fantastic outpost. Alright, I need to start slowing down the Empire sprawl soon. Not yet, but soon. Minerals and some physics there.
Has been found.
Sensors are reporting a number of possible points of interest in this debris field. Check it out.
Someone else is trying to attract your
Out of curiosity, though, Etalyx, have you played Distant Worlds 2 yet? It's commonly compared to Stellaris. I haven't. Okay, Distant Worlds 2, not the same thing as Sins of a Solar Empire 2. I haven't played Sins of a Solar Empire or Distant Worlds 2. But I've seen Sins of a Solar Empire 2. We looked it up today. But I have heard that I should play Distant Worlds 2. So I might do that at some point. A non-aggression pact with the Brill League. Happily. Happily will take that. It's a great idea. Sensors report some points of interest within this stream chat. Is that true? I'm playing Distant Worlds 2 right now. No, you're typing in my chat right now. It's different. We have discovered the fossilized remains of a gargantuan gastropod, matching no previously encountered life form, trapped within a huge block of ice, circling asteroid VTR 397. Its eyes glare fiercely ahead, tentacles reared and muzzle twisted into a gruesome grimace, as if locked in a silent shout. The creature displays no apparent signs of sapience. Despite its eerie visage, our scientists believe that if domesticated, the creature could make a valuable asset. They recommend extracting DNA for cloning. Special project, Ice Alien. It belongs in a museum. Space this abomination! Let's clone it.
The situation has been cataloged.
I want to make an ice alien. Which reminds me, where's the bad mining guys? There's the space amoebas. Chat, where are the bad mining dudes? There they are. Why do I feel like you guys haven't upgraded yet? Nobody upgraded. What? Now it's upgrading. Why did that take so long? Chat, we need star holds. This is ridiculous. I need more than a single shipyard. This is ridiculous. We found a small rectangular object on the surface of the planet deflecting all scanning beams like a mirror. Sensors are unable to determine the material composition. Check it out, Jormungandr. Go see what's up. So how do you feel, Avik, about Distant Worlds 2 compared to Solaris? What are your thoughts on that? And also, I guess, what is better and what's worse, or why would you play one over the other? While conducting surface scans, Science Officer Jormungandr and the crew of the Father of Pestilence discovered what appears to be an artificially carved slab of rock covered in alien writings. They have not detected any other sign of alien activity on the planet. Exactly how this mural came to be here is a mystery. We have prepared a special project to translate the text. It's even more interesting considering that you found a surface slab on this molten world.
This situation has been cataloged.
Why don't you research that? How'd you get that rock?
Research complete.
Off of lava! New policy! This was a rare policy. We can do leader enhancement. Careful reproductive planning should be incentivized. I can set this policy. Where does it go? Population controls? No. Oh, leader enhancement. There we go. The burden of an empire can be crushing, and we need to make a decision how future leaders may best prepare. Natural selection. Let nature take its course. It's in the crucible of experience that genius is forged. Okay, it automatically set selected lineage. So leaders are much more expensive, but we just increased our lifespan by another 10 years. We're gonna live forever. Okay, check this out. We can go up to 60 instead of 50 now. So Nasuken, Illard, Jormungandr, Slang Society, and Shy Wolf all just went from death's door to, oh, actually, I'm feeling pretty good. I've got a second wind. Excellent. There's that naval capacity plus 30. It's expensive, but I think we need it. Because we need to field a better navy, but I like the extra available envoy and diplo weight's gonna be good later. We're gonna need good diplomacy to stay pacifist for long, right? Or just an extra building slot on every planet? And colony development speed that leads to extra infrastructure? Oof. Chad, this is rough. I need some help. Naval capacity up to 80 out of over 50. Free building slot and colony development speed with an unlock tree, or just get the embassy complex and prepare for Diplo wait in the future. Meanwhile, Avik says, I understand why people make comparisons between the two games. For me, it's a choice between a gâteau. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna look this up. I don't know what that is. A rich British cake, typically one containing layers of cream or fruit. Well, there you go. Now I know what it is. They're both delicious. They excel in different areas. I wonder why I don't see more people playing multiplayer in this game. I think a lot of people play multiplayer, Bubby, but since it's such a large game, you have to play with a consistent group to really enjoy multiplayer. Because you won't be able to finish a game in a single session unless it's very long. So you need to be able to pick up the pieces. I play single player so I can pause and talk to you, for example, and go at my own speed because I don't like being rushed. So in multiplayer, you tend to just not be able to pause, really. Yeah, there's lobbies that you can join, but like, you can't just jump into a multiplayer game for an hour and a half and be like, well, that was a fun entire campaign of Stellaris. Unless you're on the, like, fastest fast forward speed. Hearts of Iron is the best for multiplayer. I think Hearts of Iron would be the best for multiplayer because the campaigns are so much shorter. But yeah, you can definitely play. But I also like the RP. And I don't want to have to deal with other people. Other stinky people. Avik says, I feel Stellaris rules the roost when it comes to events and RP. The stories really add to the game. Distant Worlds 2 excels in managing your empire, especially late game, due to the level and fine-tunability of the degree of automation. That's cool. I do like automation. Also, I had no idea that gâteau was only a British thing. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, by the way. Chat says... They have no... Actually, Chad has no opinion on this. You just had more opinion on multiplayer. Personally, naval capacity is super important, but... I want Ceramo metal infrastructure. It's a faster research, unlocks new trees. Why not get it in the infancy of developing colonies, like this one?
Construction completed.
We've got a colony ship right now trying to go to a new planet. Big singularity. With an L-gate. Oof. Spooky. I like these little asteroid systems also. Our construction ship just claimed a new system. Absaja. It's got 5 energy credits, 12 minerals, 2 society research, and 2 engineering research. And we're gonna say, please just tap the research first, then the mining station second. This is just a good little pocket of tasty resources and future Tomb World planets. If we can figure out how to live on them, there's like a lot. There's a lot. And a very habitable desert world back here, which I'm gonna start moving to after we build that up. Encounter in Etalyx. First contact with the Heth aliens, who we will attempt to decipher their language. Because we haven't discovered any new actual civilizations in a while. There's gotta be one down there, though. The option for automation is, or not, is really great. You can run as much or as little as you like in Distant Worlds 2. Yeah, I'll definitely have to try it out sometime.
Construction completed.
I've only heard good things about it. Studying something from the limited perspective of a single-dimensional reality does not paint the whole picture. Every angle must be considered. We're 400 plus research and 50 years into the game. I feel like this is the fastest I've ever gone research-wise. And I'm really enjoying the speed at which we're getting new tech. And we're in a really good situation from like a neighbor POV where we've got basically pacts with our neighbors and we're just gonna space race them. Code breaking. That's for secretive things. Tier 3 shields is good. Point defense is good. Wormhole travel isn't good right now for us, but we do have wormholes in important systems, and I need to figure out where they go before they figure out where they go. Like, I need to know if there's bad guys on the other side of the wormholes that are inside of our borders before the bad guys, if there are any, figure it out, you know? So I need to be ahead on that one. So I think if wormhole appears, I should take it. Another first contact with another alien called the Yod alien. Something just happened. This world just shattered before my eyes and is exploding. Heth aliens
Research
no
logs
longer exist.
annotated.
They just got blown to hell. Okay, well, let's make first contact with the Yod aliens then. Wait, you can't move for 300 days? Damn, that sucks. Science Officer Jormunders managed to partially translate the alien mural we discovered. The text has a staggering amount of data, and the mural evidently serves as some sort of low-tech library. It describes, in broad terms, the collected technological knowledge of an alien civilization that dominated this region of the galaxy some 80 million years ago. A lot of it's already known to us, but the data does contain several promising leads for technology we yet to consider. There's enough data here to keep our scientists busy for decades, but we need an orbital research facility. Look at all that science! That's so much science and it's so far away. It's too bad. Scientist Nasukin, congrats on level 3, commanding the Has Fallen. We need you to maybe do some automatic survey? Yeah. Bubby says, do the DLCs add new game mechanics or just new species and story? A lot of them add new mechanics. Some of them just add new species, some of them just add new story. So I'd say all three of the things that you said are true in different forms. Going back to my tier list. Ooh, peace. Going back to my personal DLC tier list, note that I have all DLCs, and I would not really give any of them up for me personally. For people who are a bit more picky, or who are trying to get into the game, while it's on sale for like the next few hours, it's not going to be on sale for much longer on Steam. Utopia and Federations add, in my opinion, pretty big new mechanics. Leviathans adds a few new mechanics. So does Ancient Relics, but I think the A tier is just really good story slash lore slash a few mechanics. It's kind of mingled all three. It's flavor, its story, and its mechanics, but not nearly to the level of Utopian Federations. And then Apocalypse and Megacorp are all new mechanics, but your mileage will vary depending on if you actually play as those things. Whereas Utopian Federations is good no matter what you're playing as. Megacorp, you have to be a Megacorp to really get much value out of it, other than AI Megacorps occasionally popping in. By mechanics, what do you mean? Well, I could describe every DLC that Stellaris has, or I could encourage you to go to the Steam page, expand the About section below the given DLC, and they're in big bold text as to what that given DLC adds to the game. Not trying to be sassy, chat. I know how it sounds, but basically I mean, like, one of them adds the entire tradition page and associate perks and ascension perks, and another one adds the Galactic Council that lets you vote on different Senate propositions, things like that. Etalyx sassing chat? I would never.
A system has been surveyed.
But I do highly recommend Stellaris and as many DLCs as you are passionate about. For sure. Avic, what did you say? The biggest differences between Distant Worlds 2 and Stellaris is the way fleets work. In Stellaris, doom stacks are a big thing, but in Distant Worlds 2, you're more likely to have dozens of different fleets doing different jobs.
Our ships have been made less awful.
Our ships have been made less awful? Who do you think you are? I mean, you're right, but you don't have to say it out loud. Okay, we've got a 1.2k fleet. I'm gonna take them down to wherever the Trojan asteroid was. There it is. All right, the Septic Circus. Wait, what? Oh, this is a different log entry. Okay, there we go. That's a long trip, but I'm determined to do it because there's a cool science thing there. Anyway, Avic says,
Has been surveyed.
it's awesome to go to war and have half-dozen raiding fleets rush off to busy themselves, ruining your enemy's economy while your battle fleets look for pitched battles. So it's a little bit less RP tech sci-fi scenarios and maybe a little bit more battle focused. I'm not sure I want to imagine the micro need to manage dozens of fleets in Stellaris. Yeah, I don't mind the Doomstack gameplay right now. Overseer Drimbus has an eye for talent. That's one of the best things that our dictator can have, because it lets our short-lived species level up faster. So it basically takes their short lives, which are now a little bit longer, thanks to our technologies, and makes them a little bit more productive with the time that they have, which I'm quite fond of. There's another desert world there. Small, but it's there. I don't know how far I want to go, because we still got systems behind us that we're not taking advantage of. And I don't have that much influence.
An anomaly has been found.
A defective platform of alien design is drifting aimlessly around a star. Perhaps we could study it to reveal its purpose. Okay, I'm with you. But yeah, I don't know how far we want to spread. Because if I go here, it's not a good place. We need to go like all the way out. I think I leave this area alone for now, turn around and capitalize on the spots behind us. And sort of fill out, because there's a lot of science behind us. Plus this tiny little pocket that we haven't even studied yet. At first glance, this planet doesn't seem capable of supporting living beings. Nevertheless, we detected signs of life beneath its frozen surface. See what's up, Jormunder. That's a good system. It's a very decent system. Deep scans beneath the ice that reveal a large ocean heated by hydrothermal vents beneath a mantle covering the surface. Lead scientist Jormunder dispatched probes from the Has-Father of Pestilence that drilled several miles of thick ice and found the water below teeming with what appears to be life. We'll need more resources to conduct a thorough study of the many unique life forms inhabiting this ocean. We'll get to work researching. What do you think you're doing? Hey, Alert, you're level 3. You've got an extra, oh damn. You've got an extra 30% survey speed. Wait, you're doing engineering research. It's a 6% research bonus. And Slaying Society's level 5 and 51 years old, and you've still got life ahead of you because you got plus 25 years? Hold on, how old is Slaying Society poised to become? 85! You're gonna be the oldest two-person ever! Closer inspection of this abandoned platform orbiting Shelock revealed that it is of complex, somewhat erratic alien design. Though waterproofed machinery and advanced climate control suggest it was built for a life form that secreted a rich amount of fluids, very likely of the molluscoid variety. Before falling into disrepair, microwave beams were used to heat regions of the star's atmosphere, provoking large sustained eruptions that increased the solar wind outflow significantly. The energy was then harvested with an orbital mine. The platform is designed around some highly experimental concepts. We can repair it, we can weaponize it, or we can leave. Chat, repair or weaponize? Where is this? It's so far away. How am I gonna repair it? Something more like Hearts of Iron's fleet system would be great, mainly the ability to set up different task forces with different mission types. Maybe. The problem with Hearts of Iron's fleet system is, which I'm very much looking forward to the patch, I want you to go patrol these 3 sectors. Okay, go away for 5 minutes. Oh no, while I wasn't looking, the AI sent 1,500 naval bombers to this zone and destroyed 1/3 of my fleet in a single engagement. Oops. Like, that kind of stuff I feel like would be happening left and right in Stellaris. I think the way it works now is good because most of combat is, if you're doing it right, at certain choke points. We're sort of blocking enemies in and defeating them yourself. With usually just a few fleets until you get to be really big. I think it would take a full revamp of combat to get to anything that resembles the other Paradox games for combat, because Crusader Kings actually has a lot of similarities to Stellaris in terms of how combat works, except arguably even Crusader Kings has more variables as far as like leaders and generals and terrain type, and some of that's here, but not as much. Chat says repair. Let's fix it.
This situation has been cataloged.
Why do you personally love Stellaris? Because I think it has a crazy amount of replayability, where you always want to start over and see how different your beginning is going to be. Lots of randomization, RNG technology that's really fun, that you can mitigate the RNG. What types of leaders you'll be able to recruit, what types of systems and how many resources are going to be available to you, who your neighbors are going to be, what the end-game crisis is going to be, and also the different subtle gameplay styles from each empire that you create, one to the next. These types of games, I never make it to the end. I'm always restarting to optimize. Yeah, restarting is a lot of fun in Stellaris. Very addicting. I agree. Okay, so we're
complete.
Ooh, what's this? Afterburners. The improved version of the standard afterburners provide an even greater boost to ship combat speed. And next, we have 5 new choices for research. Normally it's 3, but we've upgraded it to be able to see 5 different ones at a time right now, since we're very science-focused. And I'm thinking, it's time to get Starholds. I've been wanting Starholds for a long time. We can get it in 2 years. That won't take long at all. Likewise, we need to make another change to our existing ship comp, because I would really like advanced afterburners. What's nice is we do have the power supply to support it, because an extra 20% sub-light speed instead of just 10%. Faster is better because of the prevalence of choke points. Sub-light speed is so important. So getting more from ion thrusters and advanced afterburners in tandem is very nice. You can't save this while we're upgrading. So
A system has been surveyed.
I gotta wait until this fleet's done upgrading. That's okay. Waiting on some more pops to spawn. We got robots, we got Hasvati. We should be able to see robots in specialist jobs now. That is so good. And really boosted our alloy production up to 40. We actually have positive consumer goods now. We were negative for a while. Got fantastic food, great minerals, good energy credits, Could be better on Unity, but I think we're in a really nice place. And then, of course, we got another colony ship. Following a long period of support, Praku has embraced spiritualist ethics. That's not good. I don't want them to be spiritual capitalists. They're xenophile, militarist, spiritualist. Business person, I guess. So many cool builds. There are a lot of cool builds, Weird Pixel, and I think that each empire that I've made feels very different from the last. My favorite part of Solaris is the RP potential where you make species that aren't min-maxed. That's what we're doing now, yeah. You don't typically shave 40 years off the max life of your populace just to trade. Are we immortal yet? No, but we have our lifespan up to age 60 from age 40. But I can cut it even more once I get some points, which I'm looking forward to. Jormunder, what did you find? You've returned from the expedition that studied the rich biosphere in the seas beneath the ice mantle of Vakradl 3. Our underwater probes map the terrain and catalog most life forms. Although the data may be of some use to biologists, no particular discoveries have been made that would have any applications beyond that. Wow, there's a rich alien biosphere and you didn't find anything useful. That takes talent, and you have no orders presently. Why don't we go ahead and survey, and then I would like to stay away from the Yod, while also maybe studying them. Excuse me. The Numistic Order. Many wondrous things pass through our hands, yet we never line our pockets. Show me what you've got. By the guiding hand of Numa, we have come across these ancient artifacts which have been very inspiring for our meditations. The thought of parting with them, of course, pains us, but we feel that you, Hasvati, could learn much by studying them. We are in need of some advanced materials. Perhaps a deal could be made. 300 alloys for 5 little baby artifacts. Get out of here. Absolutely not.
Construction completed. Hastily. Construction completed. Hastily.
6 more engineering research and some mining stations is good. Our construction ships are very busy. Damn, that's a lot. This
system has been surveyed.
We're heading towards 500 research per month now. Build a starbase outpost there, and we're kind of moving towards the desert world. Eventually, we're going to want the tomb worlds once we figure out
our colonists
how to tap that. That is an extremely varied system. Colonists of week-old trash.
Our ships have been made.
Our colony ship has set down, and colonization will be complete by 2254 in a little under 2 years. And we just researched 25% faster colony development speed. Wouldn't you know it? So that should shave off some good time for us. And simultaneously unlock the new building slot on every planet automatically. But on some of these planets, like Stinky Cheese, we have a new capital upgrade. So planetary admin can become planetary capital, and the many bonuses that come with that. Broccoli farts. What do you need? What do we need? I don't know. What do we need? It could be anything. It's hard to choose. But anyway, welcome Beatbox, and good evening. Would be cool if Stellaris had Battlefleet Gothic Armada style combat. Well, that's like, I talked about this before. When Stellaris gets to a certain point, you almost want combat to go as fast as possible. And it's the same in Total War. Total War gets to a point, you get like halfway through a campaign and you're like, I never want to fight a manual battle again. I will now simply win the game by moving 2 of my armies into strategically advantageous positions and auto-resolve everything to make this go faster, otherwise I'm going to be here all day. And I think that these types of strategy games always get to that point where you're too big, you don't want a manual fight anymore. So, but also there's a whole ass video game you're describing. Which, by the way, I still need to stream. I still need to play that. Because I do have Battlefleet Gothic Armada. New society research. Crime down, amenities up. New edict. New starbase building. I do like the starbase building. Ship starting XP up and anchorages give some nice bonuses. Food from farmers up is sort of unnecessary right now. Turn consumer goods into Unity. Or we could get rid of some certain tile blockers. Quicksand basin. It's not my favorite, but I'm just gonna be boring and get soil remediation. So we can delete some simple blockers. I don't know, I don't like the other ones that much. It's especially noticeable as Tomb Kings, just 30 full armies running around skeletonizing the land. I still need to try Tomb Kings again. Yeah, I didn't have a good run with them. But we actually did just finish a full, well, a short campaign of Immortal Empires not that long ago. That was a lot of fun. Been having a great time with Warhammer 3. The Yod aliens are curiously propelling itself across the void, protecting itself when necessary, indicating it may be alive. We're working to find out more. We've also fully upgraded a fleet, and that's a good opportunity to go back into Ship Designer, tweak it ever so slightly, give it the advanced afterburners, save the design over the existing one, and then just upgrade it again. Should be a fast upgrade, though.
Evasive maneuvers in progress.
Oof. There's an amoeba swarm here. And they are cruising. So we're gonna try going and surveying over here instead.
Our ships have been made less awful.
Stop saying that. That's negative. Proceed with caution. A heavily armed vessel is in orbit around this asteroid. Check it out.
Construction completed. Hastily.
All right, projectile vomit. I don't expect any wars anytime soon. I think leaving this fleet in the capital is fine for now. We at least have a respectable... Why is this only a 1.7k military power, whereas this one's a 2.9k? When they both have 20 corvettes. Explain. I don't know. I'm not sure, actually. I really haven't enjoyed Warhammer 3 myself, and I put 1,000 hours into 2. It doesn't feel the same somehow. I'm not sure how, Danny. Have you tried Immortal Empires? You might like that better. Maybe you just don't like the main campaign from 3? But it feels... It's very similar, if not a fulfillment to me. I did like the small campaign from 2 quite a lot, though. Where are we going? Okay, we're just making a mining station and then popping on over. All right. Away from these nerds. This guy here, what kind of build we running? Some casual noob nerd build called Overtuned to Death. Siphoning 40 years of life. Actually, you can just do exclamation Stellaris if you want. And that'll show you a screenshot. But, we're going for big brain, small life. The armed vessel discovered in orbit is an abandoned military spacecraft called Nefri's Pride. Its light frame and evasion hardware suggest it was built for long-distance patrol missions, but long since it's been retrofitted into a long-range stealth bomber. Records of the ship's comms reveal it was hijacked by a rebel guerrilla on its way to perform a strike against a secret complex called the Zvan Labs. It's said to hold a weapon so powerful it could win the war when they were shot down. We've extracted the ship's destination. Oh boy.
The situation has been cataloged.
Oh boy. Where's that? Oh, it's inside the system. We have some pretty sweet situation logs that we need to get a science ship to go do. I might just send this guy back up because he's not too far away. Where'd the little orange pockets go. Seeing this stuff is difficult sometimes. Let's track you. Track you. Oh, I want to do the ice alien. Trapped in a mountainous slab of ice, there remains a life form, the likes of which we've never seen before. Who knows how far it traveled through space and time? Let's do that. It's going to take 5 months. I'm going to mark you on the map. All right, see, now we got these things marked. So unfortunately, one of them, that's the one that's guarded by a fleet. We got the Septic Circus, like a dozen jumps away. Oh, these scientists are about to meet up inadvertently. Okay, survey this, and then... Oh, this needs a construction ship in orbit. Ah. Okay. Well. Construction ships are pretty far away. Oh, man, that's so far! Fine. Send this one to research the damn project. Daniel says, yeah, I put some time into Immortal Empires when it came out. I don't know, the feel of controlling units somehow feels slower, more sluggish. Battles also being basically minor settlement battles every time, and tower defense mechanics put me off. Tower defense mechanics. Were there that many changes to the siege system? I figured it out, Alex. Your brains are overclocked, so 40 years feels like 80 years to you. Huh? That's a good point. But anyway, yeah, we're building Pacifist, and we're building... I was building Tall, but then I saw all this free real estate. Now I'm gonna go a little bit wide and just keep boosting our early game research tech. And just try and skip ahead, basically. Chad, I need to take a quick BRB. It's been like 2.5 hours. I need to stand up. We're upgrading Planetary Capital. Broccoli Farts. It's got some space. For whatever we want. I think I'm gonna leave this building slot open for now. Oh, wait, no, I could just get another industrial district. And then it's time to accidentally turn this world into a tomb world. Let's get our coordinated fulfillment center up. We will exploit this world ruthlessly. It's gonna cost us a hefty amount of unity, but I think it's worth. And we're eventually gonna stop with industrial districts on the capital sooner or later. All right, Caravanneers. Our starbase in the EDOS system reports the Winds of Fortune fleet has evacuated and abandoned a decrepit ship in unstable orbit. One man's trash.
Has been cataloged.
We need a construction ship here too? All right, let's go get it. Research the projects and then head on back. Time project. Okay, but yeah, let's take a quick BRB, if that's okay with you guys, chat. And then we'll keep on trucking. Been having a lot of special projects and a lot of anomalies. But yeah, I think 3 felt mostly the same for me. Total War Warhammer, that is. But I guess you can always play 2 again. It's still there. Or you can play Immortal Empires and see how that goes, because that's going to be the same map, but just more map. Oh yeah, we found crystalline entities. We've investigated reports of extraordinary free-floating crystal-like objects. The findings are startling. They're ship-sized objects, and slightly smaller, but crystal-like. Satellites at first appeared inert, but sudden shifts in their orientation relative to our ships and new energy signatures emerging from within the prisms indicate they should be regarded as hazardous. Approach with caution. We don't want to risk coming into conflict with these prismatic enigmas. We should establish remote surveillance and observe them from the capital. You got it. Let's study them, not pacify them. I don't care about which one leads to which perk. I think my peoples would study them. For research and technology. And let's go ahead and do it now. That'll just put a pause on wormhole stabilization. Do some good songs. All right, chat, I'll be back. Stretch, hydrate, all those things, study the map, and wait until we find out who else is going to be our neighbor. I will be back in just a few minutes. Why don't you just jam to some tunes while we're out here? Thanks for hanging out tonight. Thanks for waiting. I'll see you in just a few minutes. Okay? Hey. What's up? Alright, I gotta stretch. When is this army gonna get here?
Research logged and annotated.
Azizians. We have successfully cloned a healthy population of gargantuan slugs from fossilized DNA? Gargantuan slugs?
They have figured out how to replicate chat. They reach maturity within weeks, weighing up to 20 tons, learning up to 1,000 memes by heart, and they have a primitive level of sapience, responding to simple one-syllable commands such as E. Though they have yet to show any violent tendencies, they produce a thick, toxic mucus when vexed, and their hue seems to shift with their mood. The research team has named them Azizians for the hissing sounds in which they communicate among themselves. Big.
They will make excellent laborers. 4 Azizian pops are added to Dondet. They belong in a zoo. Dondet gets special isolated valley. Max alien zoo +1. We could use them in the army. Who would not want an army of murderous slugs with which to crush their enemies? They are horrendous. Dispose of them now. I've never seen this event before. This is cool. Lots of good choices. I think we either put them in the army. We're making a robot army, though. Or a zoo. Make them part of your civ. Okay, fine. Etalyx, hear me out. Cyborg giant mutant slugs. Alright. Let me see. That's like, it's like us but out of the pod is what it looks like. They love the Arctic? Of course, because we settled everywhere Savannah! Why wouldn't they be Arctic preference when we have desert preference? Unbelievable. I have to colonize a whole new world for them, dude. They can't do anything here. They're good at minerals, food, and army damage, and that's it. I regret listening to chat. Now I have to give them their own world where they can only do basic stuff. Where's the world I just looked at? This one? Right on the border? Okay. I don't want to sprawl that big. Industrialist specialists. This is just going to be mining districts only. This is 18. So far away. Well, that's the only one they can live on, so that's the one they're gonna live on, I guess. Colony ship of just Azizians. This is gonna be the salt mines, because they're slugs. What are their rights? They have residence. They're free but less important politically. They have decent living conditions. Ensures that members of the species have what they need for an acceptable quality of life. I can lower them to basic subsistence. But I don't know if that actually saves me anything other than upkeep, I guess. For specialists. Yeah, it saves me a lot of upkeep. But it makes them much less happy. We'll see. Oops, I didn't look at the rest. Migration controls are enabled. Prevent them from moving freely between our worlds. I think that's good right now. Full military service, colonization allowed. There we go. Salt mine unionization incoming. Probably. Probably, yeah. Okay, we'll make another one.
A system has been surveyed.
We'll make another colony ship, and we'll ship out, make a new slug world.
Hello?
Greetings, Hasvadi friends. A recent Praku archaeological expedition on one of our planets uncovered several artifacts believed to have originated in the ancient Arassian precursor civilization. They are currently being displayed in a museum on Praku Central, but in honor of the friendship between the two great empires, the Praku Company would like to donate one of the pieces to the Hasvadi think tank. Arrangements have already been made to transport the artifact to you. Oh, that's so nice. Dude, that is so nice. Dude, that is so nice.
Jormundir's level 6? Chow, what's the highest level anybody has ever become that's not human in this society? Thank you, Crystal Triangle. Can you overclock the slugs? Yes. In fact, I can I can fix them now. I have 2 trade points and 4 picks. Okay, well, they're bred for basic necessities, yes. And we know they're about to go to a mining planet, yes. I could also just make their army damage plus 40%.
Juiced power!
That's what I was hoping for.
You are right, Tavik. You were right. 4 picks is pretty good.
Can we pick negatives, though? Why can't we pick negatives? Oh, I could actually remove the one thing that's actually buffing them. Hold on, undo. Where's the undo button? So, proles is plus 10% army damage, plus 10% minerals and food, but low physics, engineering, and society research. Keep that one. Noxious is habitability up. Incubators grants between 30% and negative 10% pop growth speed, inversely proportional to the number of pops on the planet. When isolated or few in number, a species with this trait naturally adapts and is able to focus on procreation with an intentness others consider extreme. However, when in large numbers, the effect is reversed and they find reproduction difficult. That's pretty cool. Accelerated growth in the early stages. Pop growth speed really high. I know what all these are. Upkeep down, defense army damage up, leader lifespan up, governing ethics up, amenities up, housing usage down. Nope. Maybe army damage.
Throng!
Empire size down, unity up, XP gain up, level cap up, growth speed up, habitability up, research, 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 trade, engineering. I want to do minerals. But is there a better minerals that's also cheap at the expense of their own lives? Chat. Did you know that if you supercharge a civilization with overtuned, but you never let them become leaders, you will only get bonuses because leader lifespan. Wait. I'm assuming it's their leader lifespan, not every leader lifespan. So if I just never let them become leaders, it's only benefits, never downsides. Right? What are the overtuned traits from? The new Toxoids DLC. It is the overtuned origin. Okay, anyway, what else do we add to this? Because I can't add a stacking 15% job. I can add unity, consumer goods upkeep, amenities, energy, food. Are we gonna do food on this planet? What about army damage? Army damage and worker pop resource. Juice them. Adrenaline released on demand and hyperpotent growth hormones have led to a massive increase in strength. Just ignore the occasional internal tearing. That one. That one. We shall call them muscle mollusks. Muscle moles for short. There we go. We've created a template. Let us apply it to all 4 of these pops for 3,180 society
The
research.
situation has been cataloged.
Okay, very happy with that. Now, we're gonna need more jobs at the capital. I'm thinking the capital should just be focused on research. Maybe a 3rd research station would be good. If not that, then what? Well, we barely have any amenities. And we're always low on consumer goods. But I think research is the answer. Another lab. Stinky cheese is getting a planetary capital. We already have the fulfillment center. Let's make you another industrial district. All right, these are all good to go. New tradition! Pop growth speed increased 10%. A new life awaits our citizens in the off-world colonies. A chance to begin again in a golden land of opportunity and adventure. With the help of an aggressive marketing campaign, the less fortunate elements of our society will be flocking to our colony ships. Yes. Yes. Flock, my pretties. Another toxic terraforming candidate has been discovered. Our project to modify 4 pops on 1 planet to match the muscle mole template failed. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
This situation has been cataloged.
Oh, it times out in 30 days unless you do it immediately. Do it now. Okay, we'll do it now. I was doing something else though. What was I doing? Oh. I was looking at villains. Who goes here? Who lives here? Evil mining drones. Well, chat, you want to see some action, dude? Because one of our little baby fleets is rolling out.
Research complete.
20 Corvettes are about to get their first taste of action, and you know what they need? Someone to lead them. And you know who that needs? Someone from chat. Gale speed. Sublight speed and evasion up? Absolutely. And they're only 33. I don't have enough unity to recruit them. I need 300. Oh
A
no!
system has been surveyed.
Alright, just wait there until we have 300 then. Ooh, starholds! As space traffic increases, large, more defensible star bases are needed to maintain control over the space lanes. That they are. It's way too early for cruisers. Habitats. This is how we build tall. Habitats. We can live in space. Me. Chat, if you type the word cookie, you will be considered for the admiral we are about to hire. Cookie.
Research log and annotated.
Crystalline entities are unbreakable.
The name itself is a compromise between rival factions of xenobiologists and xenogeologists on Donded. They're probably alive, though. An earlier, perhaps more descriptive name for the crystalline entities was silicate animate matter, as they have little in common with biological life. They are solitary beings, each individual crystal sovereign rarely seen with more than a sentinel and a small cohort entity. Aside from the cohort and sentinel clearly being subservient to the sovereign of the group, the subtle nuance of the crystalline entity's socio-hierarchical relationships are lost on us. Chat, this is going to be on the test, okay? Pay attention. The entities do not seem to mate, and we have yet to observe any crystals that are recognizably older or younger than others. Contrary to an early hypothesis, the shift in hue between individual crystalline entities seems related not to their age, but to their latent internal charge, and it appears as if those sporadic fluctuations in the charge alter the refractive properties of the crystal. The crystalline entities are capable of violently discharging at specific target, timing them out for 100,000 channel points for 10 full minutes, and unfortunately seem to prefer to do so rather than let foreign entities pass by unscathed. Sounds useful. Get a permanent plus 5% energy credits from jobs forever, or get crystal infused plating plus 50%. Chat, I think 5% bonus energy credits forever. What do you say? What do you say? Violent, chat members. Violent. So very violent. Yeah. Energy. Okay. Get the cash. I agree. Okay, we have almost 200 unity. What do we need again? 300? Yeah, I need 300 unity.
Murder.
A system has been surveyed.
I thirst for blood.
The Brilly can now subjugate us. I'd like to see you try. Chat, weak old trash. It's almost...
Colony
It's
established.
colonized!
One more place to live out your pitiful lives.
What? Your pitiful lives? Let's build the first gene clinic as you do. Another place to live your pitiful, stinky lives. Stop trying to subjugate me. The Azizian laborers on Donded have developed full sapience. The creatures who were believed to have already reached full maturity were in fact still spawn, and are only now in adulthood reaching their full potential. They picked up our language and wish to remain here in our civilization. I've already made their not leader material, but I'm glad that they decided to live here. That's nice. Why did we fail to modify them again? Oh, because they picked up agrarian themselves. How do I delete this, trash this template? Now I have to create a template off of this. They have -2 trait points left. Bro. I can't even modify this. They have become unmodifiable. They've also become strong. Very strong, plus 40% to army damage. I also can't, I have to have genetic resequencing to do anything. Get owned, streamer. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. I did just get owned. Here's what really sucks. Who's on the colony ship? These guys. These chumps. This is the old guys. Is that better? There's not a lot of agriculture they can do there. I think we just leave it as is.
Research complete.
Because the old guys get bonuses to mining that the new ones don't.
But who is on the ship? A naturally occurring subspace wormhole is a fickle thing. Its fluctuating energy typically makes it impossible to travel safely between its linked apertures. There are ways to temporarily stabilize the matrix, however. We can travel through wormholes.
And we're about to find out who's waiting for us on the other side. Now we're gonna get planetary and starbase FTL inhibitors. That's a good one. Okay, we have some scientists who have access to some wormholes. There's one right there. So survey that and then explore the natural wormhole and let me know what you find. Stop threatening me.
An anomaly has been found.
Repeated scans of the surface give inconsistent sensor readings, as if the planet itself is in a constant state of upheaval.
Research logged and annotated.
I'm sorry? Likely due to the vessel being a civilian transport, the shipboard databases were not fully scrubbed as part of the decommissioning process. So while nothing else of value was found aboard the ship, our data scientists recovered partial reference to unknown alien technology, improved destroyer hulls. For free? For free.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
Hello, Brill League. Oh, we know what research we get. They get so much more than me. No research agreement for you. Wait. Chat, should I just let them have a research agreement anyways? They have superior fleet power, we have equivalent tech and economy. We have a little bit more intel than we did before. What does... Why can't we form a research agreement? It requires positive relations or an envoy. This one's a little closer. Why do I have to send an envoy? Cost us 0.25. That's like almost 1723 science a month. It's not great, I guess. But it's still pretty close to what they get. And increases trust. I'm ready to push this up to over 500
Someone else
research.
is trying to attract your attention.
Yes, we will not have any migration treaties with you, stinkies. The very geological structure of Minkalanon 2 is indeed in flux, driven by what Science Officer Jormundir assures us, or Jormundir, is a tectonic process as fascinating as it is esoteric. What is of more interest to the Hasvati think tank is we may be able to strategically halt the planet's ceaseless, chaotic self-transformation. In short, a near-instant stabilization of the planet into something slightly, if not entirely more habitable, is theoretically possible. Jormundir estimates that an additional 200 energy credits are necessary to power a thorough mapping of the planetary activity and determine the validity of what the science officer has termed a surgical terraforming strike. Actual terraforming lies beyond our grasp at present, so this is an exciting opportunity. There's a 50% chance that this place is terraformed from a barren world to something else. It's pretty far away, I don't care. There's nothing else around it. Actually, there's a couple decent systems around it, I guess. We'd have to go all the way down to this choke point, though. Fine! See if it's a success. It failed. I failed this last time! They're disappointed to report the window of opportunity for terraforming has closed despite their best efforts. Another opportunity is unlikely to arise for at least a few centuries. You bastard. You're fired, Jormundur. I don't care if you're my best scientist. All right, the research agreement has been agreed upon. And we've learned how to clear some tile blockers. With advanced fracking and chemical engineering, we can turn the poor substrate into fertile topsoil. And then have the opportunity to improve our fleet size again, which I think we should do. We need to maintain a very strong fleet. Let's get that naval capacity up. And start making some new ships. Which, by the way, this fleet is still traveling all the way down here to kick some ancient drone ass. Oh, chat, we have more than... I hope you all typed cookie already. Because I'm hiring... there's different admirals. The Gale Speed one's still the best, or just not... Caucus Pox Pus. It's gonna have to do. Cookie? Cookie? The best cookie in chat right now is Dippin' Sauce. Dippin' Sauce, are you out there? You will command our forces into the brave unknown.
Engaging hostile fleet.
Our first combat experience.
Research logged. And annotated.
You are interrupted. After extensive repairs, the star platform has been brought online, and the star is now hurling massive amounts of energy into the cosmos. But the journey has not been without hurdles. When the giant microwave beams were first activated, the engineers nearly set off a chain reaction that could have ended in a solar eruption so massive it would have blasted the platform and all system planets out of existence. As it turns out, the ancient alien blueprints and manuals were riddled with miscalculations so severe the platform would have been inoperable. Luckily, the mistakes were caught in time. The strength of the beams has been calibrated and the solar wind outflow is stable. A solar battery? Just for us. Ah, mollusks. Mushy bodies, mushy minds. 6 energy credits, all for you. Okay, where are my construction ships? Dude, there's a desert world and an Arctic world there? I'll tell you what we need. We need to claim this entire area for chat. I thought we were building tall. At first it was like, oh yeah, we're definitely gonna build tall. We're boxed in by 3 civs, and then we just keep going this way, and nobody's home. See, what we really need to do is take Ziamon before these nerds get up there. That's a great idea. And then we can box them in. It's gonna take a while for that construction ship to get there, but that's okay. That is indeed usually how my tall empires go. Yeah, like... Brill, go away. Oh, we didn't get to finish watching the battle. We killed all 6 drones, and there was a special project we can research. We can now claim the system if we really wanted to. But I don't think I need to. Where are the other bad guys? This is too strong. We need a better force. We are tall, but sideways. As long as you stay in one galaxy, it's tall. Precisely. But yes, Avik, I had the best of intentions, but now we're just going wide. All right, we got 2 jobs in the capital. Stinky Cheese has got enough with an industrial district coming, and we got 2 building slots. Fantastic. Broccoli Farts is getting the fulfillment center for our industrial districts. That's hemorrhaging unity, but it is what it is. And we got gene clinics here, and we'll probably follow that up with what? I guess a robot assembly plant. Maximize the number of pops. And then we have an Arctic colony ship. That is about to set our slug friends onto their first Arctic world. By the way, P-Lord, thank you for the 9-month sub, or Pylor. I appreciate you returning, and thanks for priming once more. You took the expansion perk. Yeah, now I'm kind of glad that I took the expansion perk, I guess. Chat, is it what I think it is in the background?
Our colonists have reached their destination.
Is that what I think it is? Oh, we have a frontier sector. Here's my question. Are they close? They are. Why haven't I done this yet? So, when you have two planets that are pretty close to each other in a separate frontier sector, if we create a new sector, it'll group any planets that are within 4 jumps to that one. I think. So yes. I didn't intentionally call this the broccoli fart sector. That's just the way the game decided to call it. But since we have a new sector, we can have a new governor. Or wait, is this... Are we automating? Nope. We're doing it ourselves. We can still have a new governor, though. New governor. We'll never get enough unity for all this. Clear blockers... NG research speeds and leadership experience gain for them. I'd say all the research bonuses. And then I think switching governors would be good. Because we have most of our research is... We have 1 research station here, but most of our research is concentrated back on Dondead. We have 3 research labs. Which I wish these buildings would automatically group next to each other, but oh well. Oops, wrong button. So then, we're getting the bonus research from that leader. Caucus Slug Slurper. Wait, is that a different person? Or is that the same? No, that's the same person. We need a new name for Rotbert. Someone was having too much fun with this. Okay, the next cookie in chat is Evanito. Chat. Let me see those channel points. Evanito is governing our home sector of Dondead with some intellectual learning. Welcome aboard. Wait, I need a science ship to go get that debris. We're just gonna make a new science ship and then move somebody over there, like a scientist over there. Wait, no, we need another scientist now that lifespans are pretty good. More cookies! We need to spend more unity. No, we really do, though. It's 450! They're all old. There's everything. They're like 50 years old, dude. Let's wait until that resets.
An anomaly has been found.
Jormunder found a cursory scan of the planet's surface revealing a weak signal pushing into the darkness of space.
Construction ships are en route, albeit a bit slowly. The septic circus is close. It's only a couple jumps away from a little bit more combat. More cookies? Yes. More cookies. We are losing a lot of unity from our build. So we can make up for that by building other unity buildings, I think.
The signal originates from the remains of an antenna-like structure. Exploratory probes were dispatched from the Has Father of Pestilence to the surface to investigate more closely. What Science Officer Jormunder found was a cavernous vault that, while easily pried open, was evidently the last safe house and refuge of some long-dead race of aliens. While reasonably technologically advanced, it seems they never reached for the stars and perished to some planet-wide natural disaster. The vault is immense, housing thousands upon thousands of black boxes that the Hat's father of pestilence determined to be data storage devices. A special project to decode them exists. For sure research that. Alright, the new science ship is here, but I need a better scientist than it was on. How often does this reset? Can I help you?
A system has been surveyed.
Oh, it's time. Move dipping sauce over.
Engaging hostile fleet.
Should absolutely shred these nerds. They don't even have shields. Okay. The vault is a tomb for hopeful immortals. Science Officer Yormander asserts that huge blocks of ternary code found in the databanks are neural images, digitized brain scans. Doubtless, the aliens of Minkalian 4 considered this their only shot at any kind of survival, following whatever calamity befell their planet. They didn't have the means to resurrect themselves, but banked on the impossibly small hope that eventually someone else would. Let the dead aliens lie and get 8,000 engineering research. Or we don't, but download their neural patterns for safekeeping. Let's download their neural patterns because we're greedy. Some new systems have been discovered. That's a good one. That's a nice one. Meanwhile, finish off these little mining drone nerds.
Research complete.
Dipping Sauce can get some XP. Chase down the last ones. Dipping Sauce is now cautious, plus 20% to all weapon range. Ooh, I like. Meanwhile, Science Officer Wabbit Requiem has taught us how to make Starbase FTL inhibitors. What this lets us do is, did we finish Starhold research, by the way? Yes? I think we did. So, like, we can go to an existing Starbase, and for 500 alloys in 720 days, upgrade it to a Starhold. Once we've got a Starhold, we can put a building or module in there that will stop enemy ships from leaving the system other than through the hyperlane they entered until they destroy that particular station itself. So likewise, we want to go ahead and upgrade all of these border territories to Starholds. Just get them all going at the same time, burn through some alloys, but it's worth it. Because it's the only thing that's going to contain the people on our borders. You just get it by default. Oh yeah. I thought you had to build something though. Planetary is a feature, but starbases are a component. The wording confuses me, but I guess you do just get the ability without building anything. Anywho, our next research should probably just be better shields. Got some special projects. And I'm gonna send the fleet, if not home, then at least to one of the borders. Or to one of our planets. Okay, so we need to get a scientist to study this, study that, and then finish the survey there. Meanwhile, I should be able to afford a scientist. The question is there a good enough one? They're so old. Okay, I'm just gonna move one over. I'm gonna move Nasukin over. Nasukin, jump over for me. Then you should be able to research the Zvan Labs, a hidden gathering of pyramid structures built from an unknown material submerged under layers of sand and dust. We have to excavate the facilities to explore them, But if the rebels were correct in their assumptions, the
Construction
weapons will be worth their while that are hiding within. Could be cool. Build some mining stations. Lots of minerals over here. Why does this game fascinate me? Why does this game fascinate me and make my eyes glaze over at the same time? Because it's late. And you feel sleepy. And also, I'm reading everything to you, so you actually don't need to focus your eyes. Have you noticed that? I'm just telling you what's happening. I'm reading you all the stories. And you can look at pretty wormholes! It goes to the Belazir system. Scientist Slang Society has determined we have a wormhole that goes actually to the other side of the galaxy. We can jump through at our own risk. All I have to do is tell Slang Society to go into Fleet Stance Passive and then travel to the unknown. We have made first contact with mysterious aliens in the Belazir system. For now, we codename them the He Aliens till we can find out more. There's another Empire down there. Let's put an envoy on the case. One of our envoys just died. Well, I hope they're chill. But I figured out how to wormhole before they did, so that's cool. We also have another wormhole. Which is going to make things complicated.
Research logged and annotated.
Okay, this is where some mining droids were. And we dispatched of them, and there's a Trojan asteroid. As the science community on Dondad hypothesized, the drones found in the asteroid were indeed hiding something. The valiant effort of the Father of Pestilence crew has unearthed rich mineral deposits in the core previously obscured by their presence. That's not as cool as I hoped it was going to be. But okay. Where's this debris? Nasuken, how long will this take you? Quite a while. May as well research the anomaly here. After we research the project. Signs of activity by an ancient precursor civilization. I love that you start with autosurvey. I do too, yes. Every time I want to catch up with this game, even on sale, it's like $80.
Research logged and annotated.
Define catch up, Odium. Do you mean buy every single piece of content simultaneously? Our scientists have returned from this van labs unscathed, with footage collected from the facility's security cams. It shows lab scientists bound and gagged as guerrilla soldiers pry open the weapon strongbox. But to their dismay, the box is empty. Only minutes later, the rebels can be seen writhing on the floor in intense agony, dark patches swelling across their bodies. Then their skin rips and a gray, unidentifiable matter spills out. The matter continues to expand, swirling hypnotically around them until one of the scientists activates the emergency system. Sprinklers douse the room in liquid, and an electrical surge passes through it, executing all living things. Here the footage ends. Our crew can confirm the strongbox was indeed empty. Our excursion into the Zvan Labs progressed our engineering research. We unlocked superfluid materials and got a free plus 30% research there. I'll check that out now before I forget. Superfluid materials is a plus 20% to all engineering research. Okay, I like it, but that's way too expensive. We'll come back to it. Let's finish habitats. We have caught neither sight nor sound of the He aliens for some time now. Research finds they have little info to go on and worry that the trail may have gone cold. Well, I can just wormhole into their systems if that helps.
Construction completed. Houston.
Okay, Merrill's got quite a few potential mining stations. I want to just be 1000% sure that we take Ziamon first. And then, chat, if you're friendly to someone, but then you close your borders. Can control access towards Beldross allied worlds. What does that mean? Do I have to take it up with their overlord? What? How bad does that affect your relations when you close borders with someone? I only have the first few DLCs. I wish they had $5 a month sub like some other games. I mean, you just buy what you think will improve your game experience. I've shown this like 3 times during the stream. This is my personal tier list of the DLCs. First of all, I think they're all worth it for some reason or another, depending on what you want, and I would gladly buy all of them again. But at the same time, if money's tight, you can only get a few things. This is my recommendations. But the reason I want to close my borders is so they don't jump over me and take territory on the other side. Kind of lock them in. Etal, I can't read that. You totally can. Even on phones, this is gigantic text. And there's different reasons. It's not a Bible, but that's just my own opinion. So, like, okay, the reason I would... Let's say I control Ziamon, right? There's a big choke point. It has 4 exits. Wait, 5. Counting is hard. And we know that the Beldross go up and over here. And we've already got the Beldross boxed in on this side, so they can't expand. We've already got them boxed in on this side. They can only expand to here. And that's if I don't take it first, which I don't really care to take it. Because I like this choke point better. If I control this choke point, they can take these territories, but nothing past that if I close my borders to them. So I can basically guarantee they won't expand beyond my borders, and I can use my borders to lock them in. The downside is, closing your borders to someone is not the friendliest thing you can do. But it'll stop them from jumping over and hopscotching my territories to colonize systems beyond my borders. So it's useful in that sense. Okay, we got 2 jobs open in Dondred. We're doing a ton of good research. What I wanted to do was check to see if new scientists. Yes, new scientists. 25 years of lifespan, cookies in chat, 450 unity, dear God. Why am I doing this, you might be asking? It's simple. Because now, when Nasuken is done researching special projects, Nasuken, because we're so research-focused, is going to be able to go back to our capital and assist with research, giving us another research boost, which is powerful. All right, chat cookies. The winner is Late Night Hero. Late Night indeed. Now show me your 25,000 channel points. Evanito isn't even here. That's one cookie who's not here. Because I didn't get any channel points, and I know Evanito's got the channel points. I know they do. But Late Night Hero, enjoy your command of the Has Fallen. We've taken it over.
Who's the one human lady scientist? We rescued them from an ice asteroid.
Research logged.
And they're actually a scientific super genius that taught us how to operate wormholes. Level 6 scientist. On the crew's arrival to Jafan, they were able to confirm their sensors were indeed malfunctioning. The good news is that not only were their initial estimates for the star's energy output grossly underestimated, but Jormundur has learned from past mistakes. Ooh. Jormundur's got meticulous extra anomaly discovery chance, and we have a +8 to energy credits on a single star. Is really nice. Okay, week old trash. We only have one housing. We're gonna build a city district to fix that. It's gonna open a new building slot. Broccoli Farts only has one job available, so I would like... probably, as long as we have good energy credits, let's keep pumping out consumer goods and alloys with the industrial districts. That's what these are here for. With the fulfillment center, may as well take advantage of it. Stinky Cheese has plenty of housing and jobs, and there's only one job at Dondead. Which, we have 55 pops, so what that means is we're gonna start resettling people from this planet to the other planets, and that's gonna work. Is this a channel point? Evanito? Wake up! Wait, did you just... Oh, I thought you had the same amount of months of sub as we had population on the capital. It was gonna be a weird convenience. But thanks for the 52 months sub. Welcome back and enjoy your scientific pursuits. Wait, no, you're a governor. Yeah, you're a governor leading our primary sector. And you're incredibly smart. Inclined to the sciences and curious about the natural world. Hello, show me your wares. They will give us a Trium Bauble collection in exchange for one science ship, excluding the crew. We don't need them. Deal. Pleasure doing business. Okay, but what science ship did we give them? Oh no. I don't know, actually. I don't know where the old science ship was, but we'll build a new one, damn it.
Jump catalog.
Mining drone lasers, free physics and engineering research. But yes, that was one
Colony
good...
established.
One channel
One more
point.
place to live out your pitiful
What
lives.
is this? Conglomerated upcyclers.
We've been hearing rumors about the impressive Hasvati think tank for a while now, and we're pleased to make your acquaintance. For a nominal contribution of credits, we of the Conglomerated Upcyclers offer premium salvager services. From engine upgrades to scrapping fleets, whatever your needs, you can count on us. And to ensure we start off in your good graces, how about a small gift to show our commitment?
Wow, 720 alloys is a very generous gift, actually. Thank you. The slug salt mine population is here, chat. We're gonna give them a gene clinic. Where is it? And a robot assembly plant. They should start growing pops. Now, hopefully. What did we research? Habitats! We can construct largely self-sustaining orbital habitats. That's huge. Ooh, Star Fortress. I don't know if we have enough alloys for that. Tough. I think it's either just go early Star Fortresses. Which will help us increase our naval cap. We're about to build destroyers. So that would be good too. There are some very good choices here. I don't think I have enough alloys for Star Fortresses. We'll wait on Star Fortresses. Alright, let's get destroyer build cost and build speed up.
Construction completed. Hasty.
Inquiry into the unidentified spacecraft observed in the Belazir system through the wormhole continues. Keep at it. With all your spooky noises. Alright, let's tap into the science here. And then go back. Tap into the mining and research there. This construction ship. Oh, look at all these goodies. We are very, very, very low on influence. We need to start actually saving some influence. Oh, how can we get more? Basically, fewer pacts, fewer, or things that reduce the cost of pacts is also good. You can also get some by rivaling, but there's literally nobody around us that we can rival, interestingly enough. Star Fortress is good, but we still need to build up the existing. We have 4 star holds that are going to need buildings, so we kind of have our hands full right now, I think. Colossal impact crater, hence something big collided here once. Check it out.
Construction completed. Hastily.
This is a questionable border. This is like a Nickelodeon slime border. Is that a single spot 5 physics research? Chat, we're about to hit 500 total research, from 200 to 500. We're researching like I've never researched before. The massive crater appears to be the result of a collision with a starship. From the size of the crater, we suspect a ship exiting a hyperlane at max velocity rammed the planet for reasons unknown roughly 10,000 years ago. The Haz, father of pestilence, picked up residual subspace echoes near the crash site reminiscent of a collapsed hyperparticulate field, but as the ship itself disintegrated on impact, the theory cannot be verified. It's a bunch of free physics research to make shields go faster. Yeah, this is some Nickelodeon slime. We got the orange to go with it, too. Chat, what are you guys playing right now? As Shy Wolf gains a level. What are you gaming on? What is today? Is today Wednesday? Whew, it's only the middle of the week. We have established communications. Finally, somebody new. And they're slimy, like us, but not the slimes that I made. You hacked into us and now you call us friend? Ha! The Storm Rider Commerce Guild remains vigilant. Well, okay then. Cooperation will surely benefit us all. They are way over there. Finally found somebody else. Playing Deathloop on Game Pass, Splatoon, 8 hours of schoolwork, that's too much. Fallout 76, nobody still plays that. Hearts of Iron 4 is about to get way better. We're gonna do new campaigns of Hoi early next week with the new DLC. Very excited. Crusader Kings 2, that's taking it back. RimWorld Breath of the Wild, very nice. Still haven't played that. Just bought Civ 6. It's a good game. Civ 6 is my favorite, but it's also the first one that I really learned how to play. And I'd like to play some more Civ on this channel in the not too distant future, chat. Once all these giant campaign games like Stellaris and Crusader Kings and Victoria and Hearts of Iron calm down, play some more Civ. It's been a while. I want to get all the DLCs that I missed. Clayman Games, what up? Howdy for 61 months. Welcome, late night slubs. New shield generators. Better than deflectors by a significant margin. We're gonna have to pop those onto our ships. We might need antimatter reactor to get those on because shields are very power hungry when upgrading ships. Ooh, planetary shield generator. It's good for pacifists because we don't want to get attacked. Reducing orbital bombardment damage is nice. And it's a rare. I do like the plasma thrower. Mining drone laser, not so much. That's better if you get it really, really, really early. I think we just take the rare planetary shield, because I might end up building one of those on each planet. Because I don't think we're going to do so well militarily, even though we're going to have great technology. We'll see how that goes.
This situation has been cataloged.
Ooh. We found a precursor discovery. Authorities on Dondet exposed a large smuggling ring. Arrests have been made.
to bargain for leniency, one of the smuggler captains gave us the coordinates of a moon that supposedly contains remnants of an ancient precursor civilization. And it's right there. Okay, where is that sleepy science ship? We have one here. We're gonna turn on auto survey. Okay, that's a mistake. I'm gonna send you down here. Okay, we got another science ship that is going to go... What are you going to go do? You're investigating Conum right now, which is a very big precursor activity. We need to put Slang Society back on a science ship. And then I was like scanning down here, but we got boxed in. So I think what I'm actually gonna do is go around and systematically clean up any and all anomalies. Slang Society, you're gonna help me do that. And then once we've done all the anomalies that we originally passed over, then we're gonna do the archaeological digs.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Oof. Let's take a look at this bad boy. This is our tier 2. This is our Starhold. Really like the new ship and building designs for the toxoids. We're gonna throw some hangar bays on here. Most of these are for defense. What do we want to toss on this? I would say something that reduces their speed. Disrupt, that's shield hit points. Sub light speed minus 20% is pretty good. We'll do the comm jammer. Oops, not an anchorage. Hangar bays. I don't think comms jammer's the best. It's not the best if you're manning the stations, but to me it's the best and also cheapest if you're not manning the stations. Just try to slow down the enemy to give yourself some more time. This one's on the border with Beldross over here. Throw some hangars in there. Just trying to keep something to be a thorn in their side. Oh, we already built one. Okay, we'll build crew quarters in case we want to send ships up there. Because I don't really have that much room for more star bases right now, but I do want to get some star bases, especially in systems where we have planets. Like stinky cheese. So let's start upgrading to a starport there. And the same as broccoli farts. Starbase there. And then maybe one for week old trash. Okay, that's 3 new ones. That'll put us at our cap of 7. Lots of alloys just got spent. What's up, Bloody Drongo? How's the new DLC? I'm liking toxoids a lot. Ita, how long should I stay up?
Until you can't keep your eyes open anymore.
But yeah, my particular toxoid race of species excels at big brain at the expense of their lives. It's these guys. They have incredible mental acuity. Their brains are so big that they die 40 years early. It's been a lot of fun.
Research
Basically, it's a huge unity drain. In fact, it's such a big unity drain, I didn't even realize. Not only did we combo short lives, so we have to keep hiring scientists, but also the extra amount of unity that we require to run Coordinated Fulfillment Center. We have 3 of these. Each one has a 10 unity debuff, so we should be making... We're consuming 50 unity from buildings and leaders. So this is an incredibly unity hampered run. So it's been very challenging, but also very fun because we're getting crazy research.
Establishing new standards for the modeling and construction of destroyers improves their efficiency. We need to make some, but I need more alloys. Too early for cruisers. Alloy megaforges are pretty good. Plasteel armor's pretty good. Thruster's pretty good. Robot modification points is pretty good. Super engineer research is hard to pick. I don't think we're in danger of war anytime soon, so I'm gonna go peaceful and pick the robo modification points. Try to make the robots a little better. Doggo is grumpy. Why are you so grumpy? You hungry or something? Are you pacing around? He's not sleepy, he's being grumpy. He might look cute, but he's like, give food. Now! He's banging forks and knives on his plate. Hey, weenie dog. He's like, no, I don't even want to look at you. Not gonna look at you, not gonna be petted unless you give me food now. Is that true? What, are you hungry or something? You thirsty? What do you think? You trying to be cute or something? 14-year-old dog? Yes. All right, let me get him a treat. Maybe that'll placate him. After the study of Damien 4A concluded, Science Officer Slang Society reports they found the planet unusually rich. The discovery was made possible, in large part, thanks to viewers like you. Oh, this was a PBS show. A certain member of the Has Decayed Ego crew. Slang Society praises the protege highly. Offer them a science position, gain a new scientist, +6, or they do good work where they are. Promising crew modifier gives us 20 years of faster anomaly research speed and discovery chance. I don't know, dude. 20 years isn't that long in Stellaris, but it is when you're in the still scanning systems phase. Whereas this could be a really good new scientist that I don't have to spend Unity on. So both of these are good. And we are researching a lot of anomalies right now. But also free scientist that doesn't cost Unity points. Given that we do have 65-year-old scientists. I think we take the free scientist because I'm tired of spending all my Unity. DK Squeeze Blister, ew. Spark of Genius is good though. Okay, well, let's pick somebody late night. If you are here and you are a late night viewer, then type keyword Peepo Rive, all one word, to become the new scientist. Coming in at level 2. Alright, all of our
A system has
planets are
been
looking
surveyed.
good.
We still haven't found the edge of our universe. Debris from what must have been a massive orbital installation has been discovered above Conum 1. Artifacts recovered among the debris have confirmed the space station served as the headquarters of the Erassian Concordat's Authority of Disease Control some 1.2 million years ago. The Erassians were far more susceptible to alien disease than most known species, and the budget of their public health institute nearly rivaled that of their military. Despite this, surviving records show the entire species perished from Javorian pox.
This situation has been cataloged.
The situation needs somebody to research. The HQ of the Disease Control Authority. Check out that debris field. Ooh. Ah. 13-size tundra world. That is tiny.
Research complete.
I believe we have another wormhole over here. So I'm actually going to have this scientist swing over to it and poke around. See where it goes. The strong gravity well of Algol 2 pulled in a massive amount of space debris which has formed a dense layer around parts of the gas giant. Most appears to be wreckage from a series of space battles fought several millennia ago. Scavengers have scoured the debris of valuable tech, but a mining station should recycle the metal. Okay, we didn't know that there was actually some usable... Dude, we gotta create another... Let's make another construction ship. Clearly we need another one. We also just got our naval capacity upgraded to 80. It's time to start saving up alloys and pumping out ships. We need a good standing navy, but we're gonna have to increase our energy credits because more ships equals more energy credits, and more robots equals more energy credits being consumed, so we need to watch out for that. Farming subsidies, we're doing really good on food, so I'm gonna ignore hydroponics and farming. Though you could argue we could change the number of food buildings that we have, depending on what we did here. I think either habitability or more edicts. Habitability is always good, and 32 months isn't that bad. Alright, people rivers. It's Eye of Newt. Welcome aboard. Thanks for leading our engineering research. Scientists are quite busy.
Construction completed.
There's the new construction ship. Okay, so new
Construction completed.
Wait, that's the old
Hastily.
old construction ship. Old stinky smelly construction ship. Okay, in that case, we definitely want to go over to this choke point. So let's take Ugron. Keep in mind that each orbital mining platform you make also takes energy upkeep. So stations are consuming 69 energy right now. But if you get stations to make energy, you start paying that back and end up making a surplus, like 5 energy here, 6 energy there, all that good stuff. Star bases have finished construction. So these star bases are in systems with existing planets. So we don't need to put guns unless we're, I don't know, really afraid. Best thing we can do here is either trade hubs to grab distant trade values, which I don't think really helps us in this case. The next best thing is anchorages, which increase our naval capacity, so we can have an even stronger navy. And then inside these systems, what I like to do is make transit hubs, if I've researched them, because transit hubs, basically, if you put a transit hub in every system where you have a planet, you don't have to spend as much time micromanaging and paying for the resettlement of your pops from one planet to the next. Any system with a transit hub will offload excess citizens to other systems with transit hubs smoothly and conveniently, where automatic resettlement just happens. plus 100% chance. So you make a little highway system of people migrating from one planet to the next without you having to really intervene, and it's just convenient to have if you have space for it. So this is where Broccoli Farts is. We're gonna do the same thing there. As long as there's no trade value, like I said. I don't know how to just filter. Like, I can see trade routes, and that'll show you some trade value. There's really not that much that we're not already tapping. There's some up there, but it's very small. I'm not really sure how to do trade better, to be honest. But anywho, transit hub down there. Couple anchorages, and then a transit hub down there. A group of investigators have found a hidden factory on salt mines. The building in its state of decay tells of an old civilization, one that excelled at constructing things that stood the test of time. Our population would easily be able to use the facility to add to the colony's production output, plus one special job, odd factory worker. Odd factory worker produces 4 alloys. These workers labor in ancient and mysterious factories of unknown origin. What could go wrong? I agree. What could go wrong?
Construction completed. Hastily. Research log annotated.
Archaeological project complete. We've recovered the remnant of several research logs from the debris field above Conum 1. The final entries are focused on finding a cure for the Javorian pox that was sweeping across the Eurasian Concordat, and they grow increasingly desperate as the situation worsened. The last entry reveals the pox spread in an uncontrolled fashion on the space station itself. An attachment details all the failed attempts to produce a cure in the vain hope that data would be useful for future generations. That's a lot of engineering research, free artifact slash relic piece, and an Eurasian artifact, which we will be able to use. Let's go ahead and explore. Oh, we already explored the Moodstrom wormhole. Oh, that goes into Praku territory. So as long as we stay friendly with Praku, it's a wormhole that goes from here to here. Which isn't really saving us that much time. And they're quite friendly towards us right now. Improve relations is going down, but they're still friendly. And then we're gonna have the scientist. Who is that gonna have? I already have somebody going around and doing a bunch of anomalies. So let's send you back to the capital and assist in research. As you level up to level 4, good job. I love odd factories of unknown origins. So spicy. Chat, what year did we start the game today? I'm almost ready to go 4x, but I still feel like things are progressing fast enough. Especially with 5 planets now and all these anomalies cropping up. 2022, good point. Scientists discovered something monstrous. The mountain range they scanned earlier was in actuality the outer membrane of a gigantic egg. It's uncertain what behemoth could lay such an egg and what horror would hatch from it. Study it from afar or crack it open. Of course I'm gonna crack it open. Research it now. And let's go ahead and oh damn, we're out of influence. Okay, well, head to Algold. There's a mining build the old mining stations that we ended up unlocking via anomalies later. Getting control of all these systems is going to be difficult.
Has been found.
Very easy. A remarkable array of gases are being vented. Oh no. Ones not usually found on molten worlds. Some of these gases show promising industrial value. I'm sure they do. All right, we have
Construction
almost
completed.
2,000 alloys.
Construction completed.
Awesome mining station. We should start building up our navy. We have destroyers. We should build them. Jormundur and crew have made a surprising discovery on Ripagaur. The molten planet is home to an exotic array of extremophilic microorganisms. The bacteria live deep in the volcano vents that scar the planet, thriving in extremely high temperatures produced there. This unprecedented find is our first known example of organic life forms flourishing on molten planets. Moreover, the extremophiles on Ripagaur are in fact responsible for rare gas detected in the thin atmosphere, producing valuable compounds as a byproduct. Huge injection of society research and exotic gas if we ever tap it.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
Okay, I don't want someone else to interact with my attention. Okay, we now have 4.2 thousand military power star-based star holds on our borders with some nice hangar bays. I don't know if those are good, but we have them anyways. The Brill League wants a commercial pact. We get 15 energy credits, they get 23 energy credits each month, but I lose more influence. We need some rivals. I love the species race creature name. The Hazvati, or Hazvat. We're toxic, so I use the word hazmat, and we're in a vat or tube, so I use the word vat, so we're the Hazvat. But yeah, fanatic spiritualists are going to be a pain in the ass. And being nice to them is good, because I think the commercial pact increases trust. But they're definitely getting the better end of that bargain. How do I trade? Where's the rest of my contacts? If you establish an embassy, does this cost? Embassies are free, right? They don't cost influence. It's commercial pacts, research agreements, and non-aggression pacts. Are we actually getting any benefit from our research pact? Typically you'll see it here, right? Because you don't see it there. You see it here. It only help with, there's shared research. We're getting shared research from this. Or is that stored research? I don't think our research agreement is actually helping us. But I think that'll make them dislike us more. Okay, we've established an embassy with our neighbors. Well, they're not our neighbors. They're our wormhole neighbors. I thought we would be able to see
System has been surveyed.
their territory, and yet we have not. Alright, if I turn you on auto survey, oh, you go through the wormhole. I don't think I like that. I'll send you manually down here, then manually over there. And then we'll figure it out. But yeah, typically the way that you make more influence is by finding somebody who's
System has
bad.
been surveyed.
And if they're bad, you can say, I hate you! And because you said I hate you, you gain influence. That's how it works. I don't make the rules. You just gotta find someone that that's okay to hate, because they'll hate you
Research
automatically.
We can generate a strong energy shield on our planet with a planetary... Okay, generating a strong energy shield within a planetary atmosphere is a greater challenge than the vacuum of space, but offers a potent defense against orbital bombardment. A special building that we can put per planet that helps protect us in case the worst should happen and we have to depend on armies to defend us, which we're gonna need. We're gonna need some defensive armies, because I can't just take it for granted that we're never gonna get overpowered. I don't really love any of these. So I'm just going to take the basic energy credits from technicians, which will help because energy credits are money, and of course we'll need more. Broccoli farts. Have some industry. Salt Mines has no housing, give you a city district, and you've already got enough jobs. And then everyone else is doing pretty good. Combat on a planet? I hope not. Yeah, we're struggling with influence because we keep expanding when we're supposed to be building tall. That's the way it goes. All right, alloys. Let's do ship designer. I want to check my sheeps. Because we have tier 3 shields, but only plus 23 power. Okay, there's actually enough to get tier 3 shields. Plus 85 shield hit points per shield. Instead of 65. So it's like 80 more shield hit points total. On top of that, we should have tier... Do we not have tier 3 armor yet? What are we researching? I thought we were researching tier 3 armor. Clearly not. Okay, well... In that case, I will just go ahead and stick with what I've got, but I do have advanced afterburners. The downside is too expensive. It would go over the power threshold. I think higher tier afterburners is more important than having all shields. So there are some reasons why you might want to use an obsolete version of an existing thing. That way I can have 2 tier 3 shields, 2 tier 2 shields, and still keep the afterburners until we get a better reactor. And then we can go ahead and save the stale bread design. And for my Corvette, likewise, we only have a little wiggle room. Bear, that's perfect. Totally neutral. So what I'd like to do is upgrade this fleet. And I need to get the tech that lets my commanders control stronger fleets. Until then, we're just gonna pump out a handful of
Our ships have been made.
Corvettes. I mean, destroyers after this. Because they are expensive. There's 6 destroyers and we're
Construction
broke.
completed.
I can buy more alloys or trade for alloys, but it's quite expensive. Improved production practices allow for greater alterations to synthetic workers without compromising their core functionality. We can mod some robots. Oh damn, this is a tough one. Star fortresses are great, but expensive. Starbase building and mod... Oh, you gotta get that one. That's a purple rare. Starbases are cheaper. We're gonna be building so many starbases. I'm playing CK3 and an ally just called me to war against himself. I mean, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. There's our anchorages. Which is why we have up to 104 naval caps. We need to actually fill that naval cap in. That's why we're building destroyers. Little by little. Oh, I got some open modules here. I could actually just build a second shipyard.
An anomaly has been found.
We could even build 3 shipyards if we wanted to. Let me see if a trade hub would benefit us at all. Oops, I didn't mean to unpause. I don't think an extra trade hub would really benefit us. So we're now just 3 shipyards is good. And then we've already got the crew quarters. I'd probably say a transit hub. That way we can start Automatically
Construction
migrating
completed.
people to different planets would be
Hasten.
excellent. Oh, this anomaly. Efforts to map the surface of this moon identified a strange mountain range. It doesn't appear to have naturally formed. We'll check it out. Meanwhile, we finished building an Ugron. We want to go all the way down to Ramen. It's a great name, Ramen. Our construction ships are like, I don't know what to do, sir. We don't have enough influence to do all the things we need to do, sir. I'm so confused. I need everything. What was previously assumed to be assorted mountains in the southern hemisphere have been identified as massive skeletal remains of a single colossal alien life form. The bones have been dated at 3.4 billion years old, but our scientists ruled out that the planet could have supported life on that scale at or the moon could support life at that scale at any point in its history. Science Officer Jormunder has prepared a special research project
The
to
situation
delve
has been
further.
cataloged.
Oh god, someone else is researching it, quick! Research it before them! Don't research my research, that's my research! What's going on here? What just happened? Intelligence reports are coming into Dawndead. Oh shit, this is a Freudian slip regarding the hitherto lifeless surface of the ruinous core in the Moscot system. What surveyors initially considered an uninhabited junk pile of a planet is in fact home to a species of rat-like sapiens, the Skaven, dubbed Ketlings. The creatures have been living hidden from our view in tunnels in the planet's enormous scrap piles. The complex composition and incredible density of these massive junk heaps must have hindered earlier penetration by scanners. Whatever may have brought the Ketlings to the surface is thus far unknown, though now that we can observe them, we've noted their technology is almost entirely based on repurposed junk from the planetary ruin they inhabit. Could the Ketlings be the last survivors of the lost interstellar civilization who made these ruins? Closer study may yield more information. Begin the Ketling
The
origin
situation
event
has
chain.
been cataloged.
We need science ships. We need science ships! Where are they? Why are they so far away? All right, step 1, crack the egg. Step 2, head down to Moscot and figure out what the hell is going on here. We have 4 science ships. Too many science ships. What do you mean not enough science ships? That's too much. We haven't had a Unity tradition in... We're only halfway to the next one, dear God. We're never gonna get Ascension perks. It's worse than I feared. All right, Stinky Cheese. We have open builds for you. And we're trying to go all in on research. But, we do be needing Unity. So, the Autocathon Monument does build Unity. It also builds governing ethic attraction and amenities and trade value. This thing just got rebalanced because worker jobs are back in the game. Obviously, I want planetary shield generators. But what I need to be greedy first. The worship stick. Exactly. I think that's the only thing besides this that turns admin offices turn consumer goods into Unity, but why make that when you could get that plus a bunch more with this? It's just a slight bit more upkeep. And I know it's only the 2 jobs, but that's enough for now. It's hard for CK3 to compete with all the cool science fiction concepts Stellaris can pull from. I like the CK3 events. The problem is Stellaris has like an extra 4 full years of event-based DLCs.
So the Crusader Kings ones, I mean, you definitely get repeat events in Stellaris, but there's a lot of events that can go completely different ways, or that you can fail outright, or you can pick one option instead of the next and get a different outcome that'll sort of change your game in some way. There's definitely a lot more events and flavor in this. Free plus 20% energy credits from all jobs, which are making 93, so that's going to be a pretty big surplus. Time for maybe antimatter reactor? Yeah, let's get the new reactor. That unlocks some new things too.
A system has
But yes,
been
the
surveyed.
events are really cool. Really fun flavor.
Research logged
Hello?
and annotated.
Galactic egg omelet! The insides of the egg were not what we expected. Instead of some infant titanic life form, we simply uncovered genetic slop. The entire planet is filled with genetic material and resources. What all this material would have become is unclear, but our galaxy is probably safer not knowing. 8,000 society research. That's so much. And also, this thing becomes a +8 to society. Damn, we can build that now. Oh, that's so good. Permanent +8. Excellent. It's finally here! I was hoping to get this before the end today. Several spacefaring empires, some unknown to us, have banded together to form the Galactic Community. This supranational institution serves as a forum where important matters can be discussed. Although we were not involved in its founding, the other members have extended an invitation to the Asvati think tank for formal membership. Let us join this glorious community. We are receiving transmissions from the sacred Bothrian Assembly. They have translated our language and are opening diplomatic channels. I bring greetings from revered elder Lifeless Hadman, the elected leader of the sacred Bothrian Assembly. We believe in the right of all sapient beings to fulfill their individual spiritual needs, and we trust that an enlightened species such as yourself share in this sentiment. Xenophile militarist spiritualists. We have much to gain from this encounter. Look at them all, chat! So far, we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people in the galactic community, and there could be more as of yet uninvited or undiscovered. Anywhere from 10 to 20 different spacefaring civilizations could be in our game, plus fallen empires and advanced starts. The Plague Bearer state has already closed its borders to us. I don't even know where that is. We're finally figuring out where the hell
Research logged.
everybody goes. After continued study of the massive skeletal remains on Saddlebari 2A, Science Officer Jormundir concludes the creature served as some kind of organic starship. Much smaller bones from at least 3 separate species were found within the larger skeleton, and we assume these came from members of the crew. For unknown reasons, this organic starship suffered catastrophic damage and crash-landed on Saddlebari 2A. While we cannot begin to understand the biological engineering necessary to grow a starship like this, the study of the bones has substantially advanced our knowledge. That is a lot of good science. So finish surveying that, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna find anybody else over here, or if it's just us. I also don't know how far the Plague Bearer state goes, because I thought I saw something suspicious down here. But the downside is, I did set this game up to have all 3 endgame crises back to back at 3 times speed, and also more people are still joining the galactic community. Beldross, Azaka joined. Jormundir's level 7. So there's at least 13 members.
Has been surveyed.
That's a interesting border you have, isn't it though? Isn't it though? So, Chat, I will have to explain how the galactic community works next time, but it's one of my favorite aspects of the entire game. But I think this is a good stopping point. Except the crew we assigned to work the odd factory on the salt mines disappeared. We could send the new workforce to take their place or raise the facility to the ground, making sure this won't happen again. I mean, it's 4 alloys. Send somebody else in. What are you thinking? Send somebody else in. Plus 5% to all habitability, improving living conditions of all of our current pops. Ooh, maybe it's a good time for Xeno Diplomacy. I think it is. I also like the Fleet Academy and the Naval Logistics Office. But let's get the Diplo weight. Anyway, really cool system. Go ahead and support the galactic market, because that'll be the first order of business. Galactic Space Sludge Community. About overtuned. That's us. Woo! All right. GG chat. Made it to 2261. I feel like we did pretty good. I don't know what time we started today, because it was long before this. I'm not sure what year we actually started. We got the galactic community. And I'd like to continue this possibly Friday, possibly Sunday, because tomorrow is going to be Slime Rancher 2. And depending on how much content is in the early access for Slime Rancher 2, we might be playing that Thursday and Friday. So come back at like 2 to 3 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. Probably like 2:30, if I had to guess. And we'll jump into a new game, get some variety. But loving Stellaris, having a lot of fun. I want to do at least a decent chunk campaign of this, but also Hearts of Iron starts next week, so we'll do what we can. And just keep this going, because I think Stellaris is just a great time. And I want to see how a peaceful, overtuned, modified mutant race ends up. But thanks everybody for hanging out, stopping by, saying hi, and vibing. Hope you enjoyed your lurk, or just enjoying the sci-fi stories that we got to experience along the way. And I think some of the good drama is going to start next time once the galactic market shows up. Depending on, because we get to see who our neighbors are and what they're like, because there's got to be some bad guys out there. And we're going to try and just pacifist it up for once, and then just grow big and strong, solidify the borders, and then go from there. But I hope you all have a lovely rest of your evening. I'm going to go eat some food, feed the dog, and let's go on an end of stream raid. Nomak's playing some Frostpunk, so let's go say what up. I think it's his first time playing. Frostpunk's a great game, a classic, and an awesome survival city builder. This paradox cycle of DLC never stops. Good, as long as the games are still fun. Thank you for a hazardous stream. Hey, thanks for watching. Good night. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. I have no idea how this game works, but I'm loving it. Well, I've tried to explain everything that I can, Ultralord fan. It's a little easier if you're there from the very beginning, but yeah, it does get that way after a while. But I think we're doing a pretty good job keeping it all locked in. And it's also going to get a lot faster once we've caught up on all the anomalies, because the anomalies right now, we're just getting to like kind of dig into, get some story, and maybe some nice events. Once we're caught up on those, there's going to be a lot more sort of fast forwarding to the next event or the next thing, and just keeping up with our buildings, which shouldn't be that bad. But go give Nomek a nice strong raid. Check him out, give him a follow. If you haven't seen him before, now's a good chance to familiarize yourself with some bananas. Some Mac bananas. Alright, chat. Let's have fun with some Slime Rancher tomorrow. Okay? Good night. Bye, everybody.